Chapter 597. Liu Bowen looked at Yang Feng with killing intent in his eyes, and he uttered frigidly, "Lei Ming, you've got guts to destroy the evil spirit fawn. Does your undying mountain want to be enemies with the Nethermoon ogre dragon?" A quasi-bright world warlock rank might emanated from Liu Bowen and enveloped Yang Feng. Even though Yang Feng has advanced moonlight warlock rank cultivation base, but he still felt tremendous pressure from the might. Yang Feng looked straight at Liu Bowen and uttered flatly, "Sir Sect Master, it was the evil spirit Feng's people who attacked me first. Our people were just acting out of self-defense. The Undying Mountain has no intention of being enemies with you, Sir Sect Master. But if you insist on fighting the Undying Mountain, then the Undying Mountain will not take half a step back." Liu Bowen uttered coldly, "What big talk? The Nethermoon ogre dragon doesn't welcome you. Leave Serene City immediately. Otherwise, the Nethermoon ogre dragon can only be enemies with you." The Undying Mountain that Yang Feng fabricated has a profound background. Many warlock groups have vaguely guessed that the Undying Mountain is the Undying Mountain from before the 6th Warlock Dynasty. If such an ancient warlock group wants to return to the Zhangji Plain, they will need territory and resources. They are bound to clash with the old warlock groups over territory and resources. Liu Bowen will never allow the ancient and powerful warlock groups to return to his sphere of influence. Otherwise, when the ancient and powerful warlock groups return, the first thing they will deal with will be the Nethermoon ogre dragon. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Okay, the Undying Mountains people will withdraw from the Serene City. I just hope that you won't regret your decision today, Sir Sect Master." Liu Bowen uttered coldly, "Take your leave." Without hesitation, Yang Feng left the Ogre Dragon City. Yang Feng also sold the properties in the Serene City that originally belonged to the evil spirit Feng at a high price. Since the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon wants Yang Feng to get the hell out of here, he signaled the other 3 tycoons to buy the evil spirit Feng's properties at high price and let Yang Feng make a small profit. After leaving the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's force, Yang Feng went to the Spirit Moon Heaven City, the capital of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's hostile force. As soon as he entered the Moon Heaven City, invitations were sent to the 5 heavenly lords, the 9 heavenly ogres, and other forces with moonlight warlocks in the Ligui province. Inside the sacred mountain of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon, Liu Bowen glanced at the invitation, a trace of ridicule flashing in his eyes. With a flick of his finger, a flame suddenly rose up and burned the invitation to ashes. Alchemy Secret Treasure Auction Assembly. An alchemy treasure that could change the strength of a force was about to be auctioned. Humph, trying to impress the crowd. Secret treasures that could change the strength of a force were all rank 9 secret treasures. How could such a treasure be auctioned? In a manner, the mysterious white-clothed girl who used to be in the Myriad Flower Pavilion in Serene City looked at the invitation letter and smiled. An alchemy secret treasure that can change the strength of a force? Interesting. Undying Mountain is even willing to auction rank 9 and above secret treasures? In a luxurious castle, a handsome young man holding an invitation letter revealed a contemplative look. This Undying Mountain's young master is a bit domineering, but he doesn't look like a fool. I wonder what the alchemy secret treasure that can change the strength of a force is. Originally, the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres wouldn't care about such an inexplicable invitation letter. But in the battle in Serene City, Undying Mountain used 5,000 Starry Sky warlocks at once, and even Zhang Ge, who can contend against Glorious Dawn warlocks, was insta-killed. Regarded as an ancient warlock group about to return, Undying Mountain is no longer a nobody, which attracted the attention of many warlock groups. Some forces of the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres became interested in the auction, while others disdained it and destroyed the invitation letter sent by Yang Feng. Tempted, there are still many leaders of warlock groups in the Ligui province, and they gathered in the Moon Heaven City. A month later, in a large exhibition center in the Moon Heaven City, there are hundreds of warlock leaders from different forces sitting around. At the front of the exhibition center, there are 14 chairs for the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres, the 14 tycoons of the Ligue province. There are only 4 people sitting on the 14 chairs. One is the mysterious girl in white from the Myriad Flowers Pavilion. One is a handsome young man. One is a fat little fatty with a strange brand engraved on his forehead, and one is a thin, expressionless middle-aged man. In the exhibition center, the warlock leaders from different forces looked at the 4 people with awe and apprehension in their eyes. The mysterious girl in white asked curiously, "Wei Hao, what is the secret treasure that Lei Ming plans to auction?" As one of the true disciples of the Water Moon Heaven, Wei Hao has a very high status in the Moon Heaven City. There was a flash of adoration in Wei Hao's eyes, and he said with a smile, "Xiang Xuan, after Lei Ming came to the Moon Heaven City and sent an invitation letter, he has been hiding in the exhibition center. I don't know what secret treasure he plans to auction." Hua Xiangshuan is one of the Li Gui province's 8 beauties, and she is ranked 2nd. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also the only direct descendant of the secret treasure city master. In the Li Gui province, countless young men are her admirers. Wei Hao said with a smile, "A secret treasure that can change the strength of a force? That's an exaggeration. If there was such a secret treasure, how could the Undying Mountain be willing to sell it? Since it's in the Moon Heaven City, I came to take a look." Hua Xiangshuan said with a sweet smile, "The world is big, and there are all kinds of strange things. The 7th Warlock Dynasty, the Magic Note Dynasty, developed the Magic Note Throne and other peerless secret treasures that can change the strength of a force. Maybe the Undying Mountain really developed a secret treasure that can change the strength of a force." At this moment, Yang Feng walked over from the side and came to the dais of the exhibition center. Curious gazes focused on him. He is the legendary young master of the ancient warlock group Undying Mountain. No one dares to look down on Yang Feng. "I am the young master of the Undying Mountain Lei Ming. You have come from afar to see the secret treasure that can change the strength of a force. This is the secret treasure that can change the strength of a force." Yang Feng took out a bronze necklace engraved with queer runes and inlaid with a fist-sized crystal, shook it, and beckoned with his hand, and a level 1 warlock came to in front of him. Yang Feng tossed the necklace, and a level 1 warlock latched onto it. The level 1 warlock exerted force. A bronze radiance flickered, and the bronze necklace instantly disintegrated, forming a bronze full body armor that covered him. Suddenly, Great Warlock rank life force pervaded the air. Great Warlock! A level 1 warlock became a Great Warlock with the help of the secret treasure. What an amazing secret treasure! To be able to turn a level 1 warlock into a Great Warlock. What an amazing secret treasure! The eyes of the leaders of the major forces lit up, and they exclaimed in admiration. It is extremely difficult to cultivate warlocks. In the Ligue province, level 1 warlocks and above can be seen everywhere. But in forces like the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon and the Water Moon Heaven, Great Warlocks are the most elite soldiers. Yang Feng uttered with a smile. This secret treasure is called Bronze Warrior and is a level 4 secret treasure. It can enable level 1 warlocks and above to possess Great Warlock rank strength. Of course, the stronger a warlock is, the longer they can fight. Level 1 warlocks can fight for 1 hour. Level 3 warlocks can fight for 10 days. The Undying Mountain has an unlimited supply of this secret treasure, and each secret treasure costs 100,000 magic crystals. There's an unlimited supply of this secret treasure. Has the Undying Mountain's alchemy reached this level? If this is the case, then a secret treasure like Bronze Warrior can really change the strength of a force. The leaders of the major forces of the Li Gui province stared at the Bronze Warrior with a scorching shade in their eyes. In the Li Gui province, any warlock group with a heritage of more than 1,000 years and a Moonlight Warlock will have more than 1 million official warlocks under its command. If more than 1 million warlocks are armed to the Great Warlock rank, then even glorious Dawn warlocks will be apprehensive of that power. Hua Xiangshuan, Wei Hao, and the other 2 warlocks from the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres, who were originally indifferent, showed dignified looks. There was a dignified gleam in Wei Hao's eyes, and he said solemnly, "If there is an unlimited supply, then Bronze Warrior is indeed a secret treasure that can change the strength of a force. A Moonlight Warlock can easily defeat 1,000 Great Warlocks. But if 100,000 Great Warlocks led by a Starry Sky Warlock form a strange magic array, they may be able to suppress a Moonlight Warlock." There was a complicated look in Hua Xiangshuan's beautiful eyes, and a sense of crisis welled up in her heart. An unlimited supply. How many alchemists does the Undying Mountain have? Do they have more alchemists than the Secret Treasure City? Otherwise, how could they refine so many bronze warriors? The Secret Treasure City is famous for its alchemy, and its secret treasures are among the best in the Li Gui province. Virtually all forces cooperate with the Secret Treasure City and purchase a large number of secret treasure from the Secret Treasure City to strengthen their forces. Now that Yangfeng's Undying Mountain has appeared out of nowhere, it can be imagined that countless forces will by the secret treasure bronze warriors. This gave Hua Xiangshuan a great sense of crisis. Chapter 598. Yang Feng smiled and clapped his hands, and a great warlock walked out from the side. Yang Feng cast a detection spell on the great warlock, and the great warlock exuded a powerful life force field. Some of the warlock leaders operated secret methods, cast eye abilities, looked at the great warlock, and saw through the real situation of the great warlock. Great warlock. He's indeed an ordinary great warlock. Great warlock. After the warlock leaders examined him, Yang Feng flicked his wrist, and a silver necklace no different from a bronze necklace appeared in his hand. This is a silver warrior refined by the Undying Mountain. With this silver warrior, a great warlock can contend against a Starry Sky warlock. Yang Feng threw the silver necklace to the great warlock. The great warlock squeezed the silver necklace, and countless silver metal enveloped the great warlock and turned him into a silver-armored warrior. Starry Sky Warlock rank might diffuse from the Great Warlock. Starry Sky Warlock. What an amazing secret treasure. It can enable a Great Warlock to possess Starry Sky Warlock rank battle prowess. What a fearsome secret treasure. If this secret treasure can be supplied in large quantities, it's indeed a treasure that can change the strength of a force. When the leaders of the Li Gui province's major forces saw the silver necklace, their eyes shone with excitement, and their breathing became rapid. The Li Gui province was part of the Eastern world, where the human warlock civilization was extremely developed. Every force with a Moonlight Warlock would have 10,000 to 20,000 Great Warlocks as an elite force. As for Starry Sky Warlocks, each Warlock force didn't have many. Except for the 5 Heavenly Lords and the 9 Heavenly Ogres, the other forces didn't have more than 1,000 Starry Sky Warlocks. Once Silver Warrior secret treasures could be supplied in large quantities, then Warlock forces with Silver Warrior secret treasures could crush Warlock forces without Silver Warrior secret treasures. Scorching gazes full of desire focused on Yang Feng. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Each Silver Warrior secret treasure costs 100 high-grade magic crystals. If you don't have high-grade magic crystals, then low-grade magic crystals cost 3 million. In addition, one could also use territory, population, mineral resources, and other cultivation resources to exchange. We, the Undying Mountain, can only produce 10,000 Silver Warriors every month. Now, we'll start the auction in units of 10. The starting bid is 30 million low-grade magic crystals." A beautiful auctioneer stepped forward and said with a sweet smile, "I'm the auctioneer for this auction, Wangya. Now we will officially start the auction of 10 Silver Warriors. The starting price is 30 million magical crystals, and each increment must be no less than 1 million magical crystals." Wei Hao immediately said, 30 million. Wei Hao is aware that if there are enough secret treasures like Silver Warrior, It will greatly enhance the fighting strength of Water Moon Heaven's warlocks. If those 10,000 silver warrior artifacts fell into the hands of Water Moon Heaven, it would allow Water Moon Heaven's forces to overwhelm the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. As for the low-level magical crystals, they were nothing to the Water Moon Heaven and the Nethermoon Ghoul Dragon. Only forces like the Water Moon Heaven and the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon could equip a silver warrior in large quantities. The thin, expressionless middle-aged man said coldly, 31 million magic crystals. 32 million mana crystals. Wei Hao frowned slightly, and then continued to increase the bid by 1 million magic crystals. The fat little fatty with a strange brand engraved on his forehead said with a smile, 40 million magic crystals. Wei Hao looked at the fat little fatty with apprehension and fell silent. The fat little fatty is Yi Wuxin, the young master of the Yi family of the 5 heavenly lords. He is not only a moonlight warlock, but also a ruthless character. More than 6 moonlight warlocks have died at his hands, so Wei Hao is very apprehensive of him. The venue was silent. Yi Wuxin easily put the 10 silver warrior artifacts into his pocket. In the following auctions, Yi Wuxin bid 40 million magic crystals each time and put the silver warrior secret treasures into his pocket. Before long, 9,000 silver warrior secret treasures were put into his pocket. As expected of the Yi family of the 5 heavenly lords, they're really strong. To be able to buy so many silver warrior secret treasures. It seems that the 5 heavenly lords are indeed stronger than the 9 heavenly ogres. The warlock leaders in the auction hall showed peculiar looks in their eyes and mused silently. Shit, if this goes on, won't the Water Moon Heaven be suppressed by the Yi family? Wei Hao suddenly came to his senses. A dignified shade streaked past his eyes, and he frantically increased the price. Thanks to Wei Hao's frantic bidding, the remaining 1,000 silver warrior secret treasures were bought at an average price of 50 million magic crystals per 10 pieces. After the 10,000 silver warrior secret treasures were snapped up, the warlock leaders from all over the world came to see Yang Feng and frantically snapped up the bronze warrior secret treasures. Young Master Lei, please wait. As soon as the auction ended, Wei Hao stepped forward and stopped Yang Feng. Greetings, young Master Lei, true disciple of the Water Moon Heaven. Yang Feng said with a smile. Undying Mountains Lei Ming, Brother Wei, what can I do for you? Wei Hao replied, I want to make friends with you, young Master Lei, and discuss a big business deal. Yang Feng uttered, Okay, let's talk inside. Yi Wuxin also came over and said with a smile, I am Yi Wuxin, the young master of the Yi family of the 5 heavenly lords. Young Master Lei, how about we make friends? Yang Feng responded with a gentlemanly smile. It's my honor to be friends with young Master Yi. When Wei Hao saw Yi Wuxin, he frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. The relationship between the Water Moon Heaven and the Yi family is very ordinary. They are neither enemies nor allies. If Wei Hao can make friends with the Yi family's young master, it will be of great benefit. Under Yang Feng's lead, the 3 came to a room inside the exhibition center and sat down. As soon as Wei Hao took a seat, he probed, Young Master Lei, the Water Moon Heaven would like to order 3 million sets of Bronze Warrior. Yang Feng replied with a smile, No problem. I will transfer 3 million sets of Bronze Warrior within a month. Wei Hao's heart shook slightly. Amazing, the Undying Mountain's underlying strength is really deep. To sell 3 million sets of level 4 secret treasures, these ancient warlock groups are really scary. The Water Moon Heaven also has its own alchemists, but the number of level 4 secret treasures doesn't exceed 1 million. After all, although the Water Moon Heaven continuously produces all kinds of secret treasures, but in the various battles every year, many secret treasures are consumed. Wei Hao continued. In addition, the Water Moon Heaven would like to order 500,000 sets of Silver Warrior secret treasures from you. Yang Feng revealed a look of difficulty and said, Silver Warrior is a bit difficult. The Undying Mountain can produce 10,000 sets of Silver Warrior every month. That's already the limit. After all, We still have other customers to maintain. In fact, after the level 3 stronghold was successfully built, with the Andrak plane as a stable base, Yangfeng can easily produce 1 million sets of Silver Warrior secret treasures every month if he goes all out to forge them. But rare things are precious. Naturally, he can't show that there are a lot of such secret treasures. Wei Hao offered. The Water Moon Heaven can offer 100 high-grade magic crystals per set to purchase Silver Warrior secret treasures. In the black market, about 30,000 low-grade magic crystals can buy a high-grade magic crystal. However, the number of high-grade magic crystals in the black market is very small. Purchasing a large number of high-grade magic crystals will only make the price of high-grade magic crystals rise steadily. For a Moonlight Warlock like Yangfeng who needs a large number of high-grade magic crystals to practice cultivation, no matter how many high-grade magic crystals there are, they won't be enough. Yangfeng hesitated for a moment, and then gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I can give you 10,000 Silver Warrior secret treasures." Yi Wuxin said with a smile, "Young Master Lei, we are also good friends. You can't favor one and discriminate against the other. The Yi family can offer 110 high-grade magic crystals per set to purchase Silver Warrior secret treasures. However many your Undying Mountain has, the Yi family will buy." Wei Hao smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Yi, give me some face. You have already bought 9,000 Silver Warrior secret treasures. If I don't buy some Silver Warrior, then it will be troublesome." Silver Warrior secret treasures can enable great warlocks to possess Starry Sky Warlock rank battle prowess. The Water Moon Heaven doesn't lack great warlocks. If they have 10,000 more Starry Sky Warlocks, it will greatly enhance their strength. The Water Moon Heaven and the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon are at war with each other. Low-level warlocks often fight each other for mineral veins and territories. The Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's warlocks mainly cultivate Ogre-type and Dragon-type bloodline warlocks. They are stronger than the Water Moon Heaven. In the battles, the Water Moon Heaven is often at a disadvantage. If the Water Moon Heaven has 10,000 Silver Warrior secret treasures, they will have the upper hand in the battles. After all, the upper echelon of the Water Moon Heaven and the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon won't easily intervene in such battles. Otherwise, it will easily lead to confrontation between the two warlock groups, or even war. Yi Wuxin said with a smile, "Okay, I'll give you face. Wei Hao, you owe me a favor." Wei Hao was overjoyed. "Thank you, young Master Yi." Yi Wuxin said, "Young Master Lei, the Yi family will buy all of your Undying Mountain Silver Warriors. Starting next month, the Yi family is willing to buy them all for 120 high-grade magic crystals per set." Wei Hao's face flickered. "Young Master Yi, isn't that inappropriate? If the Undying Mountain's Silver Warrior secret treasures fall into the hands of the Yi family, then over time, the balance in the Li Gui province will be broken, and the Yi family will become stronger and stronger." Yi Wuxin said lightly, "What's inappropriate about it? If you want to buy it, you'll have to pay a higher price than me." Wei Hao said, "Young Master Lei, the Water Moon Heaven is also willing to pay 120 high-grade magic crystals to buy your Undying Mountain Silver Warriors. It's best if we share them with the Yi family." Chapter 599. Yangfeng responded with a smile, "I can give you 70% of the Silver Warriors. The remaining 30% will be left to other forces. In the Li Gui province, there are the 5 Heavenly Lords, the 9 Heavenly Ogres, and 14 Tycoons. The Silver Warrior secret treasures are just a stepping stone for Yangfeng to enter the Li Gui province. He can't sell the Silver Warrior secret treasures to a warlock group, which isn't in line with his interests. Bronze Warrior and Silver Warrior secret treasures require high energy crystals and super energy crystals as their power source. Every time they are launched, they consume a huge amount of energy. Yangfeng selling the Bronze Warrior and Silver Warrior secret treasures to a warlock group is equivalent to a warlock group. Wei Hao and Yi Wuxin raised the price several times, but Yangfeng didn't budge. They understood that Yangfeng won't budge on this issue, so they no longer raised the issue. They began to chat about the customs of different places and the difficulties in cultivation. Before leaving, Wei Hao handed Yang Feng an invitation and said meaningfully, "Young Master Lei, this is an invitation to the Spirit Moon Flower Party. It will be held in the Spirit Moon Heaven City in 3 months. At least half of the Li Gui province's 10 great beauties will come, and many other young talents will come as well. Don't miss this opportunity." Yang Feng smiled and took the invitation to the Spirit Moon Flower Party. He knew that Wei Hao has invited him to join the upper echelon of the Li Gui province's nouveau riche. The young master of an ancient warlock group, Undying Mountain, can casually mobilize 5,000 Starry Sky warlock guards and easily take out more than 10,000 silver warriors and millions of bronze warriors' secret treasures. Shrouded in all kinds of halos, Yang Feng won Wei Hao's approval and joined the upper echelon of the Li Gui province's nouveau riche. The Li Gui province, the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon, occupied a magic crystal vein. Xing Qiuanda patrolled the exit of the magic crystal vein. Watching the slave miners dig out the magic crystals inside the vein, he revealed a smile. Xing Qiuanda is a Starry Sky warlock subordinate to the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. A few months ago, he took people to occupy the newly opened vein of the Water Moon Heaven and slaughtered the Water Moon Heaven's warlocks. This kind of thing is very common in the Li Gui province. Although the Li Gui province is large, but there are 14 powerful warlock groups here. In addition, there are countless small warlock groups. In order to fight for resources, they also killed each other endlessly. It was incomparably chaotic. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, warlock groups like the evil spirit Fong, which massacred mortals at will to refine all kinds of wicked secret arts, didn't dare to openly exist. However, in the Li Gui province, he could become one of the 4 magnates who ruled Sherryman City. This showed how chaotic the Li Gui province was. The Li Gui province is different from the orderly and powerful Great Cloud Dynasty. This was a chaotic place where the strong preyed on the weak, and slaughter was endless. Xing Qiuanda looked at the countless magic crystal ores and smiled with satisfaction. By occupying this vein, I can leave behind 10 high-grade magic crystals every month. With enough high-grade magic crystals, I'll have a better chance of advancing to the Moonlight Warlock realm in the future. Starry Sky Warlocks generally used low-grade magic crystals to practice cultivation. Xing Qiuanda became the steward of this vein, which is why he can covet 10 high-grade magic crystals every month. The competition in the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon is very fierce. Only by seizing every opportunity and seizing all kinds of resources can Xing Qiuanda have a glimmer of hope to promote to a Moonlight Warlock. All of a sudden, a series of alarms sounded from the ore vein. Enemy attack. Xing Qiuanda suddenly felt nervous and looked into the distance. He saw a 100-meter-long, flat, extraordinary life form hurricane flatling snake with sharp teeth flying over. On the back of the hurricane flatling snake stood 10 great warlocks and 100-plus level, 3 warlocks of the Water Moon Heaven. When Xing Qiuanda saw the 10 great warlocks, he showed a sneer and said frigidly, "Zhang Sheng, you barely escaped with your life last time. Are you here to throw away your lives?" The 10 great warlocks were the 10 great warlocks who had luckily escaped after Xing Qiuanda's raid on the ore vein. Along with flashes of black light, the 17 great warlocks of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon quickly flew to Xing Qiuanda's side, looked at the warlocks of the Water Moon Heaven in the sky, and sneered, as if looking at a bunch of corpses. "Xing Qiuanda, you sneak-attacked and killed my teacher last time. Today is the day you die." Eyes shot with blood, Zhang Sheng pinched the necklace on his chest, and silver-white light instantly enveloped him and formed a silver armor covering his whole body, and Starry Sky Warlock rank might diffused. The other 9 great warlocks also pinched the necklace and turned into silver warriors. The 100-plus level, 3 warlocks of the Water Moon Heaven pinched the necklace and turned into great warlock rank experts. Dumbstruck, Xing Qiuanda exclaimed, "Starry Sky Warlock, how is this possible? How can you possess Starry Sky Warlock rank power? What secret treasure is that? The 10 Water Moon Heaven Silver Warriors unleashed various secret methods and frantically besieged Xingqiuanda. The 100-plus Bronze Warriors frantically besieged the remaining warlocks of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. All kinds of magic light intertwined and flickered in the area. The fierce battle lasted for an entire hour. A silver warrior of the Water Moon Heaven was killed by Xingqiuanda, but Xingqiuanda was also besieged and killed by the other 9 silver warriors. Although the silver warriors of the Water Moon Heaven obtained Starry Sky Warlock rank power, but after all, they weren't Starry Sky Warlocks. Compared to true Starry Sky Warlocks, their battle prowess was still far from that of true Starry Sky Warlocks. This was how Xingqiuanda managed to kill one of them. More than half of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon Warlocks in the Ore Vein were killed by the 100-plus Bronze Warriors. Only 6 Great Warlocks managed to escape by casting secret methods. This scene continued to appear in the disputed area between the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon and the Water Moon Heaven, with the help of the secret treasure Bronze Warriors and Silver Warriors. The Water Moon Heaven continuously seized the resource points controlled by the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon, completely suppressing the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. In addition, the warlock groups that purchased a large number of Bronze Warriors began to expand rapidly in all directions. The Ligue province was a chaotic place to begin with. After the Bronze Warriors and Silver Warriors joined the fray, the Ligue province became even more chaotic and battles became more frequent. The Nethermoon Ogre Dragon, in a hall on its sacred mountain, Lu Bowen slapped the wooden table with his hand and revealed a look of anger and remorse. Damn it! With the help of the 2 secret treasures Bronze Warriors and Silver Warriors, the Water Moon Heaven completely suppressed the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. The disputed territories have basically become the territory of the Water Moon Heaven. Unless the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon breaks the unspoken rules and dispatches Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses or above to fight the Water Moon Heaven, it will be very difficult for the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon to take back those territories. The upper echelons of the Water Moon Heaven and the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon are evenly matched. If the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon goes all out against the Water Moon Heaven, the outcome will be hard to predict. Even if the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon wins, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. The victorious side will soon be swallowed up by other forces, which is why the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon cannot make the decision to go all out against the Water Moon Heaven. Lu Bowen's eyes flickered fiercely for a while, and then he uttered coldly, "Ghoul." A warlock in black walked out of a distorted space and knelt on one knee in front of Lu Bowen. "Greetings, Lord." Lu Bowen uttered coldly, "I want the Undying Mountain's Lei Ming dead. You have to kill him in the Moon Heaven City. As long as Yang Feng dies in the Moon Heaven City, the secret treasure trade between the Undying Mountain and the Water Moon Heaven will be cut off. In that way, the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon can slowly take back everything that the Water Moon Heaven has taken away from it." "Yes, Lord." The figure of the warlock in black distorted slightly and then disappeared. The Immortal Wings Lake is a beautiful lake located in the West District of the Moon Heaven City. There are all kinds of beautiful, extraordinary plants growing around the Immortal Wings Lake. Beautiful flowers bloom all year round, exuding an enchanting fragrance. The tens of kilometers of land around the Immortal Wings Lake has been bought by the Ligue province's warlock families. In the Moon Heaven City, many ordinary people can't go to the Immortal Wings Lake even if they want to. Only the warlock families that are on good terms with the Water Moon Heaven can freely go sightseeing in the Immortal Wings Lake. The Moonflower Feast is held in the Immortal Lake Manor, a small villa next to the Immortal Wings Lake. 2 magic chariots stopped in front of the Immortal Lake Manor. Yang Feng alighted from one of the chariots, and 4 Undyings alighted from the other and followed beside Yang Feng. A great warlock rank guard stepped forward and said respectfully, "Sir, please show me your invitation." Those who can participate in the Moonflower Feast are bigwigs. They aren't existences that a trifling great warlock rank guard can afford to offend. Yang Feng threw the invitation letter to the guard. The guard took a look, stepped aside, and made an inviting gesture, "Sir, please come in." Yang Feng entered the immortal lake manor with the 4 guards. Under the guidance of a beautiful warlock maid, Yang Feng walked towards the interior of the immortal lake manor. After passing through pavilions and winding corridors, he saw a group of youngsters gathered together, enjoying the flowers and playing beside the immortal Wings Lake. "Young Master Lei, you're here." When Wei Hao saw Yang Feng, his eyes lit up, and he went up to greet him. Yi Wuxin also got up, smiled heartily, and went up to greet him. "That's Lei Ming, the Undying Mountain's young master." "He's the Undying Mountain's young master?" Curious, envious, jealous, apprehensive, and other complicated gazes shot from the young men and women and fell on Yang Feng. The reputation of the Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming has spread throughout the Li Gui province following the auction. Within 3 months, countless conflicts broke out in the Li Gui province. The Bronze Warrior and Silver Warrior secret treasures displayed terrifying power, and the forces with these 2 secret treasures gained an overwhelming advantage. Chapter 600. The major warlock groups took out countless magic crystals and asked Yang Feng to purchase Bronze Warrior and Silver Warrior secret treasures. Yang Feng sold Bronze Warrior secret treasures to the warlock groups that participated in the auction and screened the latecomers. The forces that have enmity with the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon received Yang Feng's support, and sold a large number of Bronze Warriors to the warlock groups that have enmity with the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon to enhance their strength. Under Yang Feng's secret manipulation, the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon is now in a very difficult situation. Although it hasn't suffered a serious injury, but its strength is constantly weakening. If this situation continues for hundreds of years, the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's strength will decline greatly, and it will fall from a top force in the Li Gui province to a first-rate force in the province. In the absence of a large-scale war, those first-rate warlock groups, through such petty means, continuously weakened their enemies, strengthened themselves, and promoted their forces and strength step by step. Unless a warlock group was able to give birth to a peerless genius who was unequaled under the heavens, and launch a war to destroy other warlock groups and occupy more resources. Otherwise, the majority of warlock groups could only use a step-by-step method to enhance their forces and strength. The Li Gui province's 5 heavenly lords, 9 heavenly ogres, and other 14 powerful forces restrict each other. No force has the power to destroy the other forces. Under this background, Bronze Warrior and Silver Warrior secret treasures that can enhance the power of low-level warlocks have become the key to determining the rise and fall of a force. The young men and women in the Immortal Wings Lake are either the descendants of the top warlock groups in the Li Gui province or the true disciples and young masters of the top warlock groups. They naturally know the weight of Undying Mountain's young master Yang Feng. Yang Feng took a seat, swept the young men and women with his gaze, and his eyes lit up. The young men and women in the Immortal Wings Lake are all top warlocks. Except for Yi Wuxin and a few other warlocks who practice special secret methods. The men are handsome, the women are beautiful, and the men are handsome. Among the handsome men and beautiful women, there are 4 extraordinary people. The rest of the handsome men and beautiful women seem to serve as a foil to them. One of the 4 is Hua Xiangshuan, one of the Li Gui province's 8 beauties. One of them was a handsome young man dressed in a green, scholarly robe. The other person was wearing a bright red dress. Her figure was sexy and hot, as if there was a ball of fire burning around her. She exuded an enchanting aura and was not inferior to Hua Xiangshuan in the slightest. The last person was dressed in white. Her skin was as fair as snow, her eyebrows were picturesque, and her figure was like the golden ratio. She was beautiful, ethereal, and holy. She was slightly better than Hua Xiangshuan. Let me introduce everyone. This is the young master of Undying Mountain, Lei Ming. Wei Hao smiled slightly and introduced Yang Feng to everyone in front of him. At the same time, he also introduced everyone present to Yang Feng. After Wei Hao introduced the rest of the youngsters to Yang Feng, he solemnly introduced the 4 outstanding people to Yang Feng. Lei Ming, this is Bianzixin, one of the Li Gui province's 8 beauties, the young master of Lightning Fawn. This was one of the 5 heavenly kings, the Zhan family's peerless genius, Zhan Mingtang. And this is the secret treasure city's young master, Hua Xiangshuan. Wei Hao said, as for the last one, she is the Merak star by Yuxian of the Great Cloud Dynasty's Moonlight 7 Stars. For the first time, Yang Feng's eyes flashed gravely. The Merak star by Yuxian of the Moonlight 7 Stars? One of the most outstanding geniuses of the Bai family's younger generation. The Moonlight 7 Stars were the 7 most outstanding Moonlight warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Each of them was a peerless powerhouse who formed a virtual world and could defeat weaker Glorious Dawn warlocks. Among the Moonlight 7 Stars, 3 of them were from the Bai family. They were known as the strongest geniuses of the Bai family's younger generation. If there were no accidents, the Moonlight 7 Stars would advance to Glorious Dawn warlocks without any suspense. Only by advancing to the Bright World Warlock and Infinity Warlock realms can they stop the 7 peerless geniuses. The Great Cloud Dynasty also had a stronghold in the Li Gui province. At present, the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Li Gui province's 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres are in a period of peace. Bai Yuxian, a peerless genius from the Bai family, can naturally travel freely in the Li Gui province. Moreover, the Bai family was the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family, and currently the most powerful force in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Bai Yuxian was equivalent to a princess of the Bai family, and her status was far above that of everyone present. Bai Yuxian said with a sweet smile, Lei Ming, your Undying Mountain's alchemy is really amazing. You can even develop a secret treasure like Silver Warrior. I'm very interested in alchemy. If you have time, can you teach me the unique alchemy of the Undying Mountain? When Bai Yuxian smiled, the surrounding scenery seemed to brighten up. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Even Yang Feng, who had a firm mind and a heart of stone, couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate when he saw that beautiful smile. Zhan Mingtang's eyes shimmered with jealousy, and he snorted coldly and glared at Yang Feng with hostility. Humph! What's so great about alchemy? For warlocks, secret treasures are just external objects, and their own strength is the key. Warlocks who use Bronze Warrior and Silver Warrior secret treasures only possess Great Warlock and Starry Sky Warlock rank power. They are far weaker than true Great Warlocks and Starry Sky Warlocks. The stunning beauty in red, Bianzixin, stared at Zhan Mingtang, her beautiful eyes flashing with a touch of affection, and she echoed, That's right. For warlocks, cultivation is everything. I've seen level 3 warlocks use Bronze Warrior to obtain Great Warlock rank power, but they can't use level 4 spells. In front of a true Great Warlock, they can't withstand a single blow. Yang Feng glanced at Zhan Mingtang and Bianzixin, showed a pitying smile, and spoke with a smile of contempt, as if looking at 2 mentally retarded people. The reason why we human warlocks can gain a foothold in the Tsangji Plain and defeat countless powerful races is because we rely on powerful secret treasures. The 7th Warlock Dynasty, Magic Note Dynasty, was known as one of the strongest dynasties because it had developed all kinds of formidable secret treasures. Both cultivation base and secret treasures are indispensable because they are part of the strength of us warlocks. You don't even understand such a simple thing? Zhan Mingtang's face suddenly sank, and he said coldly, What a sharp tongue. However, the contradictions between us warlocks still have to be resolved through strength. Zhan Mingtang clapped his hands lightly, and a 2-meter-tall man with a few scars on his face walked out from the side, giving off an oppressive feeling. He bowed to Zhan Mingtang and said respectfully, Greetings, young master. Zhan Mingtang said with a smile, This is 8 Ogre, a Starry Sky warlock I recruited in the barbarian Ogre Mountain range. I heard that you have 5,000 Starry Sky warlock guards, so let's have a good fight. The Li Gui province was an extremely chaotic place, where countless warlock groups fought endlessly for resources. The warlock groups that were cornered by the Great Cloud Dynasty would flee to the Li Gui province in an attempt to make a comeback. In the Li Gui province, it was very common for warlocks to exchange pointers. Those foppish warlocks with noble statuses and aristocratic families would recruit many warlocks of humble origin and have them duel. Yang Feng said with a faint smile. Interesting. However, a magic duel alone isn't exciting enough. How about we add some stakes? 10 million high-grade magic crystals. The loser of the duel will have to pay the winner 10 million high-grade magic crystals. When he said this, the eyes of the warlocks who originally planned to watch a good show suddenly revealed dignified looks. The value of 10 million high-grade magic crystals was above 300 billion low-grade magic crystals. Even a warlock group like Evil Spirit Fong, with a Moonlight Warlock guarding, it only had 3 million high-grade magic crystals. This kind of bet could no longer be called a joke. These young men and women would also gamble with each other for the sake of battle chi. But such a huge wager could no longer be described as ordinary battle chi. A cold glint flashed past Zhang Mingtang's eyes, and he sneered. Okay, if I lose, I'll give you 10 million high-grade magic crystals. But if you lose, you'll have to compensate me with 100,000 sets of Silver Warrior secret treasures. Although Zhang Mingtang disliked Yang Feng due to jealousy, but he was also aware of the power of Silver Warrior secret treasures. 100,000 sets of Silver Warrior secret treasures could allow the Zhang family to have 100,000 more Starry Sky Warlocks, which was equivalent to doubling the strength of the Zhang family. This would greatly enhance the strength of the Zhang family. Yang Feng said, best of 3, or 1 to decide the winner. Zhang Mingtang hesitated for a while, and then said very cautiously, best of 3. A spatial ripple surged, and 2 warlocks, one tall and one small, exuding strange auras, walked out of the spatial ripple, came to stand beside Zhang Mingtang, stared at Yang Feng with unruly expressions, and revealed a sneer. I'll provide the venue for the duel. Bai Yuxian spread the fingers of her hand, and a palm-sized arena flew out of her lily-white hand, landed aside, and formed a small arena with spatial force. 8 ogres' figure blurred, and he flew into the small arena. Yang Feng said lightly, go down. If he doesn't admit defeat, then kill him. Yes, master, an undying said in a hoarse voice, then blurred into motion and entered the small arena. 8 ogre licked his face with his snake-like tongue, revealed a malevolent smile, and threatened fiercely. You're really unlucky to run into me. More than 10 Starry Sky Warlocks have died at my hands. You'll become the 11th Starry Sky Warlock to die at my hands. It's not too late to surrender now. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret not dying earlier. The Mech Emperor. Chapter 601. In battle, the mind is also a key factor. Many warlocks from prestigious sects have powerful cultivation bases and powerful secret treasures. But in battle, they are often killed by humble warlocks who are weaker than them. This is because their mind isn't strong enough. As a result, they can only display less than 30% of their strength in battle. 8 ogres' words are also a weapon. As long as the warlock fighting him is fearful, they won't be able to display their full strength in battle. But 8 ogres' intimidation is completely ineffective against the undying named Ada by Yang Feng. Robots have no mind. They can't erupt with power far beyond their own, nor can they be intimidated. They can only display 100% of their fighting strength. This guy isn't simple. He's a tricky opponent. Staring at the motionless Ada, a dignified look streaked past 8 ogres' eyes, and he silently recited an incantation. Strange patterns filled his body, and his body swelled up and turned into a 3-meter-tall, 3-eyed evil ogre with a weird eye on the forehead. 3-eyed evil ogres are evil ogres proficient in eye techniques. The third eye of 3-eyed evil ogres can cast illusions, break illusions, and distort the void. They are extremely powerful evil ogres among evil ogres. Expressionless, Ada flipped his hands, and two 2-meter-long, high-frequency, oscillating starlight electromagnetic blades appeared in his hands. The high-frequency, oscillating starlight electromagnetic blades are virtually invincible. They can even cut apart the life force field of Bright World Warlocks. This is the strongest melee weapon that the level 3 stronghold can mass-produce. In the arena, Ada standing in front of 8 ogre is like an ordinary human standing in front of a giant evil ogre. The sense of existence between the two isn't on the same level at all. Bai Yuxian uttered lightly. "Begin!" Bai Yuxian's words have just fallen when an afterimage flickered and Ada disappeared. As if he passed through 8 ogre, he appeared behind 8 ogre. How is this possible? How can he be so fast? A look of horror and despair on his face, 8 ogre screamed, and then collapsed into countless pieces of flesh and blood that scattered on the ground. Insta-killed. So fast. He was insta-killed. That's a Starry Sky warlock. So fast. Is this a warlock from Undying Mountain? Is indeed terrifyingly powerful. When the warlock elites from top warlock family saw this scene, they inhaled a breath of cold air and looked at Ada with a complicated look in their eyes. Zhang Mingtang's eyes also flashed with a hint of seriousness. What a powerful warlock! Was this the foundation of the Undying Mountain? Sure enough, as expected of a terrifying force that once contended with the 6th Warlock Emperor, the Golem Lord in ancient times. In addition to jealousy, the reason why Zhang Mingtang provoked Yang Feng is also to test the strength of the Undying Mountain. After the collapse of the 5th Warlock Dynasty and before the establishment of the 6th Warlock Dynasty, the Undying Mountain was the most powerful warlock group in the Eastern world. Even the 6th Warlock Emperor, the Golem Lord, was once hunted down by the Undying Mountain. Regarding the reappearance of the ancient warlock group, the Li Gui province's major warlock groups are very vigilant and even fearful and repulsed. Yang Feng's strong counterattack to Zhang Mingtang's provocation has created an image of a silk pants desperate to fight back against the enemy. In this way, anyone who wants to probe the Undying Mountain must pay a painful price. In this way, other warlock groups will be less likely to probe the Undying Mountain. After all, the Undying Mountain is a fictitious force created by Yang Feng. Once this lie is exposed, he may be hunted down by countless forces. After all, the production method of Bronze Warrior and Silver Warrior secret treasures will tempt the 5 Heavenly Lords and 9 Heavenly Ogres. Now that Yang Feng has the support of the ancient force created by the Undying Mountain, those huge warlock groups won't dare to act rashly. Yang Feng said, "Zhang Mingtang next." Zhang Mingtang smiled faintly and said full of confidence, "Lei Ming, I'm sorry, but I've seen through your Starry Sky warlock. You're going to lose the next round." With that, Zhang Mingtang flicked his hand, and a speck of light entered the forehead of the tall warlock. Zhang Mingtang said, "7 ogre, go kill him." "Yes, my lord." The figure of the tall warlock 7 ogre blurred, and he flew into the arena. Weakness? What is the weakness of the Undying Mountain's Starry Sky warlock? How can there be a weakness? The Undying Mountain Starry Sky warlock is clearly so strong that he even insta-killed 8 ogre. How can there be a weakness? The eyes of the young warlocks from the influential families flashed with curiosity. In their view, the Undying is incredibly powerful, and it insta-killed 8 ogre in an instant. It should be noted that before 8 ogre joined Zhang Mingtang, he was a fierce Starry Sky warlock. No less than 10 Starry Sky warlocks have died at his hands. As soon as 7 ogre entered the arena, he silently recited an incantation, and powerful magic fluctuations surged around him. He pointed with a finger. With a flash of magic light, air blades invisible to the naked eye, but as sharp as blades appeared beside the 7 ogres. Zhang Mingtang sneered. "This is the defensive spell Floating Blade, a spell specially designed to restrain high-speed warlocks. The life force of the warlock subordinate of yours isn't strong, yet he has such a terrifying speed. He must have evolved his speed to the limit. But in this way, his spells and other aspects are bound to have flaws. As long as I set up a targeted spell, your subordinate will surely be defeated. Yang Feng couldn't help but praise in his heart. Not bad, as expected of a peerless genius of the Zhan family. As a representative unit of the third-generation battle robots, the Undying is a high-speed unit that has evolved its speed to the limit. The highest speed of the Undying is Mach 25, which is even faster than some Bright World warlocks who aren't proficient in flight spells. Apart from its high speed and undying nature, the parameters of the Undying are much lower than those of other third-generation battle robots, and it doesn't have any special abilities. Bian Zixin exclaimed with a delighted expression. So that's how it is. As expected of Big Brother Zhan, you're really amazing. To be able to see the weakness of the Undying Mountain's warlocks at a glance. The rest of the warlocks also revealed an expression of sudden realization. Bai Yuxian said, "Begin." Bai Yuxian's words have just fallen when the Undying Yang Feng, named Ada, suddenly turned into an afterimage, shot towards Seven Ogre, and slammed into the air blades in an instant. Under the fearsome speed of Mach 25, the Undying was instantly cut into 9 pieces by the air blades. However, the Undying's most important Undying chip was not damaged. Ada clenched a pair of 2-meter-long high-frequency oscillating starlight electromagnetic blades and waved his severed hands, and afterimages flickered and slashed at Seven Ogre in an instant. In an instant, Seven Ogre was torn apart and turned into countless chunks of blood that scattered on the ground. Not a single drop of blood flowed out of Ada's severed body. As if pulled by an invisible thread, each section of Ada's body flew to his body and glued together, and he was restored in an instant. Amazing too amazing. Is this the secret method of the Undying Mountain? That's amazing. He didn't die even after his head was cut off. How scary. Legend has it that some Infinity Warlocks who practice special secret methods won't die even if their head is cut off, their heart is pierced, their limbs are cut off, and their blood is drained. I didn't expect the secret method of the Undying Mountain to be so powerful that a trifling Starry Sky Warlock can achieve this. Is this the secret method of Undying? It's really powerful. When the surrounding Warlocks saw this scene, they inhaled a breath of cold air and commented spiritedly. In the world of Warlocks, many Infinity Warlocks who have practiced life-saving secret methods can still survive after their head is cut off, their heart is gouged out, and their blood is drained. But in the Starry Sky Warlock realm, only Warlocks who have practiced special secret methods can achieve this. The 5th Warlock dynasty's death, Lord cherished the life and death text he created very much. Only the Undying Mountain has mastered his life and death text. After the Undying Mountain was destroyed by the 6th Warlock dynasty's Golem Lord, the Golem Lord only obtained 2 fragments of the life and death text. Due to the lack of the most essential parts, human Warlocks cannot create more powerful secret methods from the 2 fragments of the life and death text. Therefore, in the Great Warlock realm, there are very few Warlocks who can possess Undying secret methods similar to the Undying. Zhan Mingtang inhaled a breath of cold air, and his eyes shimmered with apprehension. Amazing. Is this the secret method of the Undying Mountain? It's really powerful. Bai Yuxian's beautiful eyes shimmered brightly. Amazing. There are 5,000 such Warlocks. As expected of a terrifying force that could compete with the Golem Lord in the past. Even though it has declined, the secret method is still so powerful. Yang Feng said lightly, "There's no need to compete in the final battle. Zhan Mingtang, please prepare the 10 million high-grade magic crystals within a month." Zhan Mingtang's face twitched, and he said indifferently, "I know. 10 million high-grade magic crystals is not a small amount for Zhan Mingtang, but for the Zhan family, it is just a small inconvenience." Ada's figure fluttered, and he returned to Yang Feng's side and stood silently like a statue. The Warlocks with extraordinary origins looked at the 4 Undyings standing next to Yang Feng with a peculiar gleam in their eyes. The 4 Undyings who can even threaten the lives of Moonlight Warlocks are just ordinary bodyguards under Yang Feng's command. This gave them more speculations about the power of the Undying Mountain. Chapter 602. After this change, the atmosphere of the Spirit Moon Flower Convention became peaceful. No one was blind enough to provoke Yangfeng. Instead, they enthusiastically made friends with Yangfeng. After the flower party ended, Yangfeng returned to his room. Shortly after, he creased his eyebrows slightly and said coldly, "Who is it? Come out." As expected of the young lord of the Undying Mountain, "You are indeed powerful to be able to sense my presence." Following a burst of bell-like laughter, a spatial ripple appeared in a corner of the room, and the beautiful Bai Yuxian walked out with a smile on her face. With a wave of her hand, a snow-white gauze flew into her hand. Yangfeng praised. "As expected of the Merak star of the Moonlight 7 stars, it's really amazing. To be able to deceive the servants of my residence, that's really amazing." In fact, there were countless surveillance robots everywhere in Yangfeng's mansion. At the same time, there were all kinds of scanning systems installed. As soon as Bai Yuxian sneaked into Yangfeng's residence and crossed the third line of defense, she was discovered by Yangfeng. Only Glorious Sun warlocks who are proficient in stealth secret methods and above may be able to pass through all the lines of defense silently and enter Yangfeng's dormitory. However, Yangfeng naturally wouldn't expose that he had already discovered Bai Yuxian's invasion. If there was any conflict between the two sides in the future, he could use this to ruthlessly trick her. Bai Yuxian smiled and sat on a sofa in front of Yangfeng, a fragrance wafting out from her. "Young Master Lei, you really know how to talk." Yangfeng asked. "Miss Bai, why did you come to see me?" Bai Yuxian smiled and said, "Call me Yuxian. Does your Undying Mountain want to obtain a territory of its own in the Ligue province?" Yangfeng's eyes flashed with a glint, saying, "Of course." As a warlock group that wanted to return to the Tsangji Plain, its greatest desire was naturally to gain a foothold in the Tsangji Plain. The Tsangji Plain was a treasure land. The fertile lands with the richest resources were occupied by powerful warlock groups. The Ligue province is rich in resources, although the Ligue province cannot give birth to infinity warlocks. However, with the resources of the Ligue province, it is entirely possible to cultivate an infinity warlock in other places of the Tsangji Plain. As an ancient warlock group that wants to return to the Tsangji Plain, the Undying Mountain must want to gain a foothold in the Ligue province. Bai Yuxian gently swayed her fair and jade-like fingers and said enticingly, 100,000 silver warriors and 5 million bronze warriors. As long as you give me these secret treasures, I can guarantee that your Undying Mountain will have a foothold in the Ligue province. Moreover, it will be as vast as the territories of the 5 heavenly kings and the 9 heavenly ghosts. There was a flash of contempt in the abyss of Yangfeng's eyes, and he said with a smile, "Is the Great Cloud Dynasty going to send troops to the Ligue province?" 3 years ago, the Great Cloud Dynasty expelled the 10 great sects from the Eastern world one by one and suffered heavy losses. He would need at least 100 years to recover. His Majesty, the Emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty, is wise and valiant. He naturally knows that the Great Cloud Dynasty should stay put at this time. So how can he send troops to the Ligue province? If he didn't send troops, how could we have snatched food from the mouths of the 5 great heavenly kings and 9 great heavenly ghosts? The Great Cloud Dynasty's Emperor Bai Wuqing is very astute. After he drove the 10 great sects out of the Eastern world, he began to recuperate and make adjustments to the imperial court. Everyone knows that as long as it takes a few hundred years, the Great Cloud Dynasty will be able to restore its full strength and may even reach a higher level. During this period of time, with Bai Wuqing's shrewdness, it is impossible for him to send troops to the Ligue province on a large scale. Otherwise, it would be fine if he won, but if he lost, the ambitious people hidden in the Great Cloud Dynasty, who were ready to make trouble, might immediately rise up. Bai Yuxian said with a sweet smile, "Although the Great Cloud Dynasty won't send troops to the Ligue province. However, there's a way for your Undying Mountain to get a territory. Of course, the Undying Mountain will also have to send troops to cooperate with us when necessary." Yang Feng asked curiously. Which force does the Great Cloud Dynasty plan to attack? Bai Yuxian smiled, but didn't speak. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she stared at Yang Feng. Keeping his cool, Yang Feng picked up a glass of fine wine and quietly savored it. Bai Yuxian said with a sweet smile, 100,000 pieces of silver warrior and 5 million pieces of bronze warrior. Give me these secret treasures, and I will tell you. Yang Feng refused decisively. Please go back. 100,000 pieces of silver warrior and 5 million pieces of bronze warrior are equivalent to a month's full production of Yang Feng's bases. These secret treasures can turn a warlock group with only moonlight warlocks into a warlock group that can contend against glorious dawn warlocks. Bai Yuxian wants to take away all these secret treasures with just a piece of information. Yang Feng won't agree to her request. Bai Yuxian said with a smile, 10,000 pieces of silver warrior and 500,000 pieces of bronze warrior. I can ask the higher-ups to confer you the title of Major General of the Li Gui province and a Viscount of the Empire. The Great Cloud Dynasty has inherited the Magic Note Dynasty's official system. Aristocrats are divided into 5 titles: Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Baron. A Viscount of the Empire is already an aristocrat with a very high status. The title of Viscount of the Great Cloud Dynasty is much more precious than that of other forces. No matter where they go, a Viscount of the Empire will have all kinds of privileges. Yang Feng smiled and tactfully refused. If it's 100 pieces of silver warrior and 10,000 pieces of bronze warrior, I can consider it. Bai Yuxian said with a smile, it's not impossible. However, I need your help. If you can help me assassinate Zhang Mingtang, then after killing him, I can ask the higher-ups to confer you the title of an Earl of the Empire. Yang Feng's eyes narrowed, and he refused directly. Assassinate Zhang Mingtang? Sorry, I don't have that much ability. Zhang Mingtang is a peerless genius of the Zhang family of the 5 heavenly lords, as well as a future leader of the Zhang family. Yang Feng humiliated him at the Spirit Moonflower Festival and cheated him in the duel. With the support of the fictitious Undying Mountain, the Zhang family won't do anything to him. But if Yang Feng kills Zhang Mingtang, the Zhang family will definitely mobilize all its forces to kill Yang Feng. Even if he has the support of the Undying Mountain, he won't be able to resist the revenge of the Zhang family. Bai Yuxian said with a solemn expression, the Great Cloud Dynasty has found out that the Zhang family colluded with abyssal fiends and wants to destroy the other forces of the Li Gui province. Yang Feng said with a smile, what's there to fear about colluding with abyssal fiends? The endless abyss runs through countless planes. According to legend, it is the dark side of the universe where the evil and dark forces of countless planes gather. There are countless powerful existences in the endless abyss. However, the endless abyss is full of endless fighting and chaos. What abyssal fiends like the most is to kill and devour each other. The most ferocious, brutal, and cunning abyssal fiends will be favored by abyssal origin force and evolve extremely fast. Abyssal fiends may be very powerful individually, but once there are many abyssal fiends, without a superior fiend to dominate them, they will fight each other. Without a superior fiend to dominate them, after a dozen days, 10,000 abyssal fiends will fight each other until there are less than 100 left. In Yang Feng's view, the collusion between the Zhang family and abyssal fiends is simply a joke. If the Zhang family opens a passage and lets the abyssal fiends descend on the Cangji plain, the first abyssal fiends will be the experts of the Zhang family, because the Zhang family is close to them. Bai Yuxian said with a solemn expression, if it was just colluding with ordinary abyssal fiends, there is naturally nothing to be afraid of. But they colluded with the abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal of the 666th floor. A dignified shade streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he said slowly, it's actually him. If it's him, then things are tricky. No one knows how many floors there are in the endless abyss. However, the abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal of the 666th floor is famous throughout the Cangji plain. As a pinnacle infinity warlock rank abyssal fiend Grand Duke, Poidal is different from other abyssal fiend lords. He is cunning and wise, and he has a fallen angel legion under his command. That fallen angel legion was created by Poidal by seducing the fallen angels under the gods. On the other hand, he used various holy souls, powerful soul stones, and a method to create fallen angels. Poidal's most famous achievement is that when the 7th Warlock Dynasty Magic Note dynasty collapsed, he sent the fallen angel legion to kill a Warlock monarch. At the same time, when the 8th Warlock dynasty collapsed, he attacked the Tsangji Plain and killed a Warlock monarch together with his fallen angel legion. In addition, in the long history of the Tsangji Plain, more than 100 Infinity Warlocks have died at the hands of Poidal's fallen angel legion. Although Poidal's fallen angel legion has suffered heavy losses one after another, but it is still a powerful legion that even Infinity Warlocks are apprehensive of. Poidal is one of the abyssal fiends that Tsangji Plain's human warlocks fear the most. In the Endless Abyss, there are many abyssal fiends more powerful than Poidal. However, the number of abyssal fiend lords with a powerful legion, like the Fallen Angel Legion, can be counted on one's fingers. The 666th floor of the Abyss is the most orderly floor in the Endless Abyss. Compared to the Endless Abyss, it is more like a hell controlled by order extraordinary life-formed devils. If the Zhan family colludes with Poidal, then the Li Gui province may really fall under the control of the abyssal fiends. Bai Yuxian said in a tempting tone, "Young Master Lei, if you kill Zhan Mingtang and expose the Zhan family's plot, you will become a great hero of the Li Gui province. The other heavenly lords and sky ogres will join forces to destroy the Zhan family. In this way, won't your undying mountain have a chance to intervene in the Zhan family's territory?" Yang Feng replied, "If I don't have concrete evidence, I won't do anything." Bai Yuxian smiled sweetly and pushed an envelope in front of Yang Feng. "Just investigate this, and you will get the evidence you want." Chapter 603. In the deepest part of a mine tightly guarded by the Zhan clan's warlocks, a void assassin emerged from the void, appeared for a moment, and then disappeared into the void again. In that instant, the void assassin had clearly scanned the planar path that was under construction in the mine and entered its database. In the mine, a starry sky warlock with his eyes closed didn't notice that someone had just appeared here. As he browsed the information, Yang Feng mused, "From the information she gave me, the Zhan family really colluded with the abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal of the 666th floor to unify the Li Gui province. This was bad news for the Undying Mountain, who has been on returning to the main world. Similarly, Great Cloud Dynasty doesn't want to see abyssal Grand Duke Poidal occupy the Li Gui province. If the entire Li Gui province is occupied by abyssal Grand Duke Poidal, then abyssal Grand Duke Poidal will have a bridgehead to attack the Great Cloud Dynasty at will. That way, the Fallen Angel Legion could use the Li Gui province as a forward base to attack the surrounding provinces. Every fallen angel in the Fallen Angel Corps required precious and powerful souls and various soul stones to be successfully created. The best soul materials for making fallen angels are human warlocks. Therefore, once abyssal Grand Duke Poidal occupies the Li Gui province, he will attack the Great Cloud Dynasty and plunder the souls of human warlocks." Yang Feng sneered in his heart. "However, it's really wishful thinking for me to step forward. Even if the entire Li Gui province is occupied by those abyssals, at worst, I will just withdraw from the Li Gui province." Since Bai Yuxian had evidence of the Zhan family colluding with Abyss Grand Duke Poidal, but she didn't announce it to the world. Clearly, she didn't want to offend a colossus like the Zhan family. They just want Yang Feng to represent the Undying Mountain to expose the Zhan family's plot and make the Undying Mountain and the Zhan family mortal enemies. If the Undying Mountain really wanted to use the Li Gui province as their base of return, they would never let go of such a good opportunity. After all, only by getting rid of the Zhan clan could the Undying Mountain take root in the Li Gui province. This was an open and above-board plot that could not be rejected. However, The Undying Mountain is a fictitious force created by Yang Feng. It would be for the best if he could take control of the Li Gui province. But if not, Yang Feng could withdraw from the Li Gui province and go to other areas. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Before entering the Li Gui province, Yang Feng was prepared for failure. 10 days later, Moon Heaven City, End of the Moon. Bai Yuxian walked in a manner that was filled with countless flowers. She frowned and said thoughtfully, Lei Ming of the Undying Mountain is really a troublesome guy. He can really keep his composure. Not long after, Bai Yuxian sighed and said regretfully, It's a pity that I can only use another chess piece now. Bai Yuxian waved her jade-like hand, and a white ray of light instantly disappeared into the void. Half a month of time, of the fiend, the water sea of the water clan, and sea of the world. Of immediately afterward, explosive news spread from Water Moon Heaven to the entire Li Gui province. One of the 5 heavenly kings, the Zhan family, colluded with the abyssal demon Grand Duke Poidal of the 666th floor. The Li of the Fiend of the Li province, the Sea, and Grand. Once abyssal fiends came to the Li Gui province, it will be a huge disaster for the Li Gui province. The abyssal fiends of the 666th floor of the abyss are more orderly than abyssal fiends of other floors. But they won't show any mercy when slaughtering humans. The abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal's fallen angel legion has an illustrious reputation. But the birth of every fallen angel of his fallen angel legion is accompanied by the death of countless human warlocks, and their souls seized. Abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal doesn't care about the life and death of human warlocks. Once his fallen angel legion comes to the Li Gui province, they will slaughter humans and harvest the souls of the Li Gui province's human warlocks. In addition to the Zhan family, the other 5 heavenly lords, 9 heavenly ogres, and the other 13 warlock giants formed the Zhan Subjugation Alliance. Almost 80% of the warlock groups in the Li Gui province joined the Zhan Subjugation Alliance. Yang Feng also joined the Zhan Subjugation Alliance on behalf of the Undying Mountain. Although the Zhan family denied all the evidence released by the Zhan Subjugation Alliance, but the alliance still declared the Zhan family to be traitors of humanity. Under the order of the Zhan Subjugation Alliance, the warlock groups in the Zhan Subjugation Alliance took people to the Wave Cloud Mountain City. The Wave Cloud Mountain City is only 500 kilometers away from the Zhan family's largest stronghold, the Steel Tooth Fortress. For warlocks, this distance can be reached in an hour. As long as the Steel Tooth Fortress is captured, the hinterland of the Zhan family will be exposed to the Zhan Subjugation Alliance, which can attack the Zhan family from any direction. The Zhan family only has their holy land, the Wuhui Heaven City, as their final line of defense. The Wave Cloud Mountain City originally had a population of more than 1 million people. But more than 80% of the warlock groups in the Li Gui province led their warlock legions here and stationed themselves around the Wave Cloud Mountain City. Stretching for hundreds of kilometers, you can see beautiful palaces everywhere. The means of warlocks are incredible. Naturally, the places where the warlock legions live are not simple barracks, but luxurious palaces. In the palaces, there are many ordinary people specially serving the warlock warriors. With a flash of light, a huge warship descended from the sky and landed in front of the Wave Cloud Mountain City. From the huge warship, 5,000 third-generation battle robots and 100,000 second-generation battle robots alighted in an orderly manner. The 105,000 battle robots exude an iron-blooded aura unique to elite warlock warriors of the Other Plane Development Division, making those who see them feel fear. A warlock came to Yang Feng and said respectfully, "Are you the Undying Mountain's young master Lei? I am the Alliance's logistics officer Zhao Ming. We have arranged an encampment for you outside the city. Get out of the way, we want to enter the city. If you don't let the Undying Mountain enter the city, I will tear down the Wave Cloud Mountain City." Yang Feng pushed Zhao Ming aside domineeringly, and then arrogantly led the 105,000 battle robots into the Wave Cloud Mountain City. The elite troops commanded by the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres are stationed in the Wave Cloud Mountain City. On the surface, Yangfang's Undying Mountain is a warlock group not inferior to the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres. How can they stay outside the city like ordinary warlock groups? The 105,000 battle robots simulated soaring, killing intent and followed Yangfeng into the Wave Cloud Mountain City. The logistics officer in the Wave Cloud Mountain City was tossed around by Yangfeng. He could only give up the Warlock Legion's encampment in the Wave Cloud Mountain City. Otherwise, the Undying Mountain's Warlock Legion will fight with the Warlock Legion in the Wave Cloud Mountain City. As soon as Yangfeng returned to his dormitory, he calmly glanced at a corner of the room and said flatly, "Who's there? Come out." Amazing, as expected of the Undying Mountain's young master. A peerless beauty dressed like a man walked in with a smile on her face. She exuded an astonishing charm from head to toe, and every part of her seemed to be extremely beautiful. She was not the slightest bit inferior to Bai Yuxian. The peerless beauty said with a sweet smile, "I am Zhaning. Young Master Lei, won't you invite me to sit down?" Yangfeng sat down on a sofa. "Please sit down, Miss Zhan." A fragrance wafting out from her, Zhan Ying sat opposite Yangfeng. Yangfeng smiled maliciously and sized up Zhan Ying with a knife-like gaze. "Miss Zhan, for you to dare come to my camp, you're really bold. Outside my camp, there are 105,000 elites. So long as I give the order, Miss Zhan, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for you to leave my camp. The Zhan family is now the public enemy of the Li Gui province. For the Zhan Subjugation Alliance, it will be a great contribution for me to keep you here." Zhan Ying is the leader of the Li Gui province's 8 beauties, a peerless genius of the Zhan family. Her status in the Zhan family is even higher than that of Zhan Mingtang. She is the leader of the Zhan family's younger generation. She is the only female heir of the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres, the 14 warlock groups that dominate the Li Gui province. Although Hua Xiangshuan is the young mistress of the Secret Treasure City, but she is not the heir chosen by the Secret Treasure City. She is just the daughter of the Secret Treasure City's city master, which is why she is addressed as young mistress. The successors of the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres of the 14 warlock groups must be the most outstanding supreme geniuses. Although Hua Xiangshuan is very outstanding, but in the Secret Treasure City, she isn't the most outstanding warlock genius. Zhan Ying uttered with a smile, "Young Master Lei, someone as smart as you should know what it means for me to be here." Yangfeng uttered flatly, "Either you have been lurking in the city for a long time, or you have people in the Wave Cloud Mountain City. At this time, detection barriers have been set up everywhere in the Wave Cloud Mountain City, and dozens of extraordinary life forms with detection talent have been mobilized to cover the entrances to the city. It is extremely difficult to sneak into the Wave Cloud Mountain City without alarming anyone." Zhan Ying uttered with a sweet smile, "Yes, we have people in the Wave Cloud Mountain City. If the Zhan family had the intention, the warlocks in the Wave Cloud Mountain City would have been easily wiped out. I came here to invite the Undying Mountain to join the Zhan family's alliance. As long as we win this time, the Li Gui province will be in our pocket henceforth." Yangfeng uttered, "The 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres have formed an alliance. I don't think the Zhan family has any chance of winning. In the Li Gui province, even the Great Cloud Dynasty's troops are not their match." Zhan Ying offered a very generous condition. "If something big happens, you can choose to remain neutral. After the Zhan family has decided a victor, it won't be too late to join the Zhan family." Chapter 604. Yangfeng contemplated for a while, and then said faintly, "I can think about it." Zhan Ying smiled lightly, and her body gradually faded away. "Then I'll wait for your good news." The beauty had disappeared, and there was only a trace of fragrance left in the room. Sitting in the room, Yangfeng revealed a pensive expression. The Cloud Mist Hall in Billow Cloud Mountain City was the headquarters of the Zhan Subjugation Alliance. In the Cloud Mist Hall, there is a dais suspended in the air, which is vaguely filled with 13 bright World Warlock rank breaths. The Jean Subjugation Alliance is a huge warlock alliance formed by most of the warlock groups in the Ligoué province. If you can take control of this force, unifying the Ligoué province won't be an issue. The ambitious and ruthless 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres naturally attach great importance to this alliance. Bright World warlocks, who won't easily leave the headquarters, also came here to compete for the leadership of the Warlock Alliance. Beneath the floating platform were 13 seats, each of which was occupied by the sect masters and clan chiefs of the 5 heavenly kings and 9 heavenly ghosts. Their words and deeds represent the will of the 13 Bright World warlocks hidden on the dais. In the 2 rows of the Cloud Mist Hall, according to the strength of the warlock groups, stood the leaders of different warlock groups. The number was astonishing. As a representative of the Undying Mountain, Yang Feng stood on the right side of the hall closest to the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres. The fight between Yang Feng and Zhan Mingtong's subordinates has made the Undying Mountain's elites famous. The Undying Mountain Legion, formed from 5,000 Starry Sky, Warlock rank, 3rd generation battle robots, is something that even Glorious Dawn warlocks are apprehensive of. The unfathomable strength of the Undying Mountain is already a fact recognized by all warlock groups in the Ligoué province. It is recognized as a warlock group, second only to the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres. Many warlock groups even believe that the Undying Mountain is stronger than the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres. But the Undying Mountain has never had a Bright World warlock, so it can't compare to the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres. Among the 5 heavenly kings, Song Tianxiong, the patriarch of the Song clan, said slowly, "Now that everyone is here, let us announce our decision. From today onwards, the Zhan family is a traitor of the Ligoué province and a traitor of the human race. After destroying the Zhan family's territory will be distributed according to everyone's contributions in the war." The 5 heavenly kings and 9 great heavenly ghosts formed the leaders of the allied forces, and Song Tianxiong was the nominal leader of the allied forces. The Song family was also the weakest among the 5 heavenly kings and 9 heavenly ghosts. Song Tianxiong being able to become the nominal leader of the allied forces was also the result of the compromise between the various forces. The bland words made the eyes of many warlock group leaders brighten slightly, and their eyes shimmered with excitement. The Ligoué province is a province even larger than the Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces. As one of the 5 heavenly kings, the Zhan family occupied a much larger territory than the entire Fuso subcontinent. If the Zhan family is destroyed, the warlock groups will get more territory and resources. This was one of the main reasons why the major warlock groups actively joined the Zhan Subjugation Alliance. Song Tianxiong's gaze fell on Yang Feng, and he asked flatly, "Lei Ming, is your Undying Mountain willing to be the vanguard to crusade against the Zhan family?" Yang Feng declined decisively. "Great Commander, the Undying Mountain is too weak to play the role of vanguard." The Steel Tooth Fortress was one of the Zhan family's 9 most heavily defended strongholds, and it ranked second among the 9 strongholds. In the Steel Tooth Fortress, there were many warlock towers, Glorious Sun warlocks standing guard, and countless ordinary warlocks guarding the warlock towers. If Yang Feng mobilized the 105,000 primary battle robots to attack the Steel Tooth Fortress, they would definitely be smashed to pieces by the Steel Tooth Fortress. Warlock means were extremely strange, and Undyings weren't completely invincible. Similarly, they would be suppressed by powerful warlocks using all kinds of unimaginable spells. Yang Feng naturally wouldn't take the initiative to play the role of cannon fodder in the Zhan Subjugation Alliance. A slender warlock wearing a silver hat and a neat white warlock robe with a silver dragon embroidered on it walked out and said, "Great Commander, I have something to say." Yang Feng glanced at the warlock and saw at a glance that the warlock is a Glorious Sun warlock. He is Yu Wei, the leader of the Silver Battle Dragon Warlock group. In many small warlock groups, the strongest powerhouses were the warlock groups, sect masters, and sect masters. Only in a huge force with a long history like the demonic fighting sect had the great elders in charge. Song Tianxiong said flatly. Yu Wei, what do you have to say? Yu Wei smiled and uttered astonishing words. I have conclusive evidence that Lei Ming and the Undying Mountain have colluded with the Zhan family. They are traitors who infiltrated our ranks. When this statement came out, there was an uproar in the hall, and gazes full of apprehension, anger, killing intent, schadenfreude, and other emotions focused on Yang Feng. Yang Feng's voice turned cold and full of killing intent. What evidence do you have to prove that I colluded with the Zhan family? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, the Undying Mountain and the Silver Battle Dragon Warlock will fight to the death. Of course I do. Take a look. The corners of Yu Hui's mouth rose slightly. He swept Yang Feng with a glance, and his eyes revealed a trace of pity. He spread the fingers of a hand, and a silver image crystal suddenly flew out, released rays of light, and formed a projection in the hall. In the projection, Zhan Ying appeared in Yang Feng's room, sat in front of Yang Feng, and then calmly disappeared, looking like she wanted to have a good chat with Yang Feng. The place where Zhan Ying's mouth can be seen is concealed very cleverly. It looks like Yang Feng and Zhan Ying are talking about some unspeakable secret. Looking at the projection of the image crystal, the faces of many warlock leaders turned unsightly, and they looked at Yang Feng with hostility. Everyone knows that once a traitor appears in the coalition army, the damage to the coalition army will be tremendous. Yang Feng just wanted to open his mouth to defend himself, when a lie detection spell shot out from the hand of the Chun family's patriarch Chen Sheng and landed on him. Pinnacle Glorious Sun Warlock rank might came from Chen Sheng and enveloped Yang Feng, and he barked, Lei Ming, tell me, is what happened in the image crystal true? Knowing that he fell into a trap, Yang Feng hurriedly defended himself. It's true, but it's true. In that case, the Undying Mountain really colluded with the Zhan family. Damn it, you damn traitors of humanity. I, Chen Sheng, hate scum like you who collude with the outsiders the most in my life. Surrender now. A fierce gleam flashed in Chen Sheng's eyes, and a big hand grabbed Yang Feng. Don't kill. Suddenly, black runes diffused from Yang Feng's body. A look of despair streaked past his eyes, and he issued a miserable scream. Boom! Along with a loud noise, Yang Feng's body was torn apart, and countless fragments scattered around. Chen Sheng was taken aback. Dead? What's going on? I didn't want to kill him. Song Tianxiong silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and detection spells shrouded the place where Yang Feng was, and the aura of soul collapse diffused from the area. From a suspended dais, a gray magic radiance shot towards Yang Feng's location. Countless tiny fragments flew up and condensed into an incomparably broken moonlight core in midair. A confused voice came from the dais, suspended in the air. Is he really dead? The Undying Mountain is a force that possesses the Empyrean grade, secret method life and death text. Among the many Empyrean grade secret methods, life and death text has the most profound research on the law of life and death. The Death Lord is the longest living Warlock Emperor among the 8 Warlock Emperors. For Yang Feng, the young master of the Undying Mountain, to die so easily gives people a strong smell of a conspiracy. A cold ray streaked past Song Tianxiong's eyes, and he ordered decisively. The Undying Mountain colluded with the Zhan family. I hereby declare that the Undying Mountain is a traitor of the Li Gui province. Pass down my order, immediately annihilate the Undying Mountain's legion. At this time, Yang Feng has died tragically in the hall. The Zhan Subjugation Alliance and the Undying Mountain have formed a feud. Under such circumstances, annihilating the Undying Mountain's legion is the only and correct choice for the Zhan Subjugation Alliance. At the moment of Yang Feng's tragic death, the 105,000 battle robots suddenly broke out of the Wave Cloud Mountain City as if they had gone mad. Yi Sheng, a moonlight warlock of the Yi family, along with 3,000 plus warlocks of the Yi family, blocked in front of Yang Feng's mechanical legion and barked, "Stop! I am Yi Sheng, the commander of the Zhan Subjugation Alliance. Whoever dares to move will be killed without mercy." The 5,000 Undyings in the lead suddenly launched at full speed, and their speed increased to Mach 25 in an instant. With a flash of afterimages, Yi Sheng and the 3,000 Yi family warlocks were chopped into countless pieces and scattered on the ground. After killing the Yi family's obstructors, the 105,000 battle robots fled into the distance. A bunch of idiots to clash head-on with the elite warriors of the Undying Mountain. How foolish. If we want to deal with these elite warriors, we naturally have to take advantage of their weakness. A burly expert of the Zhao family, Zhao Kuangfeng, smiled coldly, took out a secret treasure level, 7 flame vial, and pointed it at the battle robots. A fearsome, attractive force gushed out from the flame vial and drew 300 second-generation battle robots into the flame vial. With a flash of light, the 300 modified second-generation primary battle robots were burned to ashes. Chapter 605. Using his glorious Sun Warlock rank cultivation base, Zhao Kuangfeng just chased after the 105,000 Mechanical Legion and urged the secret treasure flame bottle to attack, destroying 300 battle robots with each attack. The Mechanical Legion tried to counterattack and surround Zhao Kuangfeng several times, but Zhao Kuangfeng easily escaped with all kinds of strange spells. Taking full advantage of the glorious Sun Warlock's mobility and the spells he mastered, Zhao Kuangfeng used kiting tactics to destroy Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion without fighting it head-on. Moreover, he would only fight the Mechanical Legion in his best state. After consuming a little bit of his life force, he would immediately retreat and restore his strength. The warlock groups in the surroundings of the Wave Cloud Mountain City were dumbstruck. No one moved. They could only watch helplessly as Zhao Kuangfeng hunted down the huge Mechanical Legion. Inside the Cloud Mist Hall, when the warlock leaders thought of the scene of Yang Feng being killed just now, many of them vaguely guessed some inside information. Many forces of the 5 Heavenly Lords and 9 Heavenly Ogres didn't want another powerful warlock group like the Undying Mountain to appear in the Li Gui province. That's why Yang Feng was killed before he even had the chance to defend himself. With Yang Feng's death, there was no room for reconciliation between the Undying Mountain and the 5 Heavenly Lords and 9 Heavenly Ogres. The Zhan Subjugation Alliance could only join forces to expel the Undying Mountain from the Li Gui province. Even if those people saw through something, they still remained silent and didn't say anything. Compared to the 5 Heavenly Lords and 9 Heavenly Ogres, they have no friendship with the Undying Mountain. Naturally, they didn't want to take the risk of offending the 13 powerhouses. The Zhan family's emissary, Zhaning, requests an audience. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the Cloud Mist Hall. Song Tianxiong frowned slightly and said, "Let her in." Since Zhaning turned out to be an emissary of the Zhan family, Song Tianxiong naturally couldn't ignore her. When Zhaning entered the hall, the entire hall seemed to brighten and bursts of delicate fragrance came from her direction. Every single step she took seemed to carry a wisp of a fragrance that caused one's imagination to run wild, and it was extremely beautiful and filled with charm. Such grace, as expected of the #1 beauty of the Li Gui province. In the reception hall, all the warlock leaders looked at Zhaning, and their eyes lit up slightly. The Li Gui province is a lesser province larger than many of the greater provinces of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces. Although the Li Gui province was called a province, it was much larger than many plains. There are countless beauties in the Li Gui province, and Zhaning is recognized as the #1 beauty in the Li Gui province. Many warlock leaders have only heard of her name, but have never seen her. Seeing Zhan Ying's graceful bearing, the warlock leaders of the Li Gui province have to admit that Zhaning is indeed worthy of the title of the Li Gui province's #1 beauty. Zhaning bowed to Song Tianxiong and smiled. Zhanning greets the uncles. Song Tianxiong said coldly. Zhanning, are you here to represent the Zhan family to surrender to us? Zhanning said pitifully. No, I came this time to tell uncles that our Zhan family did not collude with Abyss Grand Duke Poital. The evidence was faked. The person who forged the evidence is trying to provoke a conflict between our Zhan family and all of you uncles. I hope that all of you will investigate this. Song Tianxiong uttered coldly. Zhanning, you don't have to quibble. We have personally examined the evidence and used magic to detect it. Every piece of evidence points to the Zhan family. The evidence is definitely not fake. No matter how much the Zhan family quibbles, it's useless. If you came here today just to say this, then please go back. Since uncles don't want to listen to my explanation, then I can only ask you to die. Zhanning sighed faintly and raised her lily-white hand, and a pair of butterfly wings suddenly appeared behind her. With a flap, starlight like powder filled the hall. Fool, a trifling moonlight warlock dares to behave atrociously in front of us. How reckless. Since you took the initiative to attack, then it's not against the rules for us to kill you. Lu Bowen's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he smiled ferociously, and quasi-bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power gushed out of him. Suddenly, Yi Nanshan of the Yi family waved his hand, and a 10-meter-long giant sword suddenly erupted and slashed sideways. Caught off guard, Lu Bowen's body was cut into two by the giant sword. In the next moment, at the place where Lu Bowen's body was cut, a special evil ogre scapegoat inscribed with countless runes appeared. The scapegoat has been cut in two, its life force extinguished. The space next to him blurred, and Lu Bowen's complete body appeared. Scapegoat is one of the highest secret methods recorded in the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. Lu Bowen can turn a glorious Dawn Warlock into a scapegoat through various evil secret methods. The scapegoat can die in Lu Bowen's place once. Unless it is a Monarch-grade Karma secret treasure weapon or above, it can kill Lu Bowen with a sword strike. Before the scapegoat can be activated, Lu Bowen will be killed. Shocked and angry, Lu Bowen roared wildly. Yi Nanshan, are you crazy? If Lu Bowen hadn't refined two scapegoats, he would have died at Yi Nanshan's hands. The long sword in Yi Nanshan's hand was a rank 7 secret artifact, the Black Death Sword. Once hit by the Black Death Sword, many life-saving secret methods of a glorious Dawn Warlock will be broken. Only a peerless secret technique like Scapegoat could block the Black Death Sword's sure-kill attack. Just as Lu Bowen was shocked and angry, Bright World Warlock rank fluctuations of power came from the dais of the Cloud Mist Hall. The dais exploded, and a violent shock wave spread in all directions. 14 figures flew out from the dais and divided into two sides, with 7 figures on each side. Among the 7 figures on one side, one had pitch-black poisonous needles stuck in his back. Another had a black dagger pierced through his heart. Countless black runes filled the air and corroded his entire body. The 2 seriously injured Bright World Warlocks collapsed in the hands of the other 2 Bright World Warlocks, their eyes losing their luster. What's going on? Isn't that the Zhan family's great elder Zhan Hongtao? How come he's here? The 2 great elders of the 7 Stars Abode and the Thunder Demon Sect are under the control of the Yi family's great elder Yi Chun and the Chun family's great elder Chun Lei. What the hell is going on? Chapter 606. Netherworld Ogre Dragons are extraordinary life forms that live in the crevice between the Netherworld and the Plane of Dragons. Adult Netherworld Ogre Dragons possess bright World Warlock rank power and can even contend against some weak Junior Infinity Warlock rank extraordinary life forms. Netherworld Ogre Dragons are the bloodline of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon of the highest level. When the Great Elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon transformed into a Netherworld Ogre Dragon, the Cloud Mist Hall burst apart, and countless barriers collapsed. The Great Elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon extended his dragon claw and grabbed at the gate, which was constantly summoning fallen angels, with berserk Netherworld aura. The Netherworld Ogre Dragon contains the laws of the Netherworld. If an ordinary human is contaminated with a trace of Netherworld Ogre Dragon's aura, their soul will fall into the Netherworld and fall into the Styx. Even if it is a great warlock rank fallen angel, their soul will fall into the Styx, and they won't be able to return to the 666th floor of the abyss. The great elder of the Zhao family, Zhao Zihong, silently recited an incantation and flipped his hand, and a level 8 secret treasure Mount Tai shield engraved with countless mysterious runes appeared in his hand. The Mount Tai shield shone, and a huge mountain blocked in front of the great elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. The great elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon, transformed into a Netherworld Ogre Dragon, is an existence with the most terrifying destructive power among the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres. The Mount Tai shield is recognized as the level 8 secret treasure with the strongest defensive power in the Li Gui province. The two extremely powerful forces collided with each other, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Violent shockwaves spread out in all directions. The fallen angels that flew out of the gate spread their black wings, scattered along with the violent shockwave, and formed small attack groups that rushed towards the warlock leaders of the Li Gui province on the ground. Mere 5 great warlock rank fallen angels want to kill me? They're overestimating themselves. A warlock leader with a Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base looked at the 5 fallen angels flying over and smiled coldly. But suddenly, he was alarmed to find that the life force inside him dissipated like an avalanche. The 5 beautiful and sexy fallen angels flew to the side of the warlock leader, brandished their swords, and black light shone. The warlock leader was instantly cut into pieces, and the moonlight core was accurately dug out by a fallen angel. The fallen angels that flew out of the gate besieged the Li Gui province's warlock leader. Except for some glorious sun warlocks who could barely put up a fight, most of the other moonlight warlocks felt their life force pour out. Even resisting the great warlock rank fallen angels was very difficult. The remaining 7 heavenly ogre rank bright world warlocks didn't care about the life or death of the warlock leaders. Each of them used their strongest spells and blasted towards the huge mountain range formed from the Mount Tai shield. The great elder of the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre turned into a 500-meter-tall Thunder Demon Evil Ogre, slammed a Warlock Monarch ranked giant spine into the huge mountain range formed from the Mount Tai shield, and with each strike the huge mountain range collapsed and countless fragments splashed about. The great elder of the Purgatory Ogre turned into a 900-meter-tall Purgatory Ogre, exuding Purgatory breath, and has a horn on his head. Manipulating Purgatory fire, he fought fiercely with the great elder of the Zhan family, Zhan Hongtao. The Ogre Insect Pavilion's great elder flicked his wrist, and a swarm of soul-devouring ants, one of the 13 ancient ghost insects, suddenly flew out. The swarm of more than 10 million soul-devouring ants turned into a black insect cloud and swept towards the Yi family's great elder Yichun. The cool breeze abode's great elder is an elemental warlock. Manipulating the 4 elements of wind, fire, water, and earth as if he is the lord of creation, he formed all kinds of elemental disasters barreling towards the Chun family's great elder Chunlei. The Secret Treasure City's great elder used the level 8 Secret Treasure Light Soul Seal Mind bead to fight the Song family's great elder Songjin. The Water Moon Heaven's great elder turned into a bright moon, and endless moonlight fell on the huge mountain range formed from the Mount Tai shield. Wherever the moonlight shone, the huge mountain range collapsed. Many fallen angels have just flown out of the gate when they were purified by the moonlight of the bright moon and turned into dust. Under the frenzied attacks of the Netherworld Ogre Dragon, the hegemonic evil ogre, and the strange moon, the Mount Tai shield, worthy of being the strongest defensive secret treasure of the Li Gui province, forcibly blocked the siege of 3 bright world warlocks. Zhao Zihong, who controlled the Mount Tai shield, frantically urged his life force and inhaled a tremendous amount of life magic energy, clenched his teeth, and struggled to hold on. Suddenly, The Netherworld Ogre Dragon's great elder, incarnated into a Netherworld Ogre Dragon, turned around and extended a huge dragon claw, tore through the void, and slammed towards the back of the Chun family's great elder Chun-Lei. Suppressed by the cool breeze abode's great elder with various elemental spells, Chun-Lei could barely defend himself no matter how hard he tried. The Netherworld Ogre Dragon's crazy attack blasted through his body protection spell, and fearsome nether breath began to invade his soul in an instant. The great elder of the water moon heavens incarnated into a bright moon flashed, and a copious amount of moonlight suddenly condensed into a moonlight arrow that seems capable of purifying and annihilating everything in the world, tore through the void, and stabbed towards Chun-Lei. Faced with this sure kill blow, Chun-Lei spewed out a large mouthful of blood essence, and his body blurred. The Chun family's patriarch switched places with Chun-Lei. The moonlight arrow slammed into the Chun family's patriarch. A look of horror on his face, the Chun family's patriarch with a glorious dawn warlock rank cultivation base collapsed inch by inch, and eventually his soul was extinguished. Bloodline substitution. This is one of the strongest life-saving secret methods Chun-Lei has mastered. As long as there is a glorious Dawn Warlock rank bloodline nearby, Chun-Lei can cast this secret method to help him resist death once. Bloodline substitution is a more advanced secret method than the scapegoat secret method. Of course, the conditions are more stringent. You need a close relative who is strong enough to die as a substitute. Chun-Lei gritted his teeth, his face changed several times, and he recited an incantation, turned into a black ray, and fled into the distance. The Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's nether breath is extremely corrosive, eroding Chun-Lei's soul and mind at all times. If it was one-on-one, then it wouldn't be a big deal. But now that two bright world warlocks besieged him, if he doesn't escape, he will be in danger of dying. The great elder of the cool breeze abode manipulated wind, fire, water, and earth elemental forces and formed 4 elemental natural disasters barreling towards the Song family's great elder Songjin. The Netherworld Ogre Dragon also extended its claw and, carrying nether breath, grabbed its Songjin from behind. The great elder of the secret treasure city controlled the light soul seal mind bead and pointed it at Songjin, and countless runes formed a ray of light containing countless tiny chains shooting towards Songjin. Faced with the joint attack of 3 bright world warlocks, Songjin's face fell, and a white book suddenly flew out, and 3 pieces of white paper flew out. As soon as the 3 pieces of white paper flew into the air, they changed into Songjin's appearance and shot toward the attacks of the 3 bright world warlocks. When the attacks of the 3 bright world warlocks slammed into the 3 Songjin doppelgangers, the 3 Songjin doppelgangers were smashed to pieces in an instant. Songjin, using a strange, secret method, appeared dozens of kilometers away, a dignified expression on his face. The secret method Songjin Gang just cast is called Bloodline Cloud Paper Substitute. Each of the 3 pieces of white paper cost him a lot of blood essence to refine. At the crucial moment, there would be an unimaginably strange power. However, Songjin has only refined 10 pieces of this kind of white paper. After all, each time he refines one, it takes 10 years of his lifespan and slightly damages his soul origin. It isn't a treasure that could be refined indefinitely. Each of the 3 bright world warlocks is stronger than Songjin Gang. Except for Zhao Zihong, who has the Mount Tai shield, none of the other bright world warlocks can resist the joint attack of the 3 bright world warlocks. Zhao Zihong barked, "Grand Duke Poidal, if you don't send someone over, we'll have to retreat. Before we leave, we'll destroy the planar passageway leading to the endless abyss." Each of the Li Gui province's great elders of the 9 heavenly ogres is tyrannical. Although the 5 heavenly lords relied on sneak attacks to seriously injure 2 bright world warlocks who sealed the 9 heavenly ogres, but the remaining 7 great elders of the 9 heavenly ogres are still astonishingly strong. In particular, the Netherworld Ogre Dragon, with its huge body and attacks containing nether breath, is a nightmare for other warlocks of the same rank. Once you are hit by the netherworld ogre dragon, your mind and soul will be eroded by nether breath, making it extremely difficult to deal with. A strange laughter filled with a strange and dangerous aura resonated from the other side of the door. A beautiful seraph with long, purple hair, a slender figure about 183 meters tall, a slim waist, and plump buttocks. Her twin peaks were almost bursting out her clothes. She had 3 pairs of fallen angel wings that were as black as ink and was holding a fallen angel sword. She stepped out of the door with a heroic aura. Alexia, the commander of the 10th Legion under my Lord Poitl's command, has come to suppress my lord's enemies. Alexia stepped out of the door like a valiant Valkyrie, and the door immediately collapsed, turning into dust and disintegrating. After all, the gate isn't a real planar passageway, but a temporary gate opened with the help of a nearby planar passageway leading to the endless abyss. For a bright world warlock, rank blazing angel like Alexia, to pass through it is already the limit. As if announcing the will of the gods, Alexia's beautiful eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit. The pitch-black fallen angel wings flapped, and she disappeared in an instant. She strangely appeared behind the head of the Purgatory Ogre's great elder and slashed down with her sword. Chapter 607. Alexia's fallen angel sword contained a terrifying dark power, making the fallen angel sword invincible and unbreakable. Even a warlock monarch rank powerhouse wouldn't dare to resist the fallen angel sword with their fleshly body. Dazzling black sword rays enveloped the Purgatory Ogre. The great elder of the Purgatory Ogre has transformed into. In an instant, the fleshly body of the great elder of the Purgatory Ogre was torn apart, and countless pieces of flesh and blood splashed about. A bright world core carrying the soul of the great elder of the Purgatory Ogre suddenly ejected, turned into a dazzling meteor, and flew into the distance. Alexia's figure blurred, and a black sword ray slashed at the bright world core, and dark force twisted and destroyed the soul of the great elder of the Purgatory Ogre attached to the bright world core. At the same time, a powerful soul force entered the fallen angel's sword in her hand. Most of the souls of intelligent life, forms killed by abyssal fiends, will fall into the endless abyss. Only the true believers of the gods and above will be taken away by the divine country of the gods. As for the souls of those intelligent life forms that were killed by the fallen angels, their souls would be sucked into the fallen angel's sword and brought back to their masters. Once abyssal fiends, fallen angels, and other life forms of the endless abyss come to the primary material plane, they will go on a killing spree in order to harvest the souls of intelligent life forms. No powerful existence of the primary material plane is willing to see abyssal life forms run amok on their plane. The abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poitl has attacked the Tsangji plane several times and even killed 2 warlock monarchs. But he still can't gain a foothold in the Tsangji plane because the human warlocks of the Tsangji plane don't want them to gain a foothold in the Tsangji plane. Amazing. So this is the blazing angel with the greatest evolution potential and the strongest fighting strength among angels. Seeing the great elder of the Purgatory Ogre easily slay by Alexia, shock welled up in the hearts of the bright world warlocks present. The great elder of the Purgatory Ogre is a pinnacle powerhouse among bright world warlocks. After he transformed into a Purgatory Ogre, even bright world warlocks of the same rank are apprehensive of purgatory fire. Even if such a powerhouse is ambushed by a bright world warlock of the same rank, they won't be killed so easily. For Alexia to be able to easily slay the great elder of the Purgatory Ogre, it shows that she is far stronger than ordinary bright world warlocks. The expression of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's supreme elder changed greatly. He shouted sternly, "Use the light, soul-sealing spirit pearl to seal her and continue to kill the others. We must eliminate the others in the shortest time possible." The great elder of the secret treasure city silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and the level 8 secret treasure light soul seal mind bead suddenly flew out, released dazzling light, and split into 9 beads in the air. The bead shone brightly and formed a sealing barrier that completely sealed the space where Alexia was. Alexia waved the fallen angel's sword in her hand, and a black sword light slashed at the seal barrier, causing a crack to appear on the seal barrier. As soon as the crack appeared, it healed completely. So this is a blazing angel of Poitl's fallen angel legion. As expected of a bright world warlock who formed a virtual world, she's a fearsome existence. The face of the great elder of the secret treasure city flushed, blood dripped from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes flashed with endless shock. The great elder of the secret treasure city used almost all the power of the level 8 secret treasure light soul seal mind bead. At the same time, he merged with the light soul seal mind beads barrier, and only then did he barely manage to seal Alexia. If it was a bright world warlock of the 5 heavenly lords or 9 heavenly ogres, then even if the great elder of the Nethermoon ogre dragon, who has transformed into a netherworld ogre dragon attack for 5 days and 5 nights, he still wouldn't be able to break the seal barrier. But Alexia smashed the barrier formed by the light soul seal mind bead with a single sword strike and injured the great elder of the secret treasure city. The gap between the two sides is clear to see. The great elder of the cool breeze abode cast various elemental spells barreling towards Zhan Hongtao. Under the elemental attacks, Zhan Hongtao was suppressed again and had to resort to various methods to defend and retreat. The great elders of the Nethermoon ogre dragon and water moon heaven besieged Songjin. Under the siege of 2 bright world warlocks, Songjin could only retreat again and again, barely holding on. At this moment, the sounds of fighting came from the wave Cloud Mountain City. The warlock legions subordinated to the 5 heavenly lords raised their butcher knives against their allies and attacked the warlocks of the 9 heavenly ogre warlock groups. Caught off guard, the warlocks of the 9 heavenly ogre warlock groups suffered heavy casualties. The warlock group of the Zhan family and the fallen angels also besieged the warlocks of the 9 heavenly ogre warlock groups, forcing them to retreat again and again. When the remaining great elders of the 6 heavenly ogre sensed the changes in the wave Cloud Mountain City, their hearts filled with anxiety. Once the warlock legions of the 5 heavenly lords wipe out the warlock legions of the 9 heavenly ogre. Once the warlock legions of the 5 heavenly lords arrive to reinforce them, no matter how strong the remaining great elders of the 6 heavenly ogre are, they will be seriously injured or even killed. Even warlock monarch rank powerhouses will be besieged by the abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poitl's fallen angel legion. If the rigorously trained warlock legions are led by glorious sun warlocks, they can also pose a threat to bright world warlocks. Eyes shot with blood, the great elder of the Nethermoon ogre dragon roared wildly. Let's go all out. If we don't, we'll be killed by these damn traitors. The 1,000-meter-long netherworld ogre dragon, incarnated from the great elder of the Nethermoon ogre dragon, opened his maw and inhaled, and a bottle of netherworld holy blood the size of a grain of rice entered his maw. The netherworld holy blood is a bottle of holy blood left behind by a holy spirit warlock rank Nethermoon ogre dragon after he died. This is one of the trump cards of the Nethermoon ogre dragon. Once he drinks this bottle of holy blood, the strength of the great elder of the Nethermoon ogre dragon will soar in a short period of time. But as time passes, the backlash force of the holy blood will even harm the foundation of the great elder of the Nethermoon ogre dragon. When the great elder of the Nethermoon ogre dragon swallowed the bottle of holy blood, his strength suddenly soared by 40%. He stretched out his claw. It was as if his claw had pierced through the layers of space and appeared behind Yi Chun in an inconceivable manner. Then he grabbed wildly. Yi Chun's face fell, and he spewed out a large mouthful of blood essence, and his body blurred. When the claw of the great elder of the Nethermoon ogre dragon slammed into Yi Chun was crushed into countless fragments. Floating in the void, the supreme elder of Water Moon Heaven, who was like a moonlight, also began to fight desperately. The moonlight suddenly expanded, and a beam of moonlight filled with murderous intent descended from the sky, crazily blasting towards the void. Yi Chun has just escaped from the great elder of the Nethermoon ogre dragon. As soon as he appeared, he was hit by the beam of moonlight filled with killing intent, and his fleshly body collapsed. With a flash of light, petals of the extraordinary plant Nine Nights, silver flower wrapped, Yi Chun's bright world core, turned into a stream of black light and entered the void. What's going on? As soon as Yi Chun escaped into the void, he saw that the void is filled with Yang Feng's third-generation battle robots, and his eyes flashed with shock. Sealers suddenly flew out and released sealing halos that hit Yi Chun's bright world core. The bright world core, which was originally as fast as lightning, became slower and slower under the layers of seals. With a flash of distorted light, the Nine Nights silver flower turned into Yi Chun's fleshly body. Yi Chun turned into a 1-meter-tall warlock and said loudly, "Which friend is here? I am Yi Chun, a great elder of the Yi family of the Li Gui province's 5 heavenly lords. Please do me a favor and let me leave this place. My Yi family will repay your kindness." The swarm of sealers released sealing halos. At the same time, a large number of devourers flew over, pounced on Yi Chun, and devoured his life force. Having lost his powerful fleshly body, Yi Chun can only watch in horror and despair as his life force is devoured by the devourers and finally sealed by the countless sealers using sealing halos. Distorted fluctuations flashed, and all the main battle robots in the void turned invisible, disappearing from the void as if they didn't exist. The great elder of the cool breeze abode roared and frantically urged his life force, and a violent storm and a scarlet sea of fire enveloped the 2 bright world warlocks, Zhao Zihong and Song Jin respectively. The fighting strength of elemental warlocks is slightly better than that of other types of warlocks. Although Zhao Zihong has the level 8 secret treasure mount Tai shield, his defense is rock solid, but his offensive power isn't outstanding. If the great elder of the cool breeze abode goes all out, he can entangle the 2 bright world warlocks, Zhao Zihong and Zhan Hongtao, for some time. The great elder of the thunder demon evil ogre, the great elder of the ogre insect pavilion, the great elder of the water moon heaven, and the great elder of the nethermoon ogre dragon frantically urged their life force and attacked Song Jin. Sheets of white paper changed into Song Jin's appearance and blocked the siege of the 4 great elders one after another. In just a dozen-plus breaths of time, the 10 bloodline cloud papers in Song Jin's hand disappeared. After the bloodline cloud papers disappeared, Song Jin sighed helplessly, blurred into motion, and fled into the distance without hesitation. Faced with the 4 bright world warlocks who are going all out, if he stays, he can only last for a few dozen breaths of time at most before his soul is extinguished. As soon as Song Jin fled, the great elder of the thunder demon evil ogre, the great elder of the ogre insect pavilion, the great elder of the water moon heaven, and the great elder of the nethermoon ogre dragon turned around and besieged Zhan Hongtao. Chapter 608. The remaining 6 supreme elders of the heavenly ogres had a very clear idea. Their biggest goal now was to defeat the 5 heavenly kings, not to kill them. The great elders of the 5 heavenly lords are all bright world warlocks. If they are bent on escaping, it will be extremely difficult to kill them. But once the great elders of the 5 heavenly lords are defeated in the Wave Cloud Mountain City, then the elite troops of the 5 heavenly lords will be slaughtered by the 6 heavenly ogres. Even if the 5 heavenly lords are lucky enough to escape, the 6 heavenly ogres can at least join forces to keep a great elder of the 5 heavenly lords here. Coupled with the 5 heavenly lords' forces, they can take over the warlock forces of the Zhan Subjugation Alliance. The 6 heavenly ogres can quickly expand their forces and become more powerful. At this time, Zhan Hongtao is hiding behind Zhao Zihong's Mount-Tai shield. Under the siege of the 5 bright world warlocks, the level 8 secret treasure Mount-Tai shield that has transformed into a huge mountain collapsed inch by inch. It'll be too late if I don't leave now. With a thought, Zhan Hongtao silently recited an incantation. His body blurred, and he turned into a ray of light and fled into the distance. Zhao Zihong's face fell, and he cursed, "You damn bastards!" Letting Zhan Hongtao escape, the 5 heavenly ogres besieged Zhao Zihong, wanting to kill him in the shortest time possible. A series of spatial spells spread throughout the void, completely blocking Zhao Zihong's escape route. The level 8 secret treasure Mount-Tai shield is known as the number 1 level 8 defensive secret treasure in the Li Gui province. Zhao Zihong is also known as the Mount-Tai tortoise. On many occasions, Zhao Zihong has used the Mount-Tai shield to defend himself to the death, causing more trouble than a bright world warlock. Only then did the 5 heavenly ogres go all out to kill Zhao Zihong. As long as Zhao Zihong dies, the remaining 6 heavenly ogres will have the upper hand in the Li Gui province. Under the frenzied siege of the 5 heavenly ogres, the Mount-Tai shield formed from the level 8 secret treasure Mount-Tai was blasted to pieces. Struck by the netherworld ogre dragon, the Mount-Tai shield was sent flying, and a crack appeared on the side of the shield. The moment the Mount-Tai shield was sent flying, Zhao Zihong bellowed, "I surrender!" As a bright world warlock, Zhao Zihong still has a long life. He didn't want to die like this. A resplendent moonlight arrow descended from the sky and slammed into Zhao Zihong. Under the purification of the moonlight, Zhao Zihong's body gradually collapsed. Wind blades containing the law of wind slashed at Zhao Zihong's body, slicing it open inch by inch. A mass of purple flame gushed out from the void, madly burning Zhao Zihong's broken body, burning it into ashes. Among bright world warlocks, many warlocks have incredible life-saving secret methods. If their soul attaches to a part of their body and escapes, they can quickly be reborn. A black light shot out from Zhao Zihong's broken body and shot into the distance like a meteor. A ray of moonlight fell from the sky and illuminated the black light. In the center of the black light, there was a bright world core with a black aura twisting and wriggling. It let out miserable screams before it was purified. Finally killed, the great elders of the 5 heavenly ogres breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. Bright world warlocks have endless life-saving methods. Once they are forced into a desperate situation, who knows what kind of desperate secret methods they will use. The great elders of the 5 heavenly ogres let Zhan Hongtao go and targeted Zhao Zihong. It is better to cut off 1 finger than to injure 5 fingers. The great elders of the 5 heavenly ogres naturally understand this simple principle. "Help me!" Suddenly, a scream came from the side, and a black sword ray shot out from the light soul seal god bead's boundary. The sword ray shrouded in endless darkness, slashed at the great elder of the secret treasure city, and cut him in 2. The body of the great elder of the secret treasure city blurred, as if he operated a death substitution secret treasure. As the black sword light slashed down, a terrifying dark force followed the karma threads and slashed at the death substitution artifacts one by one. The death substitution secret treasures prepared by the great elder of the secret treasure city exploded one after another, and finally his body was split in 2, eroded by dark force. His life force was extinguished, his soul shattered, and he fell from the sky. Alexia beckoned with her hand, and the light soul seal god bead flew into her hand and disappeared. The great elders of the 5 heavenly ogres looked at Alexia, standing proudly in the void, and felt a chill in their hearts. Among the 5 of them, one of them might be able to defeat the great elder of Secret Treasure City, but it was almost impossible to kill the great elder. Even if the 5 of them join forces, they may not be able to kill the great elder of the Secret Treasure City, who has many life-saving secret treasures. She must be killed. Otherwise, we will have no place in the Li Gui province. I will seal her movements. Water Moon Barrier. The moon formed by the supreme elder of Water Moon, heaven, seemed to be burning. Beams of moonlight fell from the sky and landed on the ground, completely covering and sealing the surrounding 100 miles, forming a strange water-moon boundary that looked like a moon and water. Alexia's figure fluttered. With a flash of black light, she appeared at the edge of the water-moon barrier and slashed at it with her sword. A dark force shrouded the fallen angel sword and caused the water-moon barrier to ripple. The water-moon barrier, however, remained motionless. Alexia couldn't help but frown slightly. She is indeed very strong, far stronger than any of the 5 Bright World Warlocks. One-on-one, she can slay the great elders of the 5 heavenly ogres one by one. But to face 5 Bright World Warlocks at the same time, even she may not be at her peak. Most of the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres in the Li Gui province are warlock groups with a long history and strong underlying strength. They even killed 6 pinnacle Bright World Warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty's expeditionary army. In the end, they were forced to abandon the Li Gui province, only leaving a symbolic stronghold in the Li Gui province. Each of the remaining 5 heavenly ogres possesses pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank battle prowess. According to Alexia's original plan, she would naturally withdraw first, join up with the remaining forces of the 5 heavenly lords, and then kill the 5 heavenly ogres one by one, and finally take control of the entire Li Gui province. But the 5 heavenly ogres also understand that once Alexia escapes and joins up with the remaining 4 heavenly lords, the 5 heavenly ogres will be in danger. The 5 great sky ogres were in great danger. They could only hide in their lair and let the 4 heavenly kings attack and erode their forces. Otherwise, they would be in danger of being killed by Alexia. Eyes shot with blood, the great elder of the thunder demon evil ogre roared, and his body shrank by a large margin. He turned into a 10-meter-tall thunder demon evil ogre engraved with countless runes, and a pair of thunder demon evil ogre wings covered in sharp barbs extended from his body. This is the second battle form of the thunder demon evil ogre. Every second, the great elder of the thunder demon evil ogre transforms into the second battle form, consumes 1 year of his lifespan. In the second battle form, the great elder of the thunder demon evil ogre can even kill a quasi-infinity warlock within 3 minutes. And he can maintain this second battle form for a maximum of 5 minutes. The figure of the great elder of the thunder demon evil ogre fluttered, and he appeared in front of Alexia and aimed his 30-centimeter-long claws at Alexia's vitals. Alexia brandished the fallen angel sword in her hand, and with a series of strange sword shadows, she sent the thunder demon evil ogre's claws flying one by one. At the same time, she continuously counterattacked, slashing the thunder demon evil ogre's body, leaving countless wounds on its body. Originally, under the corrosion of the dark power of the fallen angel sword, the wounds couldn't be healed. However, under the terrifying recovery ability of the demon evil ogre's second form, the wounds healed at an astonishing speed. Although the great elder of the thunder demon evil ogre is at a disadvantage, but his eyes were shot with blood and surged with fighting spirit, and he blocked Alexia. However, everyone knows that the great elder of the thunder demon evil ogre isn't a real thunder demon evil ogre after all. As such, he can't maintain the second battle form for too long. Once his strength drops a little, he'll be killed by Alexia with a sword strike. The great elder of the cool breeze abode gritted his teeth, flipped his hand, took out a silver chain, sprayed a mouthful of blood on the chain, and poured the 4 elemental forces of wind, fire, water, and earth into the silver chain. The silver chain is called Elemental Lock. It is a level 9 elemental secret treasure and one of the trump cards of the cool breeze abode. Ordinarily, the great elder of the cool breeze abode doesn't have the strength to wield the elemental lock. But now that he is desperately burning his blood essence, unleashing secret methods, and enhancing his strength, he barely reached the bottom line of wielding the elemental lock. The elemental lock suddenly shone, turned into a silver ray, and shot towards Alexia lightning fast. Alexia, who had been very calm, finally had a slight change in expression on her beautiful face. She silently chanted the incantation, and countless black runes lingered on the fallen angel's sword in her hand. She slashed at the elemental shackles in a frenzy. The violent dark force and the powerful elemental force permeating the elemental lock intertwined, and the two terrifying forces were locked in a stalemate. Under the terrifying force, the countless ghost insects released by the great elder of the ogre insect pavilion were blown away. A palm-sized ghost bug silently flew towards Alexia's neck and fiercely bit her. Chapter 609. With a flash of black light, the palm-sized poisonous insect disintegrated, and a copious amount of black venom sputtered out of the poisonous insect, which was sent flying by Alexia's dark force. The palm-sized poisonous insect is called Fallen God Insect, and it possesses a terrifying venom. If bitten by it, even an Infinity Warlock will be paralyzed, and then eventually corroded by the venom and die. Even abyssal fiends with extremely high poison resistance cannot resist the venom of fallen god insects. The Ogre Insect Pavilion has spent countless years to only cultivate one fallen god insect. Eyes shot with blood, the great elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion roared wildly. "Damn fallen angel, you dare to kill my fallen god insect. When I capture you alive, I will turn you into a nest for cultivating poisonous insects." There are countless secret methods to cultivate poisonous insects in the Ogre Insect Pavilion, among which there are many methods to cultivate poisonous insects using living beings. Letting poisonous insects build nests in the bodies of living beings is the most terrifying torture method of the Ogre Insect Pavilion. Countless black runes extended along Alexia's snow-white neck towards her delicate body and eroded her body and soul. The great elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon, who is transformed into a Netherworld Ogre Dragon, appeared behind Alexia and stabbed at her with a claw containing nether breath. A dark glint flashed in Alexia's eyes, and she spread open her 3 pairs of black wings. Countless black feathers of light shot out in all directions. The dense black feathers pierced through the magic shields of the great elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon, the great elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion, and the great elder of the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre, pierced through their defensive barriers and hit the Watermoon boundary. In a flash, the black feathers turned into black flames that devoured the flesh and soul of the great elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon, the great elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion, and the great elder of the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre. They screamed miserably and suffered damage to their origin. The great elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion was hit by the black feathers the most. As if shrouded in black flames, he struggled frantically and screamed. As soon as the black wings were activated, Alexia's breath suddenly declined, and the silver elemental lock blurred and appeared in front of her, turned into a pair of silver shackles, and locked Alexia firmly. A powerful dark power erupted from Alexia's body, but it was firmly sealed by the silver shackles and forcibly suppressed into her body. Countless silver runes extended along the shackles and firmly sealed Alexia. At this moment, 100 kilometers away from the Watermoon boundary, the space blurred of the concealment system was activated, and an interstellar fleet formed of 30 Star Destroyer battlestars and of the concealment system was activated. The Star Destroyer artilleries mounted on the Star Destroyer battlestars shone brightly, and 30 resplendent beams slammed into the Watermoon boundary the great elder of the Watermoon heaven has conjured. When the great elder of the Watermoon heaven was hit by the 30 Star Destroyer artilleries, which is equivalent to being hit by 30 Pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank existences at the same time, the Watermoon boundary collapsed completely. Seriously injured, he turned into a ray of moonlight and fled into the distance without hesitation. The great elder of the water-moon heaven is well aware of the cruelty of the world of warlocks. Once he is seriously injured and stays here, he will not only become the prey of his enemies, but there's a great chance that he will become the prey of his own people. The space twisted, and a swarm of void assassins jumped out and attacked the 4 great elders of the heavenly ogres. The great elder of the ogre insect pavilion spread the fingers of a hand, and a huge insect with the appearance of a dragon grabbed him and flew away. The void distorted, and more than 10,000 void assassins flew out and slashed at the huge ghost insect that looked like a dragon. Undyings and sealers were dragged out of the void by the void assassins and thrown on a battlefield, and then pounced on the huge insect. The huge ghost dragon insect roared, opened its mouth, and spewed out a terrifying ghostly fire that swept towards the surrounding void assassins. Shields frantically surged out from the void assassin's body, but they collapsed one by one under the burning of the huge ghost dragon bug. More void assassins rushed to the side of the huge ghost dragon insect and brandished their blades, slashing open numerous wounds on the huge ghost dragon insect. The engines of more than 1,000 undyings roared, and they pounced on the huge insect in the blink of an eye and slashed at it. Afterimages flickered, and the huge insect was chopped into pieces. Sealing halos shot out from the sealers, hit the great elder of the ogre insect pavilion, and sealed him inch by inch. Faced with the sudden appearance of countless void assassins, the great elder of the Nethermoon ogre dragon twisted his body and fled into the distance, surrounded by nether aura. The eyes of the thunder demon evil ogre's great elder were bloodshot. Corroded by the thunder demon evil ogre's blood, he fell into a state of madness. He charged into the midst of the void assassins and frantically smashed them to pieces. The great elder the cool breeze abode reacted a step too late, and a dozen plus undyings slashed at him and chopped him into countless pieces. Although the great elder of the cool breeze abode was chopped into countless pieces, but not a drop of blood flowed out. Instead, he turned into a gust of wind and fled into the distance. The sealers fired sealing halos that slammed into the gust of wind. The gust of wind twisted and finally formed the form of the great elder of the cool breeze abode. Fear, helplessness, and regret flashed in the eyes of the great elder of the cool breeze abode, and he roared, "Don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender." If the great elder of the cool breeze abode was in his prime, he could easily escape from the sealers. But he poured most of his power into the elemental lock. He no longer has the power to escape from the sealers. A cold voice came from a sealer. "Don't resist. Those who resist will be killed." The highest elder of the Cool Breeze gang let out a long sigh and gave up resisting. He just let those sealing halos hit his body and forcibly sealed him. The sealers flew to in front of Alexia, hit her with sealing halos, and began to seal her. If the other Bright World warlocks escaped, then so be it. But the blazing angel Alexia with unlimited evolution potential is Yongfang's ultimate prey. The birth of a blazing angel is extremely difficult, as it involves the ultimate mystery of the soul. It requires the purest soul plus countless precious soul stones, as well as a bit of luck. Only then can one get a blazing angel. Among 10 billion ordinary angels, there may not be one blazing angel. Moreover, blazing angels only have the evolution potential. It is extremely difficult for them to advance to the Bright World Warlock rank. The Bright World Warlock rank Blazing Angel can even contend against some weak Rogue Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Alexia is such a powerful Blazing Angel. She is a Blazing Angel with unlimited evolution potential that the Abyssal Fiend Grand Duke Poidal spent countless resources to cultivate. As if sensing the predicament of their commander, the fallen angels fighting with the Wave Cloud Mountain City's warlocks flapped their black wings and flew over. The third-generation battle robots pierced into the fallen angel army like a sharp knife, crazily slaughtering the beautiful and sexy fallen angels. The beautiful fallen angels resisted desperately, but they were still slaughtered in the face of the huge gap in strength, unable to get close to Alexia. All of a sudden, the remaining fallen angels flew together and then exploded in an instant. A copious amount of blood and souls burned wildly, and a big hole was opened in the void. An abyssal aura spread out from the hole, and a black light flashed as it flew over. It condensed into a 1.8-meter tall, golden-haired, blue-eyed, handsome, and devilishly charming man wearing a black suit. I'm the Fiend Grand Duke Poidal, the Lord of the 666th floor of the Abyss. Respected human warlock, please return my commander to me. If you are willing to return her to me, I can become your closest ally. Besides, I will also provide you with a succubus queen with the best looks and temperament. The eyes of the handsome man flickered with a queer rune, and he looked into the distance. With a glance, he penetrated the fog and saw Yang Feng sitting on the bridge of a Star Destroyer battlestar. The one who blew up in the Cloud Mist Hall was just a mere golem of Yang Feng's. The golem was created using cloning technology by cloning a part of Yang Feng's cells, a soul stone, and a wisp of Yang Feng's soul aura. Since the Bright World warlocks weren't on guard against Yang Feng, he was able to deceive them easily. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he contemplated for a while before saying with a faint smile, "Succubus Queen? That's a big move. Unfortunately, Sir Grand Duke, I'm more interested in the blazing angel Alexia. Sorry. Succubus queens are advanced life forms of succubi from the abyss. Every succubus queen is a powerful existence above the moonlight warlock rank. They were the most coveted treasures of all male beings. In the abyssal plane, the infernal plane, and the 36 primary material planes, they were the private pets of all male powerhouses. Their status was even higher than that of elves and angels. In the era of the 7th Warlock Dynasty Magic Note Dynasty, a Holy Spirit Warlock once offered a Grade 8 plane to the Abyss to purchase a succubus queen, but he wasn't able to buy one. Chapter 610. When Yang Feng heard about the succubus queen, he was only slightly tempted. The highest evolution potential of the succubus queen is the Bright World Warlock rank. Unless the succubus queen evolves into a succubus empress, she won't be able to break the bloodline shackles and evolve into an infinity warlock or Holy Spirit warlock. In the long history of the Abyss, there are only 3 succubus empresses that the Sangji plane is familiar with. One was slain by the Taboo Lord while fighting against the Taboo Lord. The other was made into the number 1 succubus golem by the Golem Lord while hunting the Golem Lord. The third is the succubus empress, who controls the 777th floor of the Abyss, is the master of the 777th floor. The 777th floor of the Abyss is a paradise that male powerhouses dream of. In the 777th floor of the Abyss, you can see succubus beauties that are rarely seen in the outside world. Moreover, there are 5 succubus queens serving the succubus empress. The succubus empress is known as the number 1 beauty in the Abyss. Many beauties known for their beauty are far less beautiful and charming than the succubus empress. The succubus empress is a pinnacle infinity warlock rank powerhouse. In the 777th floor of the Abyss, even if it is a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, they will be easily suppressed by her. The succubus empress is very rare. But for Yang Feng, the blazing angel Alexia, who can contend against some of the weakest infinity warlocks, is far more valuable than the succubus empress. There is a flash of regret in the eyes of the Fiend Grand Duke Poidal, and he uttered in a gentlemanly manner, "It's a pity that you chose to be my enemy. I have remembered your soul, Aura. Next time we meet, I hope we can have a good talk." With a flicker of black light, Fiend Grand Duke Poidal's body collapsed and turned into a black light that shot toward Alexia like a bolt of lightning. Seal halos shot out and slammed into the black ray. Under the suppression of the seal halos, the black ray formed a wriggling black liquid engraved with countless runes in midair. Bolts of lightning shot out from the lightning manipulators and bombarded the black liquid. Under the bombardment of lightning that resembled dancing silver snakes, The black liquid was directly purified, turning into countless black remains that fell from the sky and scattered on the ground. The huge cave that the fallen angels had opened by sacrificing their lives and souls also disappeared instantly. Unless it is a complete planar passageway. Even if it is opened by a warlock emperor rank powerhouse, it won't last long. Although the Fiend Grand Duke Poidal is a pinnacle infinity warlock rank existence, but he can only use part of his power to survive in this plane for a short period of time. An Undying grabbed the blazing angel Alexia and flew into a warship, where she was frozen at ultra-low temperatures. At the same time, various seals were applied to her, and she was sealed in a freezing seal chamber. Yangfeng looked at the frozen seal chamber with excitement in his eyes. The biggest harvest this time is the blazing angel Alexia. I wonder how powerful he would be if he were to wear the evolved Paragon armament. The Paragon armament that Yangfeng developed has been embedded with an infinity core. At the same time, he used various rare materials to strengthen it again. At this time, Yangfeng's true body can no longer fully exert the Paragon armament's fighting strength. He can only use the Paragon armament's power step by step. However, Alexia is a blazing angel who can contend against infinity warlocks. As long as he controls her, coupled with the power of the Paragon armament, Yangfeng will have a powerhouse who can contend against infinity warlocks under his command. The great elder of the Thunder Demon, Evil Ogre, frantically attacked Yangfeng's mechanical legion. After destroying 500,000 modified second-generation battle robots, the great elder of the Thunder Demon, Evil Ogre, turned into ashes and disappeared, leaving only a bright world core behind. The second stage of the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre is a secret method that human warlocks can't often use. If you are careless, you will be eroded by the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre's evil blood, turn into a battle maniac, and eventually exhaust your lifespan and die. I am Lei Ming, the young master of the Undying Mountain. People in the Wave Cloud Mountain City, listen up, give up resistance, and surrender at once, or you will be killed. 200,000 swift eagle fighters flew out from the two steel carriers and chased after the warlocks who tried to escape. A rain of light shot out from the swift eagle fighters, slammed into the warlocks below like raindrops, and killed the warlocks who tried to escape one by one. 2 million modified second-generation battle robots, dressed in military uniforms, formed a huge warlock legion advancing towards this side and exterminating all warlocks in their path. So strong. Is this the strength of the Undying Mountain? It's too scary. The Undying Mountain is really amazing. What do we do? The great elders of the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres are gone, and so are their upper echelons. What else can we do? Surrender. Even the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres were defeated by the Undying Mountain. How can we be their opponents? Surrender. When the warlock groups saw the sky-blotting mechanical legion approaching, they felt a chill in their hearts, hesitated for a while, and then surrendered. In fact, if the warlocks in the Wave Cloud Mountain City joined forces and fought Yangfeng's mechanical legion, they would have a 70% chance of destroying it. After all, nearly half of the Li Gui province's warlock elites are gathered in the Wave Cloud Mountain City. However, the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres, the 14 tycoons of the Li Gui province, have already escaped without trace. The might of the 30-star destroyer battle stars made the human warlocks shudder. Without a leader, they chose to surrender to Yangfeng. When the human warlocks saw such a huge warlock legion, they secretly guessed that the Undying Mountain has mobilized several Bright World warlocks. They didn't expect that among the hundreds of thousands of Starry Sky warlocks and more than 2 million Great Warlocks, there isn't a single Moonlight Warlock, Glorious Sun Warlock, or Bright World Warlock. When Yangfeng attacked the Fuso subcontinent, he subdued a lot of Moonlight Warlocks. But now that he is the young master of the Undying Mountain, it is impossible for him to mobilize the Fuso subcontinent's Moonlight Warlocks. In the Fuso subcontinent, If it wasn't for the protection of the Fuso divine tree and the Great Cloud Dynasty's apprehensive Huang, Iha, and other infinity warlocks hiding in the dark, the Great Cloud Dynasty would have already sent troops to uproot Yang Feng's force in the Fuso subcontinent. Countless battle robots entered the Wave Cloud Mountain City, quickly suppressed the rebellion, and took over the matter of the surrender of the warlock groups. After the battle in the Wave Cloud Mountain City, the situation in the Li Gui province underwent earth-shaking changes. Nearly half of the warlock groups in the Li Gui province directly surrendered to Yang Feng's Undying Mountain. Taking this opportunity, Yang Feng's Undying Mountain's force expanded wildly towards the Yi family and the Zhao family of the 5 Heavenly Lords and the 7-Star Abode, Thunder Demon Sect, Ogre Insect Pavilion, Secret Treasure City, Thunder Demon Evil Ogre, Purgatory Ogre, and the Cool Breeze Abode. Awed by Yang Feng's means, the remaining 3 Heavenly Lords and 2 Heavenly Ogres sent spies to probe the real situation of Yang Feng's Undying Mountain. At the same time, they sent envoys in private to communicate with each other. Great Cloud Dynasty, an ordinary lesser province, Ning Province, in a manor, in a giant laboratory 3,000 meters underground. Standing in front of a crystal coffin, Yang Feng quietly looked at the beautiful, blazing angel Alexia inside the crystal coffin with a scorching light in his eyes. Begin liquid metal nano robot elixir injection. A mechanical voice sounded, and needles pierced into Alexia and injected her with a liquid metal nano robot elixir that has been improved and researched. The injection failed. All liquid metal nano robots will die. A cold voice sounded. Yang Feng sighed regretfully. The liquid metal nano robot elixir really doesn't work. Although it has been improved, it can only control Glorious Dawn warlock rank life forms at most. Yang Feng asked, "How is the cloning deduction analysis model going?" The cloning deduction analysis model has been established and analyzed. According to the deduction, the cells of this life form can be used to clone a second-generation life form, which has 99% similarity in appearance with the original body. However, the mature life form only has great warlock rank strength at most. This life form is not a natural product, but a weapon of the gods. Its main material is a holy soul. While part of the body can be cloned, but the soul cannot be cloned. The cold voice sounded again. If he could use cloning technology to clone a large number of Bright World warlock rank powerhouses, Yang Feng wouldn't mind cloning a bunch of blazing angels to fight for him. Unfortunately, cloning technology isn't omnipotent. It is impossible to clone a soul weapon like the blazing angel. The birth and growth of every blazing angel cannot be replicated. It is because of this that blazing angels are so precious. Yang Feng asked, "Have you found the mark engraved on the soul of the abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal?" At the moment of the birth of every angel, their master, god, abyssal fiend, or human warlock will engrave a soul mark on their soul. In this way, the angel will not be able to betray their master and will become a loyal weapon. However, the soul mark of an angel is not indestructible. The abyssal lord of the 999th floor, known as the strongest fallen angel, Lucifer, who possesses Holy Spirit warlock rank power, is a blazing angel who betrayed a supreme god legion. Chapter 611. The fallen angel Lucifer was once the first blazing angel subordinated to a supreme god. He commanded a powerful angel legion, spread the glory of the supreme god, and fought on countless planes. In a battle, an abyssal fiend from the abyss shattered the supreme god's curse in the soul of the fallen angel Lucifer. Several archdevils plotted to have Lucifer degenerate into a fallen angel, and then led a huge angel legion to the 999th floor of the abyss and became the master of the 999th floor. The fallen angel Lucifer once left the abyss and went to the Tsangji Plain, where he competed with the 8th Warlock Emperor, the Dawn Lord, over the position of Warlock Emperor. In the end, he was seriously injured by the Dawn Lord, and was driven back to the 999th floor. In the endless abyss, the whereabouts of this terrifying existence are rarely heard. I have found the soul imprint he set up. A holographic projection appeared in front of Yangfeng, and a weird, distorted, mysterious brand appeared in front of Yangfeng. Even if it was a great warlock rank powerhouse, as long as they saw the weird, distorted brand, they would have a nervous breakdown and become a madman. This soul imprint would have been a bit tricky before. However, to me right now, this soul curse mark is nothing. Yangfeng smiled and spread the fingers of a hand, and a large swarm of devourers flew out of his hand and pounced on Alexia. The bodies of the devourers engraved with strange runes blurred. They opened their mouths and bit out a strange and distorted rune from Alexia's soul, then swallowed it. After the devourers devoured the weird brand, their bodies twisted, and they finally broke down and digested the brand and turned it into energy crystals. In the center of the 666th floor of the Abyss, there is a magnificent palace that covers an area of tens of thousands of hectares. Beautiful fallen angels, sexy and charming succubi, as well as some beautiful fiends unique to the endless abyss can be seen everywhere. In a garden deep in the palace, there are all kinds of rare flowers everywhere. Many flowers are hard to come by in the outside world. At the same time, many flowers cannot survive in the environment of the abyss. However, there's a powerful magic barrier in the garden, and in the center of the garden lies a beautiful goddess of flowers. Strange runes were engraved on the flower goddess, turning her into the nourishment and pillar of the entire garden, creating such an incredible and beautiful garden. In the garden, there sits a handsome middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes with a wicked temperament. This man is the master of the 666th floor of the Abyss, the fiend Grand Duke Poital. At the same time that the brand in Alexia's soul was dispelled, the face of the fiend Grand Duke Poital changed dramatically, and his eyes twisted. Countless brands converged in his eyes, and an astonishing, twisting force diffused from him. More than a dozen beautiful succubi with plump buttocks and huge breasts suddenly twisted and exploded. Countless fragments splashed in all directions, dyeing the incomparably beautiful garden with a layer of bloody smell. The beauties who were playing in the garden immediately trembled and knelt on the ground. Their bodies trembled and their faces were filled with fear. The fiend Grand Duke Poital doesn't get angry easily. Usually, he is like the most erudite and elegant middle-aged man, making people fall for him at first sight. But he is, after all, a cruel abyssal fiend. Once he gets angry, he finds it hard to control his emotions. At the height of his anger, he once killed a blazing angel that he fancied the most. Terrifying abyssal chi spread out of the fiend Grand Duke Poital and enveloped the entire garden. Under the corrosion of the terrifying abyssal chi, countless beautiful flowers turned into piles of withered dust. One beautiful but weak woman after another was corroded by the abyssal devil energy. They struggled in pain and either became devils or were corroded by the abyssal devil energy and turned into incomparably ugly monsters. They screamed miserably as they died. The violent, demonic chi wreaked havoc for an entire hour before Poital barely regained his calm, and his eyes filled with endless killing intent. Poital is the abyssal lord of the 666th floor of the Abyss. No one knows his origin. They only know that he suddenly became the abyssal lord of the 666th floor of the Abyss, participated in the siege of the 7th Warlock Dynasty Magic Note Dynasty, and slayed a warlock monarch. Even counting from the 7th Warlock Dynasty Magic Note Dynasty, Poital's lifespan has reached hundreds of thousands of years. During these hundreds of thousands of years, Poital used various means to obtain a total of hundreds of blazing angels. On average, he obtained one blazing angel every 1,000 years. But over the years, only 10 blazing angels have evolved to the Bright World Warlock rank or above after countless battles and nurturing. Alexia isn't the strongest blazing angel subordinated to Poital, but her evolutionary potential ranks in the top 3 among Poital's subordinates. In the 666th floor of the Abyss, with the blessing of abyssal origin force, Alexia can even contend against an infinity warlock. For such a powerful, blazing angel with terrifying evolutionary potential to be taken away by Yang Feng naturally enraged Poidal. Undying Mountain, a remnant of the 5th Warlock dynasty? It seems that they have concealed themselves very deeply. To think that they made so many powerful secret treasures. Poidal's eyes shimmered fiercely and overflowed with killing intent, and he enunciated each syllable. However, since you dare to attack my blazing angel, even if the Undying Mountain has the chance, I will turn you all into dead men. In the laboratory, Yang Feng used devourers to dispel the soul brand Poidal set up in Alexia's soul, then silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and the true god Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out. Soul brands containing Yang Feng's soul force flew out of the true god Empyrean imprint and coiled around Alexia's soul. Alexia's powerful soul moved and instinctively resisted the invasion of the other souls. If Alexia hadn't been sealed by the sealing halos operated by countless sealers and fallen into a deep sleep, her soul would have been able to collapse Yang Feng's true god Empyrean imprint with a shake of her soul. Alexia's soul moved, and the soul brand containing Yang Feng's soul force was on the verge of collapse. Yang Feng gritted his teeth, took out a high-grade soul stone, and tapped it with his hand. The high-grade soul stone shattered, and formidable soul force diffused from the soul stone and poured into Yang Feng's soul brand. Yang Feng's soul brand radiated soul light, pierced into Alexia's soul, and formed a strange brand that entangled Alexia's soul. Yang Feng felt that a close connection was born between him and Alexia. The life and death of the beautiful, bright world warlock rank powerhouse Alexia is in his hands. Yang Feng ordered, "Unfreeze." The pipeline that sprayed freezing gas inside the freezer suddenly contracted, the door of the freezer opened, and the sealers who were enchanted with various seals flew away. Alexia's heart beat rapidly, her pretty face flushed, and a powerful aura slowly rose from her delicate body. After 3 breaths of time, Alexia opened her eyes, and Junior Bright World Warlock rank aura diffused from her. Alexia opened her eyes, and her beautiful eyes, filled with endless mystery, stared at Yang Feng. Yang Feng's scalp turned numb. He can clearly feel the killing intent released from the soul of the beautiful, blazing angel in front of him from time to time through the soul brand. However, Alexia has also clearly perceived the connection between her and Yang Feng. Once she attacks Yang Feng, the rune engraved in her soul will kill her at the moment she attacks. The killing intent in Alexia's eyes converged, and she jumped out of the freezer and said coldly, "Greetings, my lord. I am Alexia." The soul brand engraved in the depths of Alexia's soul can easily kill her, but it can't make her truly submit to Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked at the beautiful and powerful Alexia with a scorching shade in his eyes and said, "My name is Yang Feng, a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect, a man who will become a warlock emperor in the future. Alexia, from today onwards, you are my subordinate." Alexia's beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she uttered faintly, "Yes, my lord." Warlock emperors are virtually invincible existences who suppress the 36 primary material planes. The Zhangji Plane's 8 warlock emperors have suppressed countless planes with their might. Alexia has heard of the legendary deeds of the Zhangji Plane's 8 warlock emperors. If Yang Feng can really become a warlock emperor, then Alexia doesn't mind contributing her power to him. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, a storage ring flew into Alexia's hand. Alexia swept the storage ring with her gaze, revealed a look of satisfaction, and put the storage ring on her hand. There were 10 million low-level magical crystals in the storage ring. With those low-level magical crystals, he would be able to recover his strength quickly. Bright World Warlock rank blazing angels can absorb life magic energy and negative energy drifting in the world to restore their strength and heal their injuries. But the speed of recovery using magic crystals is more than 3 times faster than ordinary absorption of energy. Alexia naturally likes to use magic crystals to restore her strength. Chapter 612. A tractor beam enveloped Yang Feng and Alexia. With a flash of light, the two disappeared from the laboratory and appeared in another laboratory. In that laboratory, there's also a freezer cabin. In the freezer, there's the body of the great elder Yi Chun of the 5 heavenly lords Yi family. A copious amount of cold air sprayed on Yi Chun's body. At the same time, countless sealers sprayed seal light and sealed Yi Chun. Unfreeze. At Yang Feng's order, the unfreezing procedure was started. Half an hour later, the extremely weak Yi Chun finally opened his eyes in the cryogenic chamber. When Yi Chun saw Yang Feng, an enigmatic ray streaked past his eyes, and he uttered with a bitter smile, "Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming." In other words, the Undying Mountain captured me. Yang Feng's fictitious Undying Mountain is regarded as an invisible enemy by the Yi family. Therefore, under Yuan Hui's clear framing, Yi Chun remained silent. He tried to expel the Undying Mountain's forces from the Li Gui province. Yi Chun never expected that he would become Yang Feng's prisoner. Before the battle in the Wave Cloud Mountain City, Yi Chun didn't take Yang Feng seriously. In his mind, only the mysterious bright world warlocks of the Undying Mountain are worthy of his attention. But now, he can only look up to Yang Feng. His mood is naturally very complicated. Yi Chun, do you want to live or die? If you want to die, I'll have Alexia kill you now. If you want to live, put your soul into my true God Empyrean imprint. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a true God Empyrean imprint floated in the air and released formidable, transcendent might. Alexia. Yi Chun was taken aback. His gaze fell on Alexia, standing next to Yang Feng, and his eyes filled with apprehension. He even subdued the blazing angel. As soon as Alexia appeared, she killed the Purgatory Ogre's great elder with a sword strike. Yi Chun is well aware of how powerful she is. In a one-on-one fight, without using any life-saving secret treasures, Yi Chun will be killed within 3 sword strikes. For such a powerful fallen blazing angel to become Yang Feng's subordinate, it filled Yi Chun with shock. Yang Feng looked at the hesitant and struggling Yi Chun and said lightly, "I captured the great elders of the Cool Breeze Abode and the great elders of the Ogre Insect Pavilion. If you don't surrender, then die. Anyway, it was enough to have them. However, if you don't surrender to me, there's no need for your Yi clan to exist." Yi Chun's heart suddenly turned cold. My Yi clan already has a death grudge with the Clear Wind Pavilion and the Ghostly Insect Pavilion. If I don't surrender, even if Lei Ming doesn't make a move, the Cool Breeze Gang and the Ghostly Insect Pavilion will definitely not let my Yi family off. The 5 heavenly kings colluded with the abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal of the 666th layer of the Endless Abyss and wanted to unify the entire Li Gui province. However, they underestimated the strength of the 9 great heavenly ogres and let Yang Feng reap the benefits. The forces of the 5 heavenly kings and the 9 great heavenly ogres have become mortal enemies. If the Cool Breeze Gang and the Ghostly Insect Pavilion join Yang Feng's side, the Yi family will definitely die an unsightly death. Yi Chun made a choice and said decisively, "Young master, if you are willing to promise to protect my Yi family, then I, Yi Chun, am willing to offer my soul to you. At the same time, my Yi family is willing to submit to the Undying Mountain and become a member of the Undying Mountain." Yang Feng uttered, "Okay. As long as the Yi family doesn't touch my interests or go against my orders, I can promise to protect your Yi family. I can promise to protect the Yi family, and we can sign the Styx Oath." After Yi Chun signed a Styx Oath with Yang Feng, he put his soul into the True God Empyrean imprint and let Yang Feng engrave a powerful rune on his soul. A tractor beam descended from a laboratory, enveloped Yang Feng's group of 3, and instantly teleported them to another large laboratory. In a freezer compartment of the large laboratory, there is a small ball which is the sealed Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion. Unfreeze. 2 hours after the unfreezing process passed, there is still no movement from the small ball, as if the Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion is already dead. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion, if you die, I'll have Alexia slash you with her sword and extinguish your soul." The small ball wriggled for a while, then quickly extended and changed, crazily absorbing the magic energy around it. It looked like countless small worms were crawling and twisting. Finally, it took the form of the Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion. The Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion glanced around with a strange look in his eyes. "Young Master Lei Ming of the Undying Mountain, I didn't expect that we would fall into your hands." Alexia suddenly took a step forward and slashed at an empty space with her sword, and a bee-sized, invisible ogre insect was slain. Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and he barked, "How dare you assassinate me? Kill him, Alexia! Extinguish his soul!" The face of the Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion changed dramatically, and he pleaded bitterly, "No, Lei Ming, I'm just testing you a little. Don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender. I can lead the entire Ogre Insect Pavilion to submit to you." A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng said nothing. Alexia swung her sword, and a tyrannical dark force enveloped her fallen angel sword and slashed at the bright world core of the Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion, shattering the soul of the Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion and erasing all traces of his life. Wisps of black soul aura flew out of the broken soul of the Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion and entered Alexia's fallen angel sword. Seeing this scene, Yi Chun felt a lingering fear in his heart. The Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion, who is also a pinnacle bright world warlock like him, died tragically to Alexia's sword. If he hadn't surrendered to Yang Feng just now, he would have been the one killed. After Yang Feng subdued Alexia, the mechanical legion he manufactured in the Andrak Plain in the past 3 years flowed into the Li Gui province. The huge mechanical legion occupied various strategic locations in the Li Gui province. Additionally, 3 mechanical legions, numbering more than 1 million, headed straight for the Yi family of the 5 heavenly lords. Faced with the overwhelming mechanical legion, the Yi family's warlocks retreated in defeat. At the same time, they transferred their warlocks back to the Yi Dragon Mountain. At the same time, the Yi family sent letters requesting for help to the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogre warlock groups. After the Battle of the Wave Cloud Mountain City, Yang Feng's Undying Mountain turned more than half of the warlock groups in the Li Gui province into his wings. Only the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres, these 14 behemoths, remained standing. Although many of the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres have lost their bright world warlocks, but they still have glorious sun warlocks and moonlight warlocks guarding them. They're still the most powerful force in the Li Gui province. After the Battle of the Wave Cloud Mountain City, the Undying Mountain under Yang Feng's command has revealed its sharp fangs and frantically expanded its influence. Now that Yang Feng's Undying Mountain has far surpassed any of the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres, the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres are filled with unease. At the invitation of the Yi family, the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres quickly mobilized countless powerhouses and gathered towards the Yi family, ready to join forces to resist the Undying Mountain's offensive. Yi Cloud City, in the back garden of a beautiful villa, the great elders of the 5 heavenly lords of the Li Gui province are sitting. Chunlei asked, "Brother Yi, are the 2 old fogies of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon and Watermoon Heaven not willing to come?" Chunlei has already dispelled the nether breath from the sneak attack of the great elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon, and now he has recovered his full strength. When the great elders of the 5 heavenly lords saw that the situation was far from good, they immediately fled. Only Yi Chun hasn't fully recovered from his serious injuries, while the other three great elders have recovered their full strength. Yichun smiled bitterly. The two old fogies don't trust us. Their encampment is 300 kilometers away from us. If anything happens, let's send an avatar to the Ping Fong city. Song Jin sighed faintly. I didn't expect our painstaking plan to end up benefiting the Undying Mountain. How hateful! Zhan Hongtao smiled bitterly. It's a pity that we fell short of success. If it wasn't for the fact that the abyssal fiend Duke Poidal didn't send someone over as agreed, we would have already dealt with the 9 heavenly ogres. After the portal opened, according to the agreement between the 5 heavenly lords and the abyssal fiend Duke Poidal, a blazing angel should be sent to fight immediately. But the abyssal fiend Duke Poidal watched the battle for a while. After the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres suffered heavy losses, he sent Alexia. If Alexia had come earlier, then with her terrifying strength, she could have joined forces with the 5 heavenly lords to defeat the 9 heavenly ogres. Of course, the abyssal fiend Duke Poidal didn't expect that the great elder of the Cool Breeze Abode would possess a heaven-defying level 9 secret treasure like the elemental lock, forcibly sealing Alexia, and then allowing Yang Feng to pick up a bargain. If it wasn't for the level 9 secret treasure, Alexia could have defeated or even killed the remaining great elders of the 9 heavenly ogres one by one, even at the cost of serious injuries. Yichun said with a solemn expression, Everyone, I have something important to tell you. The eyes of the 3 heavenly lord rank great elders congealed, and their gazes focused on Yichun. What is it? Yichun sighed slightly. My Yi family and I have already taken refuge with the Undying Mountain. Therefore, I'm sorry, but for the sake of the Yi family, I can only ask you to die. A pitch-black sword ray containing the terrifying power of darkness slashed down from Song Jin's back, instantly tearing apart Song Jin's life force field. At the same time, Song Jin was forcibly cut in two and his head was sent flying. Alexia stretched out her hand and grabbed Song Jin's head. Countless pitch-black power surged out from her jade-like hand and entered Song Jin's head, completely sealing his power. Chapter 613. The great elder of the Breeze Pavilion walked out, looked resentfully at the 2 bright world warlocks Chun-Lei and Zhan Hongtao, and said with a cold smile, Brother Chun, Brother Zhan, I've already set up a barrier here. You two can't escape even if you want to. Why don't you surrender to the young master like me? With a thought, Chun-Lei and Zhan Hongtao's immense soul force gushed out like a tidal wave. An incomparably powerful elemental barrier had already appeared outside the manor, enveloping the entire manor. With Chun-Lei and Zhan Hongtao working together, it would only take them 2 spells to destroy the powerful elemental barrier. However, the time it takes for the 2 spells to be cast is enough for Alexia, the great elder of the Breeze Pavilion, and Yichun to kill Chun-Lei and Zhan Hongtao several times over. Among Alexia, the great elder of the Breeze Pavilion, and Yichun has yet to recover from his injuries. He only has Junior Bright World Warlock rank strength. However, the other 2 have already recovered their full strength. Alexia alone has the strength to slay Chun-Lei and Zhan Hongtao. Zhan Hongtao smiled bitterly and said decisively, Young Master, is it Undying Mountain's young Master Laming? I, Zhan Hongtao, am willing to surrender. I am willing to make a Styx oath to be loyal to you, young Master. In the garden, Yang Feng's voice sounded, A Styx oath isn't enough. I want to engrave a curse on your soul. Although a Styx oath is of a high level, but there are still treasures and methods to lift it silently. However, once a curse is engraved on the soul, then even if the curse is forcibly lifted, Yang Feng will know in advance, so that he won't be stabbed in the back. Alexia pointed at Zhan Hongtao with the fallen angel's sword in her hand, and her beautiful eyes filled with killing intent. Angels are weapons made by gods from the souls of believers, and they are engraved with a belligerent instinct. As a fallen angel born in the endless abyss, Alexia has rich combat experience and is extremely belligerent. Although Alexia wasn't convinced by Yang Feng, this master who was weaker than her, but her instinct as a fallen angel made her choose to obey the orders of her new master. Yang Feng's cold voice came again. If you two don't intend to surrender to me, then there is no need for the Zhan family and the Chun family to exist. I think that there will be many warlock groups that want to replace your Zhan family and Chen family. Zhan Hongtao and Chun Lei felt a chill in their hearts. In the Li Gui province, the 5 heavenly kings and the 9 heavenly ghosts controlled an enormous amount of resources. Since they occupied the majority of the resources, the remaining warlock groups were naturally very envious of them. When the forces of the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres are strong, but once they weaken, they will be torn to pieces by the warlock groups, eyeing them covetously. The Undying Mountain won't care about the destruction of the Zhan family and the Chen family. For the Undying Mountain, the destruction of the Zhan family and the Chun family will allow the Undying Mountain to get more resources and cultivate more loyal and devoted warlocks. If the Zhan family and the Chun family don't surrender to the Undying Mountain, then the Undying Mountain will only weaken in the next 100 to 200 years. But after that, the Undying Mountain will only become stronger and stronger. When Zhan Hongtao and Chun Lei thought of this, they shuddered inside. They understood that with the support of Yi Chun, the great elder of the cool breeze abode, and Alexia, coupled with the underlying strength of the Undying Mountain, the 2 bright world warlocks like them are no longer targets that the Undying Mountain must recruit. Chun Lei glanced at Alexia, smiled bitterly, and sighed helplessly. I am willing to surrender and hand over my soul to the young master. With Alexia, a blazing angel who can slay quasi-infinity warlocks and has experienced countless battles, even if Chun Lei and Zhan Hongtao join forces, they have no chance of winning. Zhan Hongtao uttered, I am also willing to hand over my soul to the young master. However, young master, please take a stick's oath and give the Zhan family enough status and dignity. In this way, the Zhan family can fully serve the young master. Yang Feng promised decisively, okay, if the Chun family and the Zhan family, the 2 heavenly monarch rank forces of the Li Gui province, serve Yang Feng wholeheartedly, then he will have 2 terrifying warlock groups under his command. With the help of the 2 families, it will be easier for Yang Feng to control the Li Gui province. In the eyes of the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Li Gui province is a big piece of meat. After all, the Li Gui province is much larger than many of the 36 greater provinces of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Moreover, the Li Gui province is very rich in resources, not inferior to other greater provinces. The only shortcoming of the Li Gui province is that infinity warlocks cannot survive here. Warlocks who have reached the quasi-infinity warlock rank will leave the Li Gui province, hide their true identity, and travel to the Great Cloud Dynasty in search of opportunities. However, this shortcoming is nothing to Yang Feng. Although he is a moonlight warlock who has stepped into the transcendent realm and is no longer an ordinary person. But there is still a long way to go before he can reach the infinity warlock rank. The Li Gui province is very important to Yang Feng. If he manages it well, it can become his base and provide him with a steady stream of cultivation resources. The resources here are comparable to those of a great province, enough to support Yang Feng to easily practice cultivation until the quasi-bright world warlock rank. Put your souls in. The void twisted, and a true God Empyrean imprint flew out and floated in front of Zhan Hongtao and Chun Lei. As for Yang Feng's true body, he didn't show up. Seeing Yang Feng being so cautious, the last bit of hope hidden in Zhan Hongtao's heart disappeared. He smiled bitterly and let the true God Empyrean imprint print on his forehead. Countless runes extended from the true God Empyrean imprint and entangled Zhan Hongtao's soul. Zhan Hongtao let go of his soul and let the true God Empyrean imprint erode it. Otherwise, his powerful soul could easily shatter the runes released by the true God Empyrean imprint. After the true God Empyrean imprint completely eroded Zhan Hongtao, it flew to in front of Chun-Lei, eroded Chun-Lei's soul, and absorbed it into the true God Empyrean imprint, making the true God Empyrean imprint more powerful. After subduing the two bright world warlocks, Yang Feng walked out of the void and appeared in front of Zhan Hongtao and Chun-Lei. Zhan Hongtao and Chun-Lei looked at Yang Feng with a complicated look in their eyes. In the eyes of ordinary people, moonlight warlocks are already powerful existences comparable to transcendent beings. But in the eyes of pinnacle bright world warlock rank powerhouses like Zhan Hongtao and Chun-Lei, they're just a junior who has just set foot on the eternal path. They didn't care about Yang Feng at all. But now Yang Feng, who they didn't care about, has become an existence who controls their fate. This naturally filled them with complicated feelings. It's my honor that the two of you decided to renounce darkness for light and join me. Yang Feng smiled, silently recited an incantation, pointed with a finger, and magic light shone. A projection of sticks suddenly appeared, and he said solemnly, I, Yang Feng, swear by sticks once again that as long as the Chun family and the Zhan family don't violate my orders, don't violate the laws I set up, and serve me to the fullest. If I violate this oath, let my soul fall into Styx, never to return to eternity. Styx oaths must be true. No matter how many pseudonyms you must use your true name when signing a Styx oath. The true name isn't the unique true name that fiends, archdevils, gods, and other powerful existences possess. That true name was not the unique true name that powerful beings, such as demons, ancient devils, and gods possessed. It was not a true name that possessed godly power. No matter how many pseudonyms you use, the only name that Yang Feng recognizes is Yang Feng. When he makes a Styx oath, he can only use his true name to swear. When he makes a Styx oath, he can only use his true name to swear. A storm was set off in Zhan Hongtao's heart, yet his face was expressionless. Yang Feng? Is it that Yang Feng who defeated all the peerless geniuses of the Western world in the Time Sky City? Isn't he a disciple of the Battle Demon sect? How did he become the young master of the Undying Mountain? A storm surged in Chun-Lei's heart. Yang Feng, is he the most outstanding true disciple of the Battle Demon sect of this generation? Is he the young master of the Undying Mountain, or a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect? Or does he have two identities? Yang Feng asked. Everyone, is there any way to get the Great Elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon and the Great Elder of the Watermoon Heaven to come over? The Great Elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon and the Great Elder of the Watermoon Heaven are pinnacle bright world warlock rank existences. Although the two of them suffered injuries in the battle in the Wave Cloud Mountain City, but they're still bright world warlock rank powerhouses. With Yang Feng's current lineup, defeating them is easy, but killing them is a bit difficult. Zhan Hongtao said, after the Great Elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon and the Great Elder of the Water Moon Heaven suffered a big loss in the Wave Cloud Mountain City, they're now holed up in their warlock legions. They will only send an avatar to discuss matters with us. It will be very difficult to ambush and kill them again. Chun-Lei nodded and glanced at Yi Chun, and resentment streaked past his eyes. In the Li Gui province, the relationship between the 5 heavenly lords is very close and private, which is why they can contend against the 9 heavenly ogres. Pinnacle bright world warlock rank existences are elusive. If they aren't staying in their safest lair, then they are traveling in search of opportunities. It is very difficult to ambush a pinnacle bright world warlock rank existence. If it wasn't for Yi Chen's invitation, Zhan Hongtao and the other two wouldn't have gathered here, and then been ambushed by Yang Feng and forced to sign an agreement. Alexia's eyes shimmered with scorching fighting spirit. Let's attack. In any case, we are far stronger than them. Even if we attack, we are sure to wipe them out. Chapter 614. The Ping Fong City is the base of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon and Watermoon Heaven. The Nethermoon Ogre Dragon and Watermoon Heaven are mortal enemies. The two warlock groups have fought who knows how many times in private, and even Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses have died. But since the battle in the Wave Cloud Mountain City, the two warlock groups have become close because they are well aware that Yangfeng's Undying Mountain has gained the greatest benefits in the battle in the Wave Cloud Mountain City. The five heavenly lords have lost the most bright world warlocks. If they don't join forces, they might be defeated and devoured one by one. The world of warlocks is very cruel. In order to compete for limited cultivation resources, the wars between warlocks have never stopped. The collapse of the 8 human warlock dynasties was also due to the fall of the invincible warlock emperors. In order to compete for cultivation resources, countless almighty experts broke out in wars. In the end, foreign enemies invaded and destroyed the warlock dynasties. In the Wave Cloud Mountain City, the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres tacitly allowed other warlocks to frame Yangfeng, because they didn't want the Undying Mountain to enter the Li Gui province. Now that Yangfeng has enough power, he naturally wants to flatten all the forces that refuse to obey him in the Li Gui province and grasp all the resources. The contradiction between the two sides is almost irreconcilable. At this time, in the Ping Fong City, there are one giant warship after another anchored with warlock towers inlaid on the warships. In order to contend against Yangfeng's Undying Mountain, the great elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon brought out the 10 Nethermoon Ogre Boats. The Nethermoon Ogre Boat is a treasure the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon Warlock Group, forged using the corpse of an Infinity Warlock rank Netherworld Ogre Dragon. They spent a huge sum of money and invited more than a dozen Grandmaster Alchemists to spend 1,000 years and countless precious materials. If a Nethermoon Ogre Boat has 1 Glorious Sun Warlock, 10 Moonlight Warlocks, 200 Starry Sky Warlocks, and 10,000 Great Warlocks, it can contend against an ordinary Bright World Warlock. If there are enough powerful warlocks, then the 10 Nethermoon Ogre Boats can form a Netherworld Ogre Dragon that can contend against a junior Infinity Warlock. The position of the Nethermoon Ogre Boat in the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon was similar to the position of the level 9 Secret Treasure Elemental Lock in the Cool Breeze Gang. Both were hidden treasures that wouldn't be used easily. Although the Nethermoon Ogre Dragons don't have enough Glorious Sun Warlocks and Moonlight Warlocks to form a Netherworld Ogre Dragon that can contend against Infinity Warlocks. However, the 10 Nethermoon Ogre Boats can still defeat a pinnacle Bright World Warlock. There was a 300-meter-tall hill near Ping Fong City. The hill was inscribed with countless mysterious runes, and the entire hill was emitting rays of moonlight that were filled with a sacred aura. The hill was called the Holy Moon Mountain. An Infinity Warlock born in the Watermoon Heaven once went to a Grade 7 plane and plucked a moon from the plane. He spent countless power, countless resources, 8,000 years, and countless Watermoon Heaven warlocks to forge this secret treasure. It was one of the foundations of the Watermoon Heaven, and it was placed in the Watermoon Heaven's headquarters all year round. The Holy Moon Mountain required 4 Bright World Warlocks, 15 Glorious Sun Warlocks, 136 Moonlight Warlocks, 2,000 Starry Sky Warlocks, and 300,000 Great Warlocks to fully exert its power. Once the Holy Moon Mountain was fully exerted, it could even seriously injure or even suppress junior Infinity Warlocks. However, that was only in theory. How could it be so easy to gather 4 Bright World Warlocks? Besides, it wasn't easy to produce Glorious Sun Warlocks and Moonlight Warlocks. The Watermoon Heaven, a warlock group of the 9 Heavenly Ogres, only had 1 Bright World Warlock for Glorious Sun Warlocks and 15 Moonlight Warlocks. Once you stepped into the Moonlight realm, you would be a transcendent. Powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank were the pillars of any force. Every time the 10 great sects gave birth to a Moonlight Warlock, they would hold a Moonlight ceremony because it was very difficult to produce Moonlight Warlocks. Only the Great Cloud Dynasty, an overlord of the Eastern world, could casually dispatch hundreds of moonlight warlocks to attack other planes. Although the Holy Moon Mountain couldn't gather enough manpower to suppress infinity warlocks, but with the Water Moon Heaven's Great Elder presiding over it, it wouldn't be a problem to suppress a quasi-infinity warlock rank powerhouse. In the sky, 500 kilometers away from the Ping Fong City, the space suddenly blurred, and Star Destroyer battlestars suddenly appeared in the sky. With flashes of light, resplendent Star Destroyer artilleries, guided by the Level 3 optical computer, accurately slammed into the 10 Nethermoon Ogre boats and the Holy Moon Mountain. Under the bombardment of the Star Destroyer cannon's light beam, wisps of netherworld aura gushed out of the Nethermoon ghost ship and formed a strange shield. When the Star Destroyer artilleries slammed into the magic shields at the Nethermoon Ogre boats activated in a hurry, pierced through, and then slammed into the Nethermoon Ogre boats. Under the bombardment of the Star Destroyer artilleries, the Nethermoon Ogre boats collapsed inch by inch, and the warlocks aboard the Nethermoon Ogre boats suffered heavy casualties. If the Nethermoon Ogre boats had activated all kinds of magic shields, they would have been able to block the Star Destroyer artilleries. However, due to Yang Feng's sneak attack, the Nethermoon Ogre boats was blasted into pieces. The one who strikes first gains the advantage. This was a common rule in war. Under the bombardment of the Star Destroyer artilleries, the Holy Moon Mountain collapsed inch by inch, and countless rocks splashed about. Magic light poured out of the Holy Moon Mountain, but it still couldn't stop the Holy Moon Mountain from collapsing. Originally, once the Holy Moon Mountain was launched, it would be able to display extremely fearsome combat power. But the Star Destroyer battlestars displayed the characteristics of a technological civilization with strong offense and weak defense to the limit. The might of the Star Destroyer artilleries could even seriously injure a quasi-infinity warlock. Before the Holy Moon Mountain could launch its power, it was hit by the Star Destroyer artilleries and began to collapse. Hundreds of thousands of third-generation battle robots and millions of second-generation battle robots took this opportunity to surge towards the Ping Fong City like a tide. Undying Mountain. Lei Ming, how dare you come to this place? Today, this will be the burial place of the Undying Mountain. The great elder of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's alarmed voice came from the Ping Fong City. 10-meter-tall netherworld ogres exuding nether aura and with ghostly faces on their faces flew out of the Ping Fong City and rushed towards Yang Feng's mechanical legion. Netherworld ogres are ogres living in the crack between the netherworld and the main world. Each netherworld ogre possesses great warlock rank power, and they also carry nether aura. Once hit by them, even a bright world warlock will be eroded by nether aura and injured. The Nethermoon Ogre Dragon Warlock Group has raised 500,000 such netherworld ogres, which are one of the strongest trump cards of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. The Undyings, who are the main fighting force, blurred into motion, flew into the midst of the netherworld ogres, slashed with their blades, and killed the netherworld ogres one after another. After one of the Undyings killed 4 netherworld ghosts, one of the netherworld ghosts suddenly raised its right claw and fiercely stabbed at the Undyings. A magic shield appeared on the Undyings, blocked the claw of the netherworld ogre, and then killed the netherworld ogre with a blade strike. For netherworld ogres rushed over in an instant and extended their claws towards the Undyings. Following a series of afterimages, the 4 netherworld ogres were chopped into pieces in an instant. The Undyings not only have terrifying movement speed, but they can also activate a powerful magic shield, which can even resist 2-level, 5 single-target offensive spells. Under the frenzied attack of the third-generation battle robots, the netherworld ogres were pierced through and then submerged by the modified second-generation battle robots. A beam containing nether aura shot out from the Ping Fong City, slammed into the third-generation battle robots, and smashed the magic shields of hundreds of third-generation battle robots. At the same time, the nether aura frantically eroded the undying chips of the Undyings, distorting and mutating them. Strange skulls appeared on the bodies of the hundreds of Undyings, and they twisted and fell from the sky. When Yangfeng saw this scene, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Amazing! So this is the strength of a top Netherworld warlock. They can even kill the lifeless Undyings." The Undyings are lifeless mechanical weapons to begin with, and they should be almost impossible to kill. However, the Nether aura containing warlock power twisted and mutated the Undying chips of the Undyings, killing them on another level. Yangfeng couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Magic light shot from all directions, barreling towards Yangfeng's mechanical legion like raindrops. Countless warlocks of the 9 heavenly ogre warlock groups rushed over from around the Pingfeng city. After the battle in the Wave Cloud Mountain City, except for the Cool Breeze Abode, the other 8 warlock groups of the 9 heavenly ogre warlock groups united around the Nethermoon ogre dragon and the Water Moon Heaven to contend against the 5 heavenly lords in Yangfeng's Undying Mountain. In the battle in the Wave Cloud Mountain City, the 9 heavenly ogre warlock groups have suffered heavy losses, and some of their elites have been annihilated. However, they still possess great power. At this time, in order to fight against the Undying Mountain, in addition to some warlocks guarding their base, they have also sent many elites here. Chapter 615. A glorious sun warlock of the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre transformed into a 100-meter-tall Thunder Demon Evil Ogre with a 100-meter-long wolf tooth club slammed towards the Undyings like a mountain. The wolf tooth club of the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre contains the law of power. When it slammed into the Undyings, a fearsome force erupted in an instant and shattered the Undyings, and even their chips were shattered in an instant. Magic radiance enveloped the Undyings and tightened the surrounding air, causing the speed of the Undyings to slow down. In addition to the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre, the glorious sun warlocks of the other 9 heavenly ogre warlock groups attacked one after another, and various powerful spells slammed into the 3rd-generation battle robots and blasted them apart. Die! At this moment, a pinnacle bright world warlock rank breath descended from the sky, and a huge wind blade containing the law of wind slashed the tyrant demon evil ogre and cut the glorious sun warlock ranked tyrant demon evil ogre in two. A black flame flew out of the void and pounced towards the tyrant demon evil ogre, directly burning it to ashes. The glorious sun core was also blown away by a gust of wind and flew towards the sky. The great elder of the cool breeze abode. That's the great elder of the cool breeze abode. When the warlocks of the 9 heavenly ogres saw the great elder of the cool breeze abode in the sky, a chill ran down their spines, and their fighting spirit faded somewhat. The great elder of the cool breeze abode is a pinnacle bright world warlock rank great elder. If there is no powerhouse of the same rank restraining him, he can stand leisurely behind the mechanical legion and kill the glorious sun warlocks of the 9 heavenly ogres one by one. Unless all the glorious sun warlocks on the battlefield gather, form a large formation, and use all kinds of secret treasures, they might barely be able to contend against the great elder of the cool breeze abode. If they act separately, they will be killed one by the great elder of the cool breeze abode. Once the glorious sun warlocks gather, their remaining power will hardly be able to contend against the charge of the 3rd-generation battle robots. Zhao Qing, why are you making an enemy out of us? A terrifying netherworld aura surged out from Pingfeng City. A 1,000-meter-long netherworld ghost dragon flew out from the city. Its huge dragon eyes were practically spewing flames as it roared crazily. Zhao Qing was the name of the Grand Elder of the Cool Breeze Gang. Over the years, almost everyone called him the Grand Elder of the Cool Breeze Gang. Only some old monsters knew his real name. A ring of moonlight rose from Pingfeng City and floated in the void, releasing rays of pure and holy light. Zhao Qing said coldly, "Because I have surrendered to the young lord of Undying Mountain. You should be very clear about this." A sword light that seemed to be burning with black flames descended from the sky. As if tearing through the void, the the sword light slashed at the netherworld ogre dragon's head. The terrifying power of darkness erupted and cut the netherworld ogre dragon into two. Blazing Angel Alexia, you actually summoned Undying Mountain's thunder. There was a flash of panic and despair in the eyes of the great elder of the netherworld ogre dragon, and he roared at the top of his lungs, his voice full of incredulity. For a powerful existence like the Blazing Angel, the abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal must have set up a soul brand in the deepest part of her soul. The abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal is a terrifying existence who can contend against a human junior warlock monarch rank powerhouse. Even the Great Cloud Dynasty, few people can remove the soul brand he set up. Only some Empyrean grade secret treasures or special holy grade secret treasures can lift the soul brand set up by the abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal. For the Blazing Angel Alexia to submit to Yang Phone. This is simply shocking and inconceivable. The ring of moonlight that the great elder of the water moon heaven has transformed into flashed, turned into a beam of resplendent moonlight, and fled into the distance. With the appearance of the Blazing Angel Alexia, the 9 heavenly ogre warlock groups no longer have a chance of winning. At the time, the 5 great elders of the 9 heavenly ogres had a hard time dealing with Alexia. If it wasn't for the great elder of the thunder demon evil ogre transforming into his second battle form and Zhao Qing going all out to use the level 9 secret treasure elemental lock, the 5 of them may not be Alexia's opponent. A silver net descended from the sky and, as if it has evolved into a world shrouded in endless yellow sand, enveloped the moonlight that the great elder of the water moon heaven has transformed into, and forcibly sucked it in. The great elder of the water moon heaven has just collided with the silver net shrouded in endless yellow sand, and then suddenly changed into a huge sword of moonlight that slashed at the silver net, cut open a hole in it, and flew out of the silver net. The great elder of the water moon heaven has just flown out of the silver net, when a fallen angel sword shrouded in endless dark force slashed towards him with endless killing intent. The great elder of the water moon heaven in the form of moonlight begged, I am willing to submit to young Master Lei Ming. Please spare my life, young master. A moonlight shield blocked in front of a beam of moonlight. When Alexia's sword slashed at the moonlight shield was severed, and a black sword ray flashed and slashed at the moonlight shield. The great elder of the water moon heaven in the form of moonlight screamed and retreated by 12+ kilometers. Black gas twisted and distorted, and he turned into a handsome young man with delicate features. As for the great elder of the Nethermoon ogre dragon, he has already been slain by Alexia, and his soul has been extinguished. The great elder of the Nethermoon ogre dragon was injured in the battle in the Wave Cloud Mountain City. Faced with Alexia, who can contend against infinity warlocks, he was quickly slain due to a sneak attack. Zhan Hongtao, Chun Lei, and the other 2 pinnacle Bright World warlocks have already appeared in midair, and they looked at the great elder of the water moon heaven with complicated expressions. The void twisted, and a true god Empyrean imprint flew out of the void and imprinted on the forehead of the great elder of the water moon heaven. At the same time, a cold voice sounded. Open your soul and let me set up a soul brand. The great elder of the water moon heaven sighed and relaxed the defense of his soul, allowing the countless runes released by the true god Empyrean imprint to engrave on his soul. Seeing the great elder of the Nethermoon ogre dragon slay by Alexia and the great elder of the water moon heaven surrender, the remaining warlocks of the 9 heavenly ogre warlock groups suddenly panicked and fled in different directions. The swift eagle fighters ejected from the 2 steel carriers reached a speed of Mach 35, which is 10 Mach higher than the top speed of the Undyings. Pursued by the swift eagle fighters, the warlocks of the 9 heavenly ogre warlock groups suffered heavy casualties. Besieged by the swift eagle fighters and 3rd-generation battle robots, several moonlight warlocks were torn to pieces, and their moonlight cores were seized. The warlocks of the Zhan family, the Yi family, the Chun family and the Song family poured in like a tide and attacked the warlocks of the 9 heavenly ogre rank. I surrender. Spare my life. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the warlocks of the 9 heavenly ogre warlocks surrendered. Those who surrender will be spared. When Yangfeng's order was issued, the great elders of the other 4 heavenly lords also warned the warlocks under them. They know very well that now is the time for Yangfeng to establish his might. Anyone who runs into the muzzle of his spear will be killed as a warning to the rest. Yangfeng looked at the warlocks who chose to surrender, raised his eyebrows slightly, and revealed a smile. The Ligue province now belongs to me. No one can stop me from taking over the Ligue province. Yangfeng took a deep look into the distance, and an enigmatic shade flashed in his eyes. In a Ligue province, only the Ligue Demon Mountain won't be under my control in the future. The Ligue Demon Mountain is a dangerous place where even Holy Spirit warlocks will die. According to legend, the Ligue Demon Mountain is the main culprit behind the decline of Infinity warlocks in the Ligue province. Even though Yangfeng has taken control of the Ligue province, he doesn't dare to go to the Ligue Demon Mountain. Ogre Dragon City, outside the holy mountain where the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon is located, there are warships floating in the sky. There are countless warlocks from the Ligue province aboard the warships. In the center of a beautiful and luxurious warship, there is a luxurious litter inlaid with countless treasures. The person sitting in the litter is Yangfeng. Standing beside Yangfeng are Alexia, Zhao Qing, the great elder of Water Moon Heaven, Zhan Hongtao, Yi Chun, Song Jin, and Chun Lei, 7 Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses. Except for Yi Chun and Song Jin, who haven't fully recovered from their injuries, the others are all Pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank existences. Alexia is a blazing angel rank fallen angel who can contend against an Infinity Warlock. Fearsome auras gushed out from the Warlock army and enveloped the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's sacred mountain. With a flash of light, a warlock with a junior glorious sun warlock rank cultivation base dressed in a black robe flew out of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's sacred mountain and bowed respectfully to Yangfeng. Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's sect master Zhang Chung greets Undying Mountain's young master. May I ask why young lord has come to our sect? Yangfeng uttered flatly, my Undying Mountain wants to unify the Ligue province. You Nethermoon Ogre Dragons only have 2 choices. Or perish like this. Make your choice. Zhang Chung glanced at the Warlock army, smiled helplessly, and sighed, I, the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon, am willing to submit to the Undying Mountain and serve the Undying Mountain. Yangfeng ordered, open the boundary of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's sacred mountain and let my people in. Chapter 616. When a barrier around the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's sacred mountain opened, a large number of battle robots flew into the sacred mountain and took control of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's sacred mountain. Next, the Bright World Warlock Zhan Hongtao entered the sacred mountain and inspected the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon sacred mountain. After discovering that there were no abnormalities, the huge Warlock Legion entered the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon sacred mountain and began to take control of the entire mountain. In the Nether Dragon Hall, Yangfeng, sitting on the throne that only the sect master can sit on, stroked the armrest of the throne and said with a faint smile, the affairs of the world are really fickle. At the time, I was driven out by sect master Lu Bowen here. A bitter expression on his face, Zhang Chung, the sect master of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon, stood aside silently, his heart full of complicated emotions. Not long ago, Yangfeng, the young master of the Undying Mountain, was just a junior with potential in the eyes of a glorious sun warlock like Zhang Chung. But now the entire Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's sacred mountain is in Yangfeng's pocket. Zhang Chung naturally felt a little upset. An undying guard stepped into the Nether Dragon Hall, saluted Yangfeng, and said, Young Master, the Secret Treasure City Master Hua Lihai requests an audience. Yangfeng said lightly, Let him in. Not long after, Hua Lihai walked in with a beautiful woman in white clothes. She was pure, charming, and beautiful. She was like a beautiful flower. The beautiful woman dressed in white is Hua Xiangshuan, the second most beautiful woman in the Li Gui province. She is Hua Lihai's daughter. Hua Lihai bowed respectfully to Yang Feng and uttered, "I am Hua Lihai, the Secret Treasure City's city master. Greetings, young master Lei Ming." Hua Xiangshuan also saluted Yang Feng, but her beautiful eyes shimmered with an enigmatic shade. At the time in the Moon Heaven City, Hua Xiangshuan only thought that Yang Feng was just a relatively outstanding young man of the same generation. Proud and reserved, she even disdained to make contact with Yang Feng. As the only direct bloodline descendant of the Secret Treasure City's city master, Hua Xiangshuan has a very high status in the younger generation of the Li Gui province. Few people can compare to her. In addition, she was extremely beautiful and her cultivation talent was not bad. Naturally, she had the right to be arrogant. Now, Yang Feng, who Hua Xiangshuan didn't pay much attention to, had unexpectedly become an existence that even her most respected father had to lower his head and look up to. This kind of disparity caused her heart to be in turmoil. Yang Feng said lightly, "What's the matter? Speak." Hua Lihai said respectfully, "Our secret treasure city is willing to form an alliance with Undying Mountain and forge all kinds of secret treasures for them." Yang Feng sneered. This proposal might have been useful to the Undying Mountain 2 months ago, but now my Undying Mountain no longer needs allies in the Li Gui province. My Undying Mountain wants to unify the entire Li Gui province. The Li Gui province is a resource-rich place comparable to the Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces. The internal strife of the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres, coupled with the intervention of the abyssal fiends, gave Yang Feng such a great opportunity to unify the Li Gui province. How could he miss this opportunity? Once the secret treasure city becomes an ally of the Undying Mountain, there will soon be countless allies of the Undying Mountain in the Li Gui province. In this way, although Yang Feng can unify the Li Gui province faster, but it will be very difficult for him to freely mobilize the resources of the Li Gui province. For the same reason, the Great Cloud Dynasties by family eradicated the 10 great sects one by one. Hua Lihai's eyes surged with bitterness when he heard that. Yang Feng uttered coldly, "Your secret treasure city will either submit to the Undying Mountain or disappear." Hua Lihai's complexion changed several times, and he finally said solemnly, "The secret treasure city is willing to submit to you, young master, and is willing to offer the monarch-grade secret treasure, Star Moon Pool. I only have one request, that is, young master, marry my daughter Xiangshuan." Hua Xiangshuan's pretty face paled slightly, but she clenched her white teeth and didn't say a word. Yang Feng's eyes lit up slightly, and he revealed a satisfied smile and said, "Okay, I promise you." In the secret treasure city, there is an extremely ancient secret treasure, Star Moon Pool. According to legend, the monarch-grade secret treasure Star Moon Pool is a component of the most important Empyrean-grade secret treasure magic note munitions factory of the 7th Warlock Dynasty Magic Note Dynasty. Unlike ordinary Empyrean-grade secret treasures, the Magic Note Munitions Factory is a super-large secret treasure covering an area of 10,000 square kilometers. In the Magic Note Munitions Factory, there are a series of components such as Star Moon Pool, Sun Pool, Soul Forging Factory, Flesh Pool, Plainal Crushing Pool, Star River Processing Factory, and so on. The Magic Note Dynasty's numerous pinnacle secret treasures are manufactured in the Magic Note Munitions Factory, and the Empyrean-grade secret treasures are also manufactured in the Magic Note Munitions Factory. Each Empyrean-grade secret treasure possesses world-shaking power. Human Warlock Emperors are on par with Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses of other races in terms of strength. However, human Warlock Emperors have one or more Empyrean-grade secret treasures. by relying on a combat Empyrean-grade secret treasure that is completely compatible with them. Human warlock emperors are truly invincible, quelling countless powerful beings of other planes and creating one brilliant warlock dynasty after another. Empyrean-grade secret treasures possess infinite power. However, it takes a lot of resources and a lot of time to refine an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. The Magic Note Munitions Factory can greatly shorten the refining time of Empyrean-grade secret treasures, which allowed the Magic Note dynasty to become the Warlock dynasty with the best secret treasures among the 8 Warlock dynasties. Although the Monarch-grade secret treasure Star Moon Pool is just a component of the Empyrean-grade secret treasure Magic Note Munitions Factory, but it still has the mystical power to collect Star and Moon Force. Every day, the Star Moon Pool can collect Star and Moon Force and form a low-grade Star and Moon Crystal. Star and Moon Crystal is a top-notch treasure used to refine secret treasure materials. A low-grade Star and Moon Crystal can be used to refine a level 4 secret treasure. If the secret treasure city is willing, it can easily refine a level 4 secret treasure every day with the help of the Star Moon Pool. If the Star and Moon Crystals in the Star and Moon Pond were not taken away, after 1,000 days, 1,000 low-grade Star and Moon Crystals would condense into a mid-grade Star and Moon Crystal. 1,000 mid-grade Star and Moon Crystals would condense into a high-grade Star and Moon Crystal. 1,000 high-grade Star and Moon Crystals would condense into a top-grade Star and Moon Crystal. 1,000 top-grade Star and Moon Crystals would condense into a God-grade Star and Moon Crystal. God-grade Star and Moon Crystals are one of the best materials for forging Empyrean-grade God armaments. Of course, this is because the Star Moon Pool is incomplete. The time it takes to condense a God-grade Star and Moon Crystal is frighteningly long. When the Empyrean-grade secret treasure Magic Note Munitions Factory is complete, it will take about 100 years to produce a God-grade Star and Moon Crystal. In a Monarch-grade secret treasure Star and Moon Pool, in addition to the precious Star and Moon Crystals, warlocks who practice cultivation in the Star and Moon Pool can also be tempered by Star and Moon Force, improve their physique, and even improve their soul aptitude to a small extent. Yangfeng's soul aptitude is already superior level 8, making it difficult for him to advance any further. However, he can still use the power of the Star and Moon Pool to temper his physique. The 2 warlock groups, Nethermoon Ogre Dragon and Secret Treasure City, surrendered without a fight. All the warlock groups in the Ligue province understood that Yangfeng wants to unify the Ligue province. Among the 9 heavenly ogres, the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre, the Purgatory Ogre, the Thunder Demon Sect, and the 7 Stars Abode abandoned their foundations and fled the Ligue province overnight. The rest of the warlock groups chose to submit to Yangfeng. Under the command of Alexia, the huge mechanical legion unscrupulously besieged cities in the Ligue province and annihilated the forces unwilling to submit to the Undying Mountain one by one. Yangfeng, on the other hand, plunged into cultivation. Using the resources of the Ligue province, his cultivation speed advanced by leaps and bounds. In a secret room, Yangfeng fiddled with the 4 treasures in front of him and revealed a smile. Wind God Ancient Origin Stone, Water Root Fire, Glorious Sun Warlock Rank Earth Ape Core, and Dragon Whale Water Stone. As expected of the Ligue province, it's really rich in resources. The Wind God Ancient Origin Stone is a treasure that was formed after the blood of a great holy steppe wind god from the Archgod era dripped onto the earth and absorbed wind elemental particles. Water Root Fire is a strange existence that forms in the deepest part of the sea, volcanoes, and some other places that contain rich fire elemental particles. It was a strange flame that looked like water, but no matter what was put in it, it would be easily burned to ashes. Earth Ape Core is the crystal core of an ancient life form Earth Ape, which has been hunted to extinction by human warlocks in the Zhangji Plain. Earth Apes are earthen extraordinary life forms born from stones. They are born with the ability to control earth elemental particles and their earth escape art is unparalleled in the world. Their crystal cores are the best materials to form a world. Dragon Whale Waterstone is a water treasure that can only be born after the crystal core of a glorious sun warlock rank dragon whale is dug out and buried in a place rich in water elemental particles. Then, through various secret methods, it takes 1,000 years to form a water treasure. Even for a peerless genius of the Tai sect like Yi Yuan Yang, these four treasures are treasures that can only be obtained by chance. After plundering the Li Gui province, Yang Feng obtained these four treasures. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and a huge whirlpool emerged from his right hand and enveloped the four treasures. The four treasures appeared in Yang Feng's small world, and primal chaos force slammed into the four treasures. A copious amount of wind elemental particles gathered and formed a 10,000-meter-tall wind god that looks like it can easily break the small world. The wind god ancient origin stone contains a trace of power of the archgod wind god. Even that trace of power can still easily kill an ordinary moonlight warlock. This is the terror of a holy spirit warlock rank existence. Chapter 617. As soon as the archaic wind god projection appeared, a huge primal chaos hand descended from the sky and slapped the 10,000-meter-tall archaic wind god projection into pieces. The incomparably violent wind elemental energy spread out in all directions. When the archaic wind god projection disappeared, a violent flame emerged from the void and spread towards Yang Feng's small world, as if to burn everything to ashes. The giant primal chaos hand reappeared, pointed its index finger at a bit of consciousness in the flame, and shattered it. Shocked by the primal chaos force, the violent flame turned into the purest fire elemental particles. Extremely dense earth elemental energy converged in the air, forming a 100-meter-tall primordial beast made entirely of stone, an earth ape of antiquity. The earth ape's figure fluttered, and it burrowed into the ground. Once the earth ape burrowed into the ground and hid, it would absorb the earth elemental particles in the small world. Perhaps after hundreds or thousands of years, a new earth ape would be born in the small world. The chaos giant hand grabbed the earth ape and squeezed it hard, causing it to explode. A copious amount of water elemental particles suddenly gathered and formed a 10,000-meter-long dragon whale that looks like it can devour everything. That chaos raised its hand and slapped the terrifying dragon whale, shattering it with a single strike. At that moment, wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles were balanced, and the plane origin will in the small world absorbed the spiritual wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles and grew stronger. The 100 billion inferior magic crystals hoarded in the small world crumbled at once, and a copious amount of life magic energy was absorbed by the plane origin will, which nourished the plane origin will and grew stronger. Yang Feng's small world began to shake, and the area of the small world began to expand frantically. As if it had a life of its own, the small world began to breathe, absorb the energy drifting into space, and become stronger. The plane origin will of any complete plane would breathe, absorb the energy in the surroundings, and nourish the plane. It was precisely because of this that the level of a plane wasn't the same. Instead, it would grow and become stronger or weaker. A grade 4 plane is enough to give birth to an infinity warlock. However, the upper echelon of the battle demon sect isn't willing to stay in a grade 4 plane. One of the important reasons is that if the number of infinity warlocks in a grade 4 plane reaches a certain number, the plane will slowly decline, unable to bear the existence of those infinity warlocks. The 36 primary material planes like the Feisua plane, which are classified as grade 2 planes, can give birth to Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses and warlock emperor rank existences. Of course, every time a warlock emperor rank existence is born, the plane will weaken for more than 10 million years. Only a grade 1 plane like the Tsangji plane can give birth to a peerless genius like the 8 Warlock Emperors, and even give birth to the legendary Eternal Sovereigns within 10 million years. Even so, after the Tsangji plane gives birth to a Warlock Emperor, it will take tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years before it gives birth to another Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. After an unknown amount of time, in a secret room, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes, sensed the changes in his body, and showed a smile. Quasi-glorious Sun Warlock, I'm only one step away from advancing to a glorious Sun Warlock. Based on the analysis of the level 3 optical computer, Yang Feng has already clearly perceived that even if he doesn't do anything now, he will naturally promote to a glorious Sun Warlock in 3 years. Apart from the fact that warlocks who have formed a virtual world need to consume tens or even hundreds of times more cultivation resources than other warlocks, but they have a great advantage in breaking through bottlenecks. After Yang Feng implanted a semi-plane seed in the Great Warlock realm, he basically won't encounter any bottlenecks before advancing to the Bright World Warlock realm. Only when he breaks through to the Infinity Warlock realm from the Pinnacle Bright World Warlock realm may he encounter a great bottleneck. This is the strength of the strongest warlock path. Zhang Hanzhan, Zhui Yifan, and Zhou Feng are all personal disciples of Battle Demon Sect's great elders, and they have already practiced cultivation to the Moonlight Warlock realm. But it is extremely difficult for them to break through to the glorious Sun Warlock realm. They may stay in the Moonlight Warlock realm for the rest of their lives. Huang Yihe has now become an Infinity Warlock, but only 2 of his personal disciples have glorious Sun Warlock rank cultivation bases. From this, it can be seen how difficult it is to advance to the glorious Sun Warlock realm. Yang Feng has practiced cultivation for less than 100 years, yet he can already advance to a glorious Sun Warlock. Once people learn of this, they will go crazy with jealousy. Yang Feng can naturally enter secluded cultivation until he advances to a glorious Sun Warlock. However, he took the initiative to stop practicing cultivation because he found that because his cultivation speed is too fast, his soul force and state of mind can't keep up. If he advances to a glorious Sun Warlock now, it will take him several times or even dozens of times longer to promote to a Bright World Warlock in the future. Once you step into the Moonlight Warlock realm, you will be a Transcendent. But Moonlight Warlocks are just the lowest level of Transcendent, and can even be said to be the starting point of the Transcendent realm. Each of Great Cloud Dynasty's Moonlight 7 stars is a peerless genius with countless resources to support them and formed a virtual world. Like Yang Feng, they can break through to the glorious Sun Warlock realm without any pressure. But they still stay in the Moonlight Warlock realm for decades, or even 100 years, because they want to improve their soul force, cultivation base, and state of mind to the most perfect point, and then break through to the glorious Sun Warlock realm. Otherwise, when they attack the Bright World Warlock and Infinity Warlock realms, they will encounter huge obstacles. As soon as Yang Feng regained his clarity of mind, one piece of information after another poured into his eyes. When Yang Feng is in secluded cultivation, unless it is a matter of life and death or news of the Andrak plane survival, the chip won't alert Yang Feng and interrupt his cultivation. Yang Feng showed a smile and issued an order. Bayuxian wants to see me? Interesting. Let her go to the Nether Dragon Hall and wait for me. Yang Feng first went to a hot spring bath, where he rested and relaxed for 2 hours. Then, served by a group of beautiful women, he put on his clothes and went to the Nether Dragon Hall. Yang Feng came to the golden throne in the Nether Dragon Hall, sat down, and looked at Bayuxian. He saw that Bayuxian, who has been waiting there for 2 hours, still has a calm expression on her face, showing no signs of anger. Clearly, she is very good at maintaining her composure. Bayuxian smiled sweetly, and a complicated glint streaked past her beautiful eyes. Greetings, young Master Lei Ming. Congratulations on unifying the Li Gui province. Prior to this, Bayuxian just regarded Yang Feng as a pawn that could be used a small pawn that could stir up the situation in the Ligue province. But now this small pawn has become the master of the Ligue province, a bigwig that even Great Cloud Dynasty has to take seriously. With the current strength of the Ligue province, except for the lack of infinity warlocks and secret treasures, it is even stronger than the Tai Yi sect of the 10 great sects. As the person in charge of the Zhangji Plain, Yang Feng's status is naturally extremely honorable, even more so than that of many holy sons of the 10 great sects. Yang Feng responded, "It was just a fluke. Miss Bai, what brings you here?" Bai Yuxian spoke with a solemn expression. "Young Master Lei Ming, I hope that you can issue a statement on behalf of the Undying Mountain of submitting to Great Cloud Dynasty. My Great Cloud Dynasty will also bestow the Ligue province to your Undying Mountain and make it your fief. Moreover, I can bestow you the title of Hereditary Marquis of my Great Cloud Dynasty, and you will forever rule the Ligue province." Great Cloud Dynasty has just driven away the 10 great sects, and Marshal Jing was besieged by the 10 great sects' infinity warlocks. Countless forces are eyeing Great Cloud Dynasty covetously. Great Cloud Dynasty must be having a hard time right now, right? The Ligue province is now under the direct control of the Undying Mountain. Why should the Undying Mountain submit to Great Cloud Dynasty? As for me becoming a hereditary marquis of Great Cloud Dynasty and ruling the Ligue province forever, that's even more impossible. At the time, the 10 great sects and the 8 great families assisted the Bai family in defeating countless powerful enemies and establishing the Great Cloud Dynasty together. I remember that the first emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty also promised to infect the 18 greater provinces to the 10 great sects and the 8 great families. He also promised to never interfere with the fiefs. But now, we're the 10 great sects. Yang Feng said with a mocking smile. Bai Yuxian responded with a bright smile. You're right, Great Cloud Dynasty is indeed at its weakest now. However, no matter how weak Great Cloud Dynasty is, it is still far stronger than your Ligue province. Although the Ligue province is rich in resources, but it also lacks a lot of resources. Moreover, the Ligue province has a major weakness. That is, it cannot practice cultivation to the Infinity Warlock realm. Young Master Lei Ming, doesn't your Undying Mountain want to have a foothold in Great Cloud Dynasty? As long as your Ligue province surrenders to my Great Cloud Dynasty, my Great Cloud Dynasty will grant you a fiefdom and let you build a sect and establish a sect there. Moreover, young Master Lei Ming, if you become a marquis of Great Cloud Dynasty, then no matter which plane you go to, you'll be treated like a greater aristocrat. Do you want to stay in the Ligue province forever? I heard that you are a peerless genius who aspires to become a warlock emperor. But no warlock emperor has ever succeeded by staying in a corner and working behind closed doors. If the Undying Mountain becomes a part of Great Cloud Dynasty, you will naturally have the qualification to participate in the Secret Realm trial by fire controlled by Great Cloud Dynasty. Bai Yuxian analyzed the pros and cons in an orderly manner and spoke frankly with fervor. She clearly stated the pros and cons of the Undying Mountain submitting to Great Cloud Dynasty. Chapter 618. Yang Feng pondered for a while, then flicked a finger, and a piece of jade flew towards Bai Yuxian. As expected of the Merak star of the Moonlight 7 stars, you're really eloquent. I practice a special secret method that requires a lot of rare ores. If the Great Cloud Dynasty can give me these ores, then I will persuade my father to let the Undying Mountain submit to the Great Cloud Dynasty. As Bai Yuxian said, if Yang Feng's ambition is only to dominate a region, then he can stay in the Ligue province. But if he wants to become a warlock emperor, or even an eternal above warlock emperors, then staying in the Ligue province is not advisable. The Great Cloud Dynasty is extremely vast and has endless secrets. The Battle Demon sect controls one of the 36 greater provinces, and even the Battle Demon sect hasn't fully analyzed the secrets of the Battle Demon province. Bai Yuxian took the piece of jade and looked at it carefully, and then frowned slightly. The piece of paper is filled with all kinds of rare ores that Yangfeng needs to upgrade Shizu technology. Even the Great Cloud Dynasty is short of these top rare ores. Bai Yuxian said, "Young Master Lei Ming, the secret treasure ores in this piece of jade are very rare in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Besides, many of them are unheard of. We can't take out all of them." Yangfeng said calmly, "Can the Great Cloud Dynasty take out those ores? Let me see your sincerity." After plundering the resources of the Li Gui province, Yangfeng found a lot of materials needed to upgrade the Shizu stronghold to level 4. He also found several kinds of ores needed for the main materials. However, there are still several extremely rare ores that he hasn't found. Yangfeng plans to collect them through trade. Since Bai Yuxian wants Yangfeng to nominally submit to the Great Cloud Dynasty, then he naturally has to get enough benefits from her. Bai Yuxian's eyes shimmered with a sly gleam, and she asked with a sweet smile, "What kind of ores do you want the most?" Yangfeng replied with a smile, "In the Cangji Plain, the Brest Dynasty, the Beijer Dynasty, and the Cater Dynasty are much larger than the Great Cloud Dynasty. I don't necessarily have to travel in the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Undying Mountain has no conflict with the 3 dynasties. I don't think they will refuse a friend like the Undying Mountain. The Brest Dynasty, Beijer Dynasty, and Cater Dynasty didn't share a border with the Li Gui province. Naturally, they didn't have any conflicts with the Li Gui province. Under such circumstances, the 3 dynasties wouldn't refuse to have a powerful friend like the Undying Mountain. Many warlock geniuses from the Brest Dynasty, the Beijer Dynasty, and the Cater Dynasty also came to the Great Cloud Dynasty to gain experience. At the time, the 8th Warlock Emperor, the Dawn Lord, had traveled in the Eastern world for a long time. Many warlock geniuses from the Eastern world traveled to the Western world. Especially after the emergence of the Dawn Lord, more warlock geniuses from the Eastern world traveled to the Western world. That was because the Dawn Lord's Dawn Royal City was the only relic of a warlock emperor controlled by human warlocks to this day. Among the 8 warlock emperors, 7 of them chose the Eastern world as their capital. However, when the warlock dynasties collapsed, the 7 imperial capitals were destroyed and fought over by countless powerful races. The capital of the 7th warlock dynasty, the Magic Note Dynasty, which was known as the #1 secret treasure, was torn into countless pieces and fell into the hands of different powerhouses. The main part of the Dawn Royal City was refined from the wreckage of the 7th Warlock Dynasty's Magic Note Dynasty's capital. The Dawn Royal City was much weaker than the capitals of the 7 Warlock Dynasties. But for some reason, when the 8th Warlock Dynasty collapsed, it wasn't destroyed and had remained until now. The Dawn Royal City was the only Empyrean-grade royal city in the Cangji Plain, and it was controlled by the Western World City Guards. The City Guards were said to be descendants of the Black Light Great Holy, one of the 3 Holy Spirit warlocks subordinated to the Dawn Lord. The Dawn Royal City was one of the relic sites that Yangfeng wanted to explore. In addition, due to the emergence of the Dawn Lord, the Western world's power expanded greatly and occupied a lot of territory that originally belonged to the Eastern world. Within the sphere of influence of the Western world's 3 dynasties, there were countless relic sites of the ancient warlock era. Even if Yangfeng didn't travel around the Great Cloud Dynasty, there were still other places he could travel. "All right, you bully a weak woman like me." Bai Yuxian sighed faintly and waved her lily-white hand, and the ores on the jade slip turned red and then flew towards Yangfeng. Yangfeng glanced at the jade slip and couldn't help but praise in his heart. As expected of the Great Cloud Dynasty, its underlying strength is really deep. More than half of the ores on the jade slip turned red. The ores required to upgrade the level 4 stronghold were basically complete, except for called Star River Green Gold. It wasn't that the Cangji Plain didn't have Star River Green Gold, but that it was useless in the world of warlocks. Naturally, the Great Cloud Dynasty wouldn't collect such useless things. Normally, No matter what method was used, the ore of Star River green gold would be no different from an ordinary stone, unable to display any value. However, after it was combined with several ores researched by the Shizu, it would form an astonishingly strong alloy, which could serve as the core component of the more advanced matter and energy converter. Yang Feng has sent countless mining robots to search for this or in the Ligui province. It was only a matter of time before he found it. Yang Feng responded straightforwardly. Okay, as soon as I get the ores, I'll go to the higher-ups and persuade the other elders of the Undying Mountain to submit to the Great Cloud Dynasty. Bai Yuxian showed a sly smile. I still have a gift for you, young Master Lei Ming. According to the analysis of the Secret Treasure Development Division's Relic Search Department, a relic of the 6th Warlock Dynasty, the Golem Dynasty, is about to appear in the Ligui province. The Great Cloud Dynasty hopes to get 100,000 spots to explore the relic. Yang Feng's heart stirred. The Relic Search Department is amazing. Should I join the Relic Search Department with my other identity? In the world of warlocks, powerful warlocks possess incredible power. At the same time, many warlocks have all kinds of life-saving secret methods. Of course, there's a huge price to pay for using these life-saving secret methods. Many of them will even lose most of their life force once they are cast. Powerful warlocks would habitually open up 2 or more immortal caves and place all kinds of materials in the immortal caves. Once they are seriously injured, they can use the various materials hidden in the caves to quickly restore their strength. Even Yang Feng has left different treasuries in different planes in case of accidents. The Zhangji Plain has experienced countless upheavals. Therefore, there are many relics left in the Zhangji Plain, which are the relics of powerful warlocks. Under the erosion of time, the defensive power of the relics disappeared, and they could see the light of day one by one. The Great Cloud Dynasty's Relic Search Department is a department that specializes in searching for various relics in the Zhangji Plain. The Western world's 3 dynasties also have specialized relic search departments. Most of the people in these departments are warlocks who practice astrology and other divination spells. Yang Feng said flatly, "The relic of the Golem Dynasty? No wonder you made such a big concession. For the sake of the Great Cloud Dynasty, I'll give you a quota." Bai Yuxian's eyes shimmered strangely, and she uttered, "A quota? Young Master Lei Ming, do you want to monopolize the relic of the 6th Warlock Dynasty, the Golem Dynasty?" Yang Feng responded boldly, "Of course. Since the relic of the 6th Warlock Dynasty, the Golem Dynasty, appeared in my territory, then the only option is to monopolize it. Generally, the appearance of an ancient warlock relic will attract countless warlocks, and then be divided up by the surrounding warlock groups. Now that Yang Feng has unified the Ligui province, he naturally won't let others enter the relic of the 6th Warlock Dynasty, the Golem Dynasty. At the very least, he won't let others enter the relic before he plunders all the valuable treasures inside." Bai Yuxian said with a smile, 10,000 quotas. The Great Cloud Dynasty can send 10,000 warlocks to explore the relic. The first time the relic opens is also the most dangerous time. We can help you explore the relic and reduce the losses of the Ligui province. 3 quotas. The Ligui province can still afford the losses of exploring the relic. 1,000 quotas. I have already lowered my demand by 100 times. As a man, shouldn't you be a bit more generous? 10 quotas. The Undying Mountain can't let go of the relic of the Golem Dynasty easily. After probing and haggling, Yang Feng finally agreed to give Bai Yuxian 30 quotas to enter the relic of the Golem Dynasty. In exchange, Yang Feng also obtained the qualification to enter the relic of the Great Cloud Dynasty. 10 days later, above a desert 300 kilometers west of the Ligui province's green woodstone city, the void distorted, and a huge cave sparkling with black lightning suddenly appeared. As if born from nothing, a huge celestial body suspended above the desert and frantically absorbed the surrounding life magic energy. The huge celestial body suspended above the desert can be seen by humans within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Relic. This is an ancient warlock relic. An ancient warlock relic. After seeing the relic in the desert, countless human warlocks flew towards the huge celestial body. Chapter 619. Warning, this relic site belongs to the Undying Mountain. The area 100 kilometers in radius around the relic site has been set as a restricted area. Any warlock who enters the restricted area without permission will be regarded as an enemy and eliminated directly. Loud warnings echoed in an area hundreds of kilometers in radius around the celestial body. 10 million modified second-generation battle robots formed one mechanical legion after another and built one battle position after another. In the sky, there are 10 Star Destroyer battle stars and an aircraft carrier suspended in the air. As soon as the human warlocks approached the area, they received a warning from Yangfeng. Most of the warlocks could only look at the second-generation battle robots with unwillingness in their eyes. They had no choice but to stop. Outside the cordon, there are 2 warlocks, one male and one female. The handsome male warlock and the beautiful female warlock look like a match made in heaven. The beautiful warlock pouted and uttered with an unwilling expression, "Damn it, the relic site doesn't belong to the Undying Mountain. Why can't we go in?" There was a flash of unwillingness in the eyes of the male warlock, and he sighed slightly, because the Undying Mountain is the most powerful warlock group in the Ligue province. Now the entire Ligue province is unified by the Undying Mountain. Their wills were absolute existences in the Ligue province. This is the rule of this world. Just like in the secular world, when something good appears, it will be seized by kings and emperors because they control the most powerful force. There are many subcontinents around the main world, and there are many large and small mortal states on the subcontinents. The male warlock is very knowledgeable and understands the rules of the mortal states on the subcontinents. Although he is unwilling, but he isn't too angry. The other warlock next to the male warlock snorted coldly and disappeared in an instant. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the sky and blasted into the void. The void exploded in an instant. Countless chunks of blood scattered on the ground, and Starry Sky Warlock rank life force collapsed and dissipated. That's hidden to Moamoda. His stealth ability can even make it difficult for Moonlight Warlocks to perceive him. Yet he was insta-killed just like that. Is this the strength of the Undying Mountain? How fearsome! When the surrounding warlocks saw this scene, they inhaled a breath of cold air and no longer dared to ignore Undying Mountain's warning. In the center of the desert was a steel fortress. Inside the fortress were 500,000 third-generation battle robots. In the center of the steel fortress, Yang Feng sat on a sofa. Opposite him sat Bai Yuxian, and beside him sat the blazing angel Alexia. At this time, Alexia had completely retracted the 3 pairs of fallen angel wings on her back. At a glance, she looked like a Western war goddess with a peerless appearance and a heroic aura. In front of Yang Feng's group of 3, there were 12 warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty's Relic Site Search Department. A beautiful moonlight warlock with gold-rimmed glasses, a voluptuous and sexy figure, and long black hair, full of intelligence, was presiding over the work of the Relic Search Department. On top of a spherical secret treasure, there was a dazzling magic radiance. Countless formulas and spell models were flickering on that spherical secret treasure. A resplendent blue magic thread extended from the spherical secret treasure and entered the huge relic site of the Golem dynasty. The spherical secret treasure was called Relic Site Analyzer, which could analyze the characteristics of relic sites through various spells. Many relic sites had various magic restriction characteristics. Before the secret treasure relic site analyzer was developed, it required countless warlocks or intelligent life forms to be experimented on. After the relic site analyzer was developed, The magic restriction characteristics of all relic sites before the Magic Note dynasty could be easily analyzed. Princess Azure River. The preliminary analysis has been completed. This relic site should be a relic site at the end of the Golem dynasty, a relic site opened by a great holy step powerhouse. This relic site has only appeared 3 times in the Tsangji plane in order to absorb energy from the Tsangji plane to maintain the relic site's existence and not degenerate. This time, the relic site will last for about 3 months. To be precise, it will last more than 85 days. After 85 days, the relic site will likely close and disappear. Once the relic site closes, you must possess at least the Warlock Monarch rank power to come out. There is rich life magic energy inside the relic site. Although no breath of powerful life forms has been detected, but the Golem dynasty's Golem arts are the best in the world. They shouldn't be underestimated. This relic site is an unrestricted relic site. There is no barrier set up. Anyone can enter this relic site. Even Infinity Warlocks can enter. The intellectual Moonlight Warlock Liu Yin came to Bai Yuxian and reported. An unrestricted relic site. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a dignified shade. Many of the relic sites with cultivation-based restrictions are places where ancient warlock sects cultivate the younger generation. Take the Time Sky City, for example. This kind of relic site is limited in danger. The main danger lies in the human warlocks inside. Unrestricted relic sites, on the other hand, are different. Some powerful relic sites can even kill Holy Spirit warlocks. Yang Feng looked at the huge relic site with a complicated look in his eyes. I wonder if this relic site is a blessing or a curse. Unrestricted relic sites are generally very dangerous. But once they are cracked, Yang Feng may even gain full control of the relic site. A relic site refined from a celestial body by the Golem dynasty has infinite value. Even if there is nothing inside, it can be used to create a trial ground for cultivating low-level warlocks, or a medicine garden for cultivating various elixirs. Brest Dynasty's Bartoloni requests an audience with the Undying Mountain's young master. Bajor Dynasty's Claudia requests an audience with the Undying Mountain's young master. Cater Dynasty's Dandong requests an audience with the Undying Mountain's young master. Bright World Warlock rank breaths rose in the distance, and 3 voices sounded at the same time. Yang Feng frowned slightly and glanced at Bai Yuxian, and saw the peerless beauty reveal a smile of schadenfreude. Yang Feng asked, "You already guessed it, didn't you?" Bai Yuxian replied with a sweet smile, "Of course. The Western world's 3 dynasties are as famous as my Great Cloud Dynasty. They are the birthplace of many powerful astrology spells, such as Bajor astrology, Hugo astrology, and Riga astrology. Their relic site search department isn't any weaker than our Great Cloud dynasties. I will be surprised if they didn't come." Yang Feng got up and walked outside. Alexia followed him like a shadow. Surrounded by 5 Glorious Sun warlocks and 10 Moonlight warlocks, Yang Feng came to the edge of the Undying Mountain security zone. He saw 3 groups of warlocks standing on the edge of the security zone, divided into 3 groups. Clearly, they maintain a certain amount of respect for Yang Feng's Undying Mountain. "I am Lei Ming, the Undying Mountain's young master." Yang Feng glanced at the warlocks from the Western world's 3 dynasties and recognized at a glance the warlock supreme geniuses Kresno, Enlin, Brea, and several other supreme geniuses who fought against him in the City of Time. However, the proud Kresno and them are now just juniors with great potential. They don't have the qualifications to discuss important matters with Yang Feng. An old man with white hair and a white beard in a red warlock robe with a scepter in hand stepped forward and uttered with a gentle smile, "I am Bartoloni from the Brest Dynasty. Young Master Lei Ming, we came here in the hope of entering the newly emerged relic site of the Golem Dynasty." Yang Feng said flatly, "The Undying Mountain is recognized as the master of the Li Gui province. Since the relic site of the Golem Dynasty is in the Li Gui province, it belongs to the Undying Mountain." Bartoloni responded with a gentle smile. "Of course, we don't deny this. However, we still hope to enter the relic site. If you agree to let us in, Then the relic sites we control will be open to the Undying Mountain. The three dynasties control a lot of relic sites. Moreover, the Tsangji Plains origin will have been active recently, setting off waves of spiritual force in the outer realms. Many relic sites hidden in the outer realms will appear in the Tsangji Plain. There are definitely no less than 3 relic sites in the Western world. If we can cooperate, won't it be better than confrontation? Yang Feng glanced at the warlocks from the Western world. His gaze swept past several secret treasures, and he said flatly, "Those should be level. 9 secret treasures, right? If I don't agree, are you going to force your way in?" The cunning Bartolone refused to admit it, and said meaningfully, "I heard that the Li Gue province is quite chaotic. We just have a few secret treasures on us for self-defense." The Western world's 3 dynasties sent a total of 9 bright world warlocks, 27 glorious sun warlocks, and 163 moonlight warlocks here. With the level 9 secret treasures they carry on them, they indeed have the strength to fight Yangfeng. In the world of warlocks, when it comes to the interests of all parties, only when both parties have equal strength can they sit down and negotiate. Yangfeng pondered for a while before saying, "Okay, I can let you in. However, the Undying Mountain will have the same number of people to enter the relic sites you control. Besides, a contract must be signed in the name of the trial scale. The trial scale is a terrifying existence comparable to a great holy step human warlock, and it controls the 3 laws of trial, contract, and justice. A contract witnessed by the trial scale is extremely binding, second only to the Styx River Oath. When warlocks make contracts, they like to do so under the witness of the trial scale. It was due to the attraction of the top-notch golems that countless warlocks gathered here. Yang Feng came to the edge of the restricted area, glanced at the warlocks, and said flatly, "I am Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming." A moonlight warlock in black suddenly appeared in the crowd and instigated loudly. "Young master Lei Ming, the relic site of the Golem dynasty is the most precious heritage of the Tsangji Plains human warlocks. Why can you monopolize this relic site? This relic site should be a treasure that belongs to the Tsangji Plains human warlocks. Am I right, everyone?" "That's right. The relic site of the Golem dynasty is a treasure that belongs to the Tsangji Plains human warlocks, not to the Undying Mountain. Open the relic site and let us in. Everyone, let's go together. They won't dare to touch us." The warlocks hidden in the crowd started to incite loudly. The Tai sect, the St. Lotus sect, and the 8 great families watched all this indifferently. The other top warlock groups of the Great Cloud dynasty, however, stood aside quietly, keeping away from the warlocks who have fallen into a frenzy. Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Kill them all." Resplendent beams of light rained down from the sky and slammed into the warlocks who were inciting and clamoring loudly. A copious amount of blood blossomed, and the warlocks were torn apart and blasted to pieces. The Undyings suddenly rushed out from the side, rushed into the crowd of warlocks like lightning, and easily killed the Empyrean warlocks one by one. As if ants in boiling water, countless low-level warlocks shot in all directions, not daring to get involved in such a battle. After dozens of breaths of time, there were no more foolish warlocks in the area. All the warlocks became well-behaved and looked at Yang Feng with apprehension in their eyes. Yang Feng glanced at the warlocks indifferently and said flatly, "This is the Li Gue province, and my Undying Mountain is the master of the Li Gue province. The relic site of the 6th warlock dynasty, the Golem dynasty, has appeared in the Li Gue province, so it belongs to my Undying Mountain. Anyone who disagrees can go to hell. The strong are kings and dominate everything." Generally speaking, such a relic site will cause competition among the surrounding warlock groups, and finally be divided up by several powerful warlock groups. But now that the Li Gue province is Yang Feng's territory, he has only one choice, that is, to take the entire relic site for himself. Of course, If a powerful enough warlock force comes to make an exchange of benefits, Yangfeng will make some compromises and concessions. These rogue cultivators aren't qualified to make Yangfeng concede. A tall and burly middle-aged man with a triangular rune on his forehead and Junior Bright World Warlock rank cultivation base, exuding an overbearing aura, glanced at Yangfeng and said proudly, "I am the Tai Sect's great elder Sun Tianyang." "Junior, let the person in charge of the Undying Mountain talk to me," Yangfeng uttered coldly. "I can represent the Undying Mountain. If you don't want to talk to me, then scram." "What an arrogant junior. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders and let you know that there is always someone better than you out there." Sun Tianyang has always been arrogant in the Great Cloud Dynasty. When he saw that Yangfeng dared to contradict him, he flew into a rage and slapped Yangfeng in the face. Fearsome Bright World Warlock rank's soul force enveloped Yangfeng and wrapped around him like chains. Sun Tianyang's slap seems to twist and carries a trace of karma force. Yangfeng can only feel the vigor of heaven and earth rejecting him. Only the force of the small world inside him can still be used. There is no way to avoid it. Yangfeng operated the force of the small world inside him, a cold look in his eyes, and barely squeezed out a sentence. "Kill him." Standing silently behind Yangfeng, the beautiful eyes of Alexia, who looks like Yangfeng's concubine, blossomed with bright light, and 3 pairs of pitch-black fallen angel wings appeared on her back, and a black sword ray that seems capable of splitting the world slashed towards Sun Tianyang. "Fallen angel!" Sun Tianyang's face fell, and he screamed in horror. The pitch-black sword ray instantly cut Sun Tianyang's body in two, and a copious amount of dark force turned into fallen angel fire that burned Sun Tianyang's body to ashes. A bright world core containing Sun Tianyang's soul suddenly flew towards the 2 great sects and the 8 great families. Killing intent surged in Yangfeng's eyes, and he retreated briskly and pointed with a finger. The dense mechanical army flew over frantically. The 30-star destroyer interstellar battleships hovering in the sky suddenly adjusted their muzzles and aimed at the 2 major sects and the 8 great families. As long as Yangfeng gives the order, he can launch a devastating attack on the 2 great sects and the 8 great families. The 2 great sects and the 8 great families have sent a total of 10 Bright World Warlocks. However, this is Yangfeng's territory, and he has built countless fortifications and turrets. As long as Yangfeng is willing to pay the price, he has a 70% chance of keeping a large number of the 2 great sects and the 8 great families here. The warlocks of the 2 great sects and the 8 great families suddenly felt a hair-raising premonition of danger. With their extraordinary perception, they can clearly perceive that as long as they make the slightest movement, their lives will be in danger. Alexia turned into a black ray. Her beautiful eyes flashed with excitement, and she slashed at Sun Tianyang's bright world core with her sword. As long as the sword strike hits, Alexia will be able to completely destroy Sun Tianyang's soul and destroy all his resurrection methods and secret methods. "Young Master Lei Ming, please calm down. Sun Tianyang has already paid the price for his reckless behavior. For the sake of the Saint Lotus sect, please spare his life." A lotus leaf, as pure as snow, suddenly flew out and turned into an 18-layered lotus leaf shield that blocked in front of Sun Tianyang's soul core. When Alexia's invincible fallen angel sword slashed at the 18-layered lotus leaf shield, the level 8 secret treasure lotus leaf shield was cut in half. However, her sword was delayed for a moment, allowing Sun Tianyang to escape from her sword and fly into the Saint Lotus sect's camp. Chapter 621. Following Yangfeng's order, hundreds of thousands of Li Gui province's warlocks began to recite incantations. Magic barriers began to appear in this area, and a huge magic suppression array began to extend. The magic suppression array can isolate the energy of heaven and earth here. Except for body-tempering warlocks and supreme geniuses with a virtual world inside them. The strength of other warlocks will decline rapidly. The Magic Band Array was the place where Yangfeng's battle robots could display their greatest strength. In the Ligue province, only Yangfeng's Undying Mountain can set up a super-large magic suppression array. Magic suppression arrays have the weakness of not distinguishing between friend and foe. Generally speaking, they will only be set up to deal with elemental warlocks with the most destructive power. Magic suppression arrays don't distinguish between friend and foe, although they can greatly weaken non-pure elemental warlocks. But they can't make other warlocks vulnerable at the first blow. Therefore, they rarely appear on the battlefield. However, for Yangfeng's Mechanical Legion, magic suppression arrays are the best fighting environment. Along with a burst of crisp laughter, Bai Yuxian walked out of the void and uttered with a sweet smile on her face, "Young Master Lei Ming, please calm your anger. I will make the Tai Yi sect pay a sufficient price to quell your anger. As for the other 8 great families, they have no intention of being enemies with you." A middle-aged warlock with an elegant temperament exuding intermediate bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power said with a smile, "Young Master Lei Ming, I am Shangwan Hong of the Shangwan family. The Shangwan family has no intention to be your enemy, no matter what happens. No matter what happens, the Shangwan family will remain neutral." A man whose hair and eyebrows had turned scarlet, as if they were burning with flames, said solemnly, "Young Master Lei Ming, I am Wang Jihua of the Wang family. Our Wang family has no intention of becoming enemies with you." The Bright World warlocks of the 8 great families stepped forward and expressed their unwillingness to be enemies with Yangfeng's Undying Mountain. The Tai Yi sect was originally the leader of Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects. After the 10 great sects were destroyed, the Tai Yi sect's power expanded greatly again. It became more arrogant and domineering, offending many people. Among the 8 great families, few families are on good terms with the Tai Yi sect. Even the relationship between the Jiang family and the Tai Yi sect, which is known as the Bai family's lackey, is very bad. Yang Feng snapped his fingers, and a beam from a Star Destroyer artillery, which brushed past the place where the Tai Yi sect party is located, slammed into the endless desert and blasted open a huge bottomless hole in the desert. What a terrifying war weapon! This is a secret treasure refined by Undying Mountain's alchemists. The power of that strike is comparable to a pinnacle Bright World warlock rank powerhouse's all-out strike. What a terrifying artifact! This secret treasure is enough to kill Bright World warlocks. When the warlocks from the 2 great sects, the 8 great families, and many pinnacle warlock groups of the Great Cloud Dynasty saw this scene, they inhaled a breath of cold air. The Bright World warlocks of the 2 sects and the 8 great families couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If they weren't prepared and were hit by the Star Destroyer cannon, even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured. Wen's son Tianyang, who devoured an apple and recovered his fleshly body, saw this scene. His expression became unsightly. Yang Feng is clearly showing off his strength, showing that he has enough power to wipe out the warlocks from the 2 great sects and the 8 great families. In this way, he will be in a completely advantageous position in the following negotiations. After the arrogant Sun Tianyang saw the terrifying battle prowess of the blazing angel Alexia and the might of the Star Destroyer artillery, he dispelled the idea of provoking Yang Feng in the Ligue province. The Ligue province is a restricted area for warlocks. Apart from Infinity Warlocks, only supreme geniuses who formed a virtual world and possess pinnacle Bright World warlock rank cultivation base can contend against the blazing angel Alexia. Yang Feng went straight to the point. "You must have come for the relic site of the 6th warlock dynasty, the Golem dynasty. What price do you plan to pay to enter the relic site?" As long as Yang Feng still plans to move about in the Great Cloud Dynasty's sphere of influence, he can't refuse the request of the 2 great sects and the 8 great families without any reason. Shangwan Hong responded with a smile. The Shangwan family also controls several relic sites of the 5th Warlock Dynasty. If you let us in, young Master Lei Ming, then you can also enter the relic sites of the 8 great warlock dynasties. Moreover, you can gain the friendship of the Shangwan family. The other 8 great families, the Tai sect and the Saint Lotus sect, express the same intention. They are willing to let Yang Feng enter the relic sites of the 6th warlock dynasty for adventure and to study the various relic sites and secret methods. After bargaining with them, Yang Feng finally agreed to let them take people into the relic sites of the 6th warlock dynasty, the Golem dynasty. Young Master Lei Ming, please wait. After Yang Feng reached an agreement with the 2 great sects and the 8 great families, he was about to turn around and leave when suddenly a voice came from behind him. Yang Feng turned his head and saw a radiant young man looking at him with a smile on his face, making people feel very comfortable. The radiant young man smiled and waved his hand, and a parchment flew towards Yang Feng. My name is Yuan Shuangbin, the pavilion master of the Flowing Flower Pavilion. Young Master Lei Ming is looking for a variety of minerals. The Flowing Flower Pavilion happens to have a few of them. I'm willing to offer these minerals to young Master. I wonder if I can exchange them for some quotas to enter the relic sites? Yang Feng took the parchment and glanced at it, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Among the various minerals listed on the parchment, the Flowing Flower Pavilion just so happened to have the Star River Green Gold. In addition, there were also 2 main ores for promoting the stronghold to level 5. Yang Feng said, 500 quotas. I can give you 500 quotas to enter the relic sites. However, you'll be responsible for your own life and death inside the relic sites. Yuan Shuangbin smiled and threw a storage ring to Yang Feng. These are the ores. Please accept them. Yang Feng scanned the storage ring with his spirit and sensed the various rare ores inside, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I can promote the stronghold to level 4. Sure enough, it's much easier for the leader of a major force than for rogue cultivators to collect all kinds of ores. The Shizu matter and energy converter was the core of all Shizu technology. Through the matter and energy converter, energy could be transformed into various rare ores. Only then would they be able to create all kinds of top-notch battleships and main battle robots with unimaginably powerful abilities. Matter and energy converters also required top-notch materials to be manufactured, which was why they were divided into different grades. The various rare ores required for level 4 and above matter and energy converters were even harder to find than the materials required for some level 9 secret treasures. It was because Yang Feng had become a master of the Li Gui province that he could easily find the various rare ores required for the level 4 matter and energy converters. Brother Yuan, I am Jiang Yu, a true disciple of the Great Desolate War Tower. I wonder if I can become friends with you? Brother Yuan, I'm willing to pay 10,000 high-grade magic crystals to buy a quota to enter the relic sites. As soon as Yang Feng left, the surrounding warlocks swarmed around Yuan Shuangbin and competed over the 500 quotas to enter the relic sites. Yuan Shuangbin was a warm and forthright person. Moreover, he liked to make friends. Very quickly, he sold the 500 quotas to many famous warlocks, as well as some rogue warlocks geniuses. The warlocks formed a loose warlock group and entered the center of the desert with happy expressions on their faces. The relic sites that had never appeared before represented endless danger, but at the same time, they also represented great benefits. Because such relic sites hadn't been developed and utilized by warlocks, there might be many precious secret treasures left. If many secret treasures weren't properly maintained and were carelessly discarded in a corner, their power would fade little by little over time, and eventually all their extraordinary power would disappear. But if those secret treasures were placed in some special secret treasure warehouses, then they wouldn't lose their power even after tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. If those relic sites were dwellings refined by warlocks for themselves, then they must have considered the issue of hidden treasures. A day later, after repeated probing, Lu Yin found a relatively safe entry point. The warlocks in the desert couldn't bear it any longer and flew towards the relic, fearing that Yangfeng would take away all the treasures inside the relic. After weighing the pros and cons, Yangfeng used a flesh golem as his avatar and led hundreds of thousands of third-generation battle robots into the relic site. At the same time, he also brought along his strongest trump card, Alexia. The relic site of the 6th Warlock Dynasty, the Golem Dynasty, was in fact a huge celestial body. The celestial body was only twice the size of Earth. When Yangfeng and his party flew within 10,000 meters of the celestial body, a frightening attractive force came from the celestial body and forcibly sucked Yangfeng and his party into the celestial body. As soon as they entered the celestial body, what greeted their eyes were thousands of meters tall skyscrapers brimming with fantastical style, as if they were placed in a celestial body of the future technology era. Only the 10-story tall and 11-story tall warlock towers, as well as the mysterious runes engraved on the various buildings, showed that this celestial body belonged to warlocks. What a terrible relic site. There are no living life forms here. When Yangfeng landed, he looked at the spacious and bright streets and the beautiful buildings that looked like the work of a master of art. He frowned slightly, and an unclear premonition welled up inside him. Before arriving on this celestial body, Yangfeng didn't perceive any life forms on this celestial body. Chapter 622. This relic site, refined by the 6th Warlock Dynasty's Golem Dynasty, is full of life magic energy. According to common sense, there should be countless life forms on this celestial body. For example, insects, fungi, and plants with extremely tenacious life force. Once in the Moonlight Warlock realm, they are transcendents. Top Moonlight Warlocks possess subtle perception ability, and their perception of life is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. As long as they are willing, they can even perceive the surrounding fungi. Yangfeng didn't perceive any fluctuations of life on this celestial body, not even the fluctuations of life of fungi. This is very abnormal. In addition to Yangfeng, the warlocks of the 3 dynasties, the 2 great sects, and the 8 great families became vigilant. They silently recited incantations, and magic fluctuations enveloped them and formed magic shields. The warlocks are well aware that this kind of unrestricted relic site is the most valuable, but at the same time the most dangerous. This is the dwelling of the 6th Warlock Dynasty's Golem Dynasty's Sword Puppet Holy. Welcome, everyone. A voice suddenly sounded. In the center of the city, a tall building engraved with countless runes twisted and changed into a 1.8-meter tall, extremely handsome, expressionless middle-aged man with fluttering black hair and queer golem force permeated his body. Golem force, that's the 6th Warlock Dynasty's top golem. That's the crystallization of the 6th Warlock Dynasty's highest technology, living golem. When the warlocks sensed the golem force permeating the middle-aged man, their eyes shone with excitement at once. The 6th Warlock Dynasty's Golem Dynasty's highest alchemy crystallization was the incredible golem technology, Living Golem. Living golems can practice cultivation independently. At the same time, they can use golem force, which is the complete opposite of human warlocks, and is full of queer power. The various forces that human warlocks practice various secret methods and produce are collectively called life force or life force. The power of puppets was completely different from the power of life. Once hit by the power of puppets, all life forms will be transformed into puppets and corroded into puppets. At the time, when the 6th Warlock Emperor Golem Lord swept through the world with 3 Empyrean Golems and 12 Holy Golems, countless powerful existences were eroded by the golem force of the 3 Empyrean Golems and 12 Holy Golems and turned into golems. Before the Golem Lord developed living golems, the Mechanical Golem Legion and other main legions gradually declined and eventually withdrew from the Sangji Plain, only suppressing some low-level planes. After the collapse of the 6th Warlock dynasty, the top living golems were slaughtered by the allied forces of various races who were afraid of their power. According to the legend, the 3 emperor puppets and the 12 holy puppets led the remaining living puppets to escape to a plane and build a world called the Puppet Realm. Since the 6th Warlock dynasty, no more living golems have appeared in the Tsangji Plain. Now that a living golem has appeared, it naturally filled the human warlocks with excitement. The living golem is the greatest masterpiece of the 6th Warlock Emperor Golem Lord. It is a fearsome existence that can confidently practice cultivation and possess great power. Unlike human warlocks, it doesn't need to rest and can fight continuously. If they can research and manufacture a living golem, then no matter which warlock group it is, they can easily get a golem legion. This living golem is the Tai Isek's prey. With a flash of greed in his eyes, Sun Tianyang silently recited an incantation and inserted his right hand into the void. Behind the handsome middle-aged man, the living puppet, the void distorted, and Sun Tianyang's right hand suddenly stabbed out, grabbing at the middle-aged man. The living golem tapped Sun Tianyang's right hand with its finger. A mere junior bright world warlock dares to attack me. Ja Elaw, you're overestimating yourself. Gray golem force spread along Sun Tianyang's right hand and eroded his body in an instant. Sun Tianyang's face fell, and he silently recited an incantation, and red light wrapped around his right hand in an attempt to completely dispel the golem force. The gray light was frantically eroding, suppressing the red light, and continuously eroding Sun Tianyang's right hand. Sun Tianyang gritted his teeth, and a wind blade slashed at his right arm, forcibly cutting it off. His severed arm jumped away. As if it was given life, it bounced to the top of the building, and then strangely grew 3 eyes, stared at Sun Tianyang, and revealed a twisted smile. Seeing this scene, many of the warlocks present felt their blood run cold. After all, Sun Tianyang is a Bright World warlock from the Tai sect, although he only has junior Bright World warlock rank cultivation base. But some rogue warlocks of the advanced Bright World warlock rank may not be his opponent. For such a powerful warlock to be seriously injured by Jia Elaw, and his severed body underwent all kinds of strange mutations, it's really creepy. Sun Tianyang's face fell, and he screamed frantically, "My right hand can't be regenerated. You took away the soul of my right hand." Hearing Sun Tianyang scream, the countenance of the warlocks present changed dramatically. Each Bright World warlock possesses incredible power, and they are far more powerful than ordinary transcendent warlocks. Even if their body is cut to pieces, they can use various methods to quickly regenerate it. As long as the Bright World core isn't broken, there are infinite possibilities. Sun Tianyang's severed right hand could have easily been regenerated. But after his right hand soul was taken away, his right hand can no longer be regenerated. Even if Sun Tianyang used all kinds of strange secret arts to cultivate another right hand, his right hand would not be able to move as it wished. Jia Elaw showed a wicked smile. "I am Jia Elaw, the butler the mighty golem lore bestowed upon the sword puppet holy. Since you have invaded the sword puppet holy's residence, then please become our companions." In the city, hundreds of millions of golem insects flew out, turned into insect clouds, and rushed towards the warlocks present. Everyone's expression changed drastically when they saw the puppet insects that had formed a terrifying cloud of insects without any signs of life. Human warlocks proficient in fire spells began to recite incantations, and the space was filled with violent fire elemental particles. Jia Elaw said with a smile, "Warlocks, please don't underestimate us. We are warriors who have followed the Golem Lord on expeditions to many planes. We have quite some experience in dealing with enemies." Strange runes suddenly appeared, and a huge magic ban array suddenly unfolded in the area. Enveloped by the huge magic ban array, the surrounding life magic energy was repelled, and the warlocks felt that their connection with the vigor of heaven and earth was severed. The fire elemental particles pervading the sky collapsed and disappeared in an instant. After human warlocks practiced cultivation to the Moonlight Warlock rank, they possessed godlike strength. They could use spells to control the vigor of heaven and earth and form all kinds of terrifying spells that resembled natural disasters. However, the magic ban array could repel the vigor of heaven and earth. Fighting inside the magic ban array was the last thing human warlocks wanted to face. Even body-tempering warlocks would be weakened by about 30% in such an environment. Elemental warlocks were the most miserable, and their strength might even be weakened by more than 95%. Yangfeng ordered coldly, "Destroy them." A dense swarm of modified second-generation battle robots flew out in an instant, and countless gunner robots equipped with flamethrowers sprayed a large amount of flames that formed a net of fire that swept the insect swarm away. Enveloped by the net of fire, large swaths of golem insects were burned to ashes. The golem insects that luckily passed through the net of fire were easily killed by the warlocks. The weakest warlocks who entered this relic site possessed Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base. Not only were they comparable to gods and demons in terms of strength, but they were also extremely powerful. Even though they couldn't use the vigor of heaven and earth, and the power of their spells was greatly reduced, but they were still far stronger than ordinary people. Jia Ilaw showed a smile and said, full of malice, "Interesting, as expected of Tsangji Plains human warlocks. By the way, let me tell you a piece of good news. This is the residence of the Sword Puppet Holy, as well as the place of inheritance of the Sword Puppet Holy. If only one of the warlocks who entered this relic site dies, they will inherit the Sword Puppet Holy's legacy and become the master of the Sword Puppet Star. Of course, they will also become the master of us living golems. Please do your best." With that, Jia Ilaw's figure fluttered, and he disappeared from the city. When they heard Jia Ilaw's words, a peculiar feeling welled up in the hearts of the warlocks present, and they quietly began to stay away from Yangfeng and the Undying Mountains battle robots. Shrouded by the magic band domain, the strongest force is Yangfeng's Undying Mountains force. The Sword Puppet Star contains the invaluable living golems and countless relics of the 6th Warlock dynasty. Everyone wants to become the master of this relic site. The warlocks are naturally full of apprehension towards Yangfeng. Bai Yuxian suddenly said, "Everyone, that's Jia Ilaw's trick. He wants us to suspect each other, guard against each other, and even kill each other. That's why he said those words. He is definitely a dangerous existence. We have to join forces to be able to compete with him. We must not be provoked by him into killing each other." Chapter 623. Yangfeng uttered, "Since this relic site of the Golem dynasty is within the sphere of influence of the Undying Mountain, naturally no one can snatch it away. In any case, this relic site will fall into the hands of the Undying Mountain. Therefore, you don't have to worry that the Undying Mountain will attack you here." The thought of killing everyone just flashed through Yangfeng's mind before disappearing without a trace. The warlocks here have extraordinary backgrounds. Unless they can be silenced completely, there will be endless troubles in the future. Most importantly, Yangfeng heard malice in Jia Ilaw's words. To kill each other over Golem's words is simply stupid. When they heard this, the pinnacle warlocks of the 3 dynasties, the 2 great sects, and the 8 great families revealed a pensive look in their eyes, and their expressions eased, and they began to kill the golem insects. The human warlocks are very cautious. After killing a certain number of golem insects, they immediately retreated behind the Undying Mountains battle robots, drank various potions, and absorbed the life magic energy contained in high-grade magic crystals to restore their strength and keep themselves in peak condition. Yangfeng didn't say anything when he saw this scene. The relic site of the Golem dynasty gives him a very dangerous feeling. Even though he is tyrannical, he doesn't dare to be careless. Sitting on a building, Jia Eloal watched the golem insects and the human warlocks fight from afar inside. These human warlocks are really cautious. Unfortunately, I haven't recovered my strength. If it was the era of the 6th Warlock Dynasty, I could kill these ants by myself. Kong Eloal, it's your turn. In the buildings, queer runes suddenly lit up, and a fearsome spatial force enveloped the human warlocks in an instant. Yang Feng's face fell. Shit, this is a spatial division tactic. The spatial division tactic is to use spatial spells to divide powerful enemies into different places, and then concentrate the most powerful force to kill the enemies one by one. This spatial division tactic is most suitable to be used in one's own base. Many relic sites have the strange power of spatial teleportation. Once enemies enter a relic site, they will be teleported into a mess and then finally be defeated and killed by the owner of the relic site. According to the analysis of Great Cloud Dynasty's Warlock Liu Yin, this relic site doesn't have the ability to teleport people instantly. Without making any preparations, Yang Feng and his party were sent to different places by the relic site. Otherwise, as long as they carried an artifact that constantly emitted the power of space chaos, they would be able to break through the space division tactic. A spatial fluctuation surged, and Yang Feng appeared in a majestic yet empty city full of deathly stillness. All combat units, approach me immediately. Yang Feng closed his eyes at once and used the command microchip in his brain to issue orders to the surroundings. After receiving the order, the battle robots frantically moved towards Yang Feng. The space disruptors released various spatial interference spells and interfered with the surrounding spatial force. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he tried to cut off the connection between the flesh golem and his consciousness. What a bad start. Do I have to go out and start over? An alarm sounded from the microchip. Error. Due to the interference of an unknown force, the consciousness of the substitute golem number 0005 cannot be separated. The level of danger is extremely high. Yang Feng's complexion changed greatly. That's terrible. If my consciousness is killed here, what will happen to my true body? There is a 10% chance that you will die along with your avatar in the Feisuo plane. There is a 20% chance that your soul will be severely injured, and you will fall into eternal sleep. There is a 40% chance that your soul will be injured, and it will be difficult for you to promote to a glorious Dawn Warlock within 1,000 years. There is a 30% chance that your soul will be injured, and it will take 300 years to recover. A series of analyses were made from the smart chip. Yang Feng revealed a bitter smile. The world of warlocks is really strange and dangerous. Substitutes don't work either. No wonder when top warlocks explore various relic sites, they use their true bodies and their strongest power. The world of warlocks was extremely strange. There were avatars, death substitution secret methods, and other life-saving secret methods. At the same time, there were some fearsome karma secret treasures. As long as you were hit by a karma secret treasure, the injuries suffered by the avatar would even spread to the true body. Therefore, when top warlocks explore relic sites, they would generally descend with their true bodies, rather than using weak avatars. Yang Feng's thoughts stirred, and he calmed down from his shock and anger. A fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. Next time, when I go to explore other relic sites, I can only go with my true body. The premise is that I have to survive this time. Fly out. Yang Feng gave an order, and 20 Starry Sky Rippers operated their engines to the limit, turned into streams of light, and flew towards the celestial body at Mach 17 speed. It's no use, you can't escape. Following a strange laugh, a 300-meter-long golden eagle with a pair of dragon wings on its back suddenly flew out, flapped its wings, and appeared in front of the 20 Starry Sky Rippers. With a flash of gray golem light, the 20 Starry Sky Rippers dimmed, and their connection with Yang Feng's smart chip was cut off. With his extraordinary eyesight, Yang Feng saw the 20 Starry Sky Rippers follow the golden eagle and become its subordinates. Yang Feng looked at the golden golem eagle in the sky with apprehension in his eyes, So this is a living golem, the greatest masterpiece of the Golem Lord. What a dangerous and terrifying existence. The living puppet could corrode all existences and turn them into puppets. When the puppet lord was alive, he was the existence that everyone feared the most. It was because the living golem was so powerful that the golem lord abandoned the various golem legions he refined in his early years and developed the 3 Empyrean golems and 12 holy golems, which he never suffered a defeat. Yang Feng glanced around and looked at the desolate city without even insects, and he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Fortunately, the Golem Lord is dead. Otherwise, this might be the scene of Golem force reaching its peak. Everything in the Sword Puppet Sage's cave residence had been turned into puppets by the living puppets. Apart from the puppets, there was nothing else in the cave residence. This scene is more frightening than the most terrifying horror films. Suddenly, a dignified shade flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. With a flick of his wrist, a sword appeared in his hand, and he uttered coldly, "Come out." This flesh golem is the place where Yang Feng's consciousness resides. It has been transformed into a powerful existence with Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base. Of course, the power of this flesh golem is far inferior to that of his true body. "Don't attack." Along with a voice, a man and a woman walked out of a small alley. The beautiful girl with short black hair asked Yang Feng with an expectant look on her face, "My name is Luo Yin, and he is my younger brother Luo Ming. Are you an outsider?" "Oh no. Are you a warlock from outside? Is the Golem Lord still alive?" Yang Feng looked at the girl with a complicated look in his eyes and said, "The Golem Lord has died a long time ago. The 8th Warlock dynasty has collapsed more than 100,000 years ago." Although the girl looks exactly like a human, but she doesn't have a trace of life aura on her. Clearly, she has become a golem. Moreover, she doesn't have golem force. She is a low-level golem that was eroded by a living golem. Luo Yan's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of despair, and she wept. "The Golem Lord has died. In that case, it's impossible for us to turn back into humans." No matter how much Luo Yin wept, not a single tear flowed out of her eyes. This shows that although she has a human appearance, but she is no longer a living human, but a dead golem. A chill welled up in Yang Feng's heart, and he vaguely made a guess. What a fearsome golem art. It has survived since the 5th Warlock dynasty, yet still hasn't died. The living golem should be the path to immortality that the Golem Lord found. Yang Feng frowned slightly, and a pensive look streaked past his eyes. With such formidable power, how could those warlock emperors die? Among the human warlocks of the Zhangji Plains 8 warlock dynasties, every warlock emperor was a peerless genius of astonishing talent. From the living golem, it can be seen how amazing and terrifying the Golem Lord's golem art is. However, each of the 8 warlock emperors has lived for no more than 300,000 years, with some even dying after thousands or tens of thousands of years. This is simply unimaginable. The lifespan of human warlocks is indeed much shorter than that of dragons, kindred, high elves, gods, fiends, devils, and the like. However, warlock emperors have evolved to the pinnacle of life forms in the universe. For them to die after a mere thousands or tens of thousands of years is too unreasonable. The Golem Lord is dead, and I don't want to live anymore. Big brother, you also become a golem and become our companion. The eyes of the pure and beautiful Luo Yin suddenly dimmed and lost their luster, as if she has turned from a person into a weird golem. With a hair-raising smile on her face, she suddenly exploded, and gray golem force shot towards Yang Feng. Suddenly, Luo Ming's eyes lost their luster, burst open, and turned into gray golem force shooting towards Yang Feng. Chapter 624. Yang Feng's face flickered, and he released a level 6 energy shield. The defensive power of the Shizu's energy shield was terrifying. Except for its low resistance to soul, curse, and other phenomenal spells, it was far superior to level 6 single-target spells of ordinary Moonlight Warlocks in other aspects. When the two gray golem forces slammed into the level 6 energy shield, they strangely passed through the level 6 energy shield, slammed into Yang Feng, and frantically eroded his body. Boom! With a thought from Yang Feng, the two parts eroded by the golem forces exploded in an instant, and then the parts eroded together with the golem forces were blasted to pieces. The injured part of Yang Feng's body wriggled and healed quickly, but his expression was unsightly. What a fearsome golem force. It's clearly far from the Moonlight Warlock rank in terms of strength, yet it can still easily penetrate a level 6 energy shield. How fearsome! Although golem forces are far inferior to Moonlight Warlocks in terms of power, but their corrosive force is queer. Even a top Moonlight Warlock will be corroded and turned into a golem if they are careless. Yang Feng frowned and mused. Among the 8 Warlock dynasties, Golem Dynasty is a taboo among taboo. At the time, why were the major races so apprehensive of living golems, to the point that even human warlocks cooperated with other races to destroy living golems? I finally understand the reason. This power is really dangerous. Living golems are the crystallization of the Golem Lord's highest golem art. Wherever golem force passes, all intelligent life forms will be eroded and reduced to the Golem Lord's golems and toys. This kind of power is too overbearing and terrifying, which aroused the backlash of all powerful beings and races. After the fall of the Golem Lord, countless formidable races descended on the Tsangji Plain and frantically attacked the Golem Dynasty, killing all the living golems in the Golem Dynasty. According to legend, only the 3 Empyrean golems and the 12 holy golems were lucky enough to escape and leave the Tsangji Plain. Even the Golem Lord was rumored to have been killed by many Warlock Emperor rank existences from other planes. He just didn't have any evidence. The Warlock Emperor realm was the limit that human warlocks could cultivate too. During the long years, humans gave birth to a total of 8 Warlock Emperors. However, before the rise of humans, the Tsangji Plain also gave birth to many Warlock Emperor rank existences. Each of the 36 primary material planes has a history of more than 10 billion years. In that long history, they have also given birth to Warlock Emperor rank existences. The primal chaos mother spider, the myriad eyes ogre, the primordial thunder dragon, the 6 heavenly devils, these terrifying existences were on the same level as the 8 Warlock Emperors. The reason why the 7 Warlock Emperors are called invincible is because they have defeated existences of the same rank with Warlock Emperor rank battle prowess, and there are clear records and proof that they have defeated those terrifying existences. Only after the Dawn Lord proclaimed himself an emperor and presided over the Tsangji Plain until his death did he not fight with other Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, which is why he is considered to be inferior to the other 7 Warlock Emperors. Compared to the power of other Warlock Emperors, the Golem Lord's living golems is as infectious as a virus. If careless, all intelligent life forms will be eroded by the living golems and turned into golems that can only obey their masters. For any warlock, this is a nightmare. Mechanical body? No, it's an avatar constructed from flesh and machinery according to a certain ratio. To think that the human warlock civilization has developed to this point. In the era of the Golem Dynasty, there were no such alchemical secret treasures. Undying Mountains, young Master Lei Ming. Your Undying Mountains alchemy really surprises me. Along with the sound of admiration, Jia Ilo slowly walked out of a corner of the city like a gentleman and uttered with a smile. When Yang Feng saw Jia Ilo, his pupils constricted, and he took a few steps back. He activated energy shields, and his eyes filled with apprehension. When the Bright World Warlock Sun Tianyang faced Jia Ilua, he was seriously injured and lost an arm. Such a terrifying monster isn't an existence that Yang Feng can contend against. The person next to Jia Ilua is the peerless genius Angelico, cultivated by the Western world's Hall of Truth. The peerless genius Angelico, who defeated Yuan Yang in the Time Sky City, no longer exudes fluctuations of life unique to human warlocks. Instead, he is deathly still. Yang Feng mused with a complicated feeling in his heart. Angelico died just like this? The affairs of the world are truly unpredictable. The world of warlocks is truly cruel. Angelico is a peerless genius cultivated by the Hall of Truth. He has formed a virtual world, possesses junior moonlight warlock rank cultivation base, and is even comparable to a quasi-glorious dawn warlock. For such a peerless genius to die silently in this relic site and be reduced to an ordinary golem controlled by the living golem Jia Ilua, it really makes people sigh with emotion at the impermanence of the world. Yang Feng bowed and said respectfully, "Mr. Jia Ilua, I'm very sorry for disturbing your sleep. The Undying Mountain is willing to withdraw from the Sword Puppet Holy's dwelling. Please let us leave this place." Jia Ilua showed a mocking smile and said, "Since you have seen us living golems, do you think you can leave this place alive? In the outside world, we living puppets have countless enemies. Unless the great golem lord returns from the netherworld, we will never appear in the outside world, nor will we let people know of our existence." The golem lord isn't dead? He's still in the netherworld? A thought flashed past Yang Feng's mind, yet he said without batting an eyelid, "Since it's like this, then please give me a chance. Let me cast a spell." Jia Ilua showed a smile of a cat toying with a mouse and said, "Interesting. A trifling moonlight warlock dares to challenge me. You're very courageous. I admire you very much. Okay, I'll give you a chance to cast a spell. After I make you my subordinate in the future, I'll give you some autonomy." Jia Ilua can easily defeat a bright world warlock and insticle a peerless moonlight warlock rank genius like Angelico. For a trifling moonlight warlock rank spell, to injure him is nothing short of a pipe dream. Yang Feng took a deep breath, cast wide area sound amplification, and shouted wildly, "Alexia, come and save me." Jia Ilua was taken aback. He didn't expect Yang Feng to cast such a spell. With a flash of black light, as if crossing countless spaces, the heroic Alexia with the fallen angel sword in hand appeared in front of Yang Feng with 3 pairs of black wings. Alexia glanced at Yang Feng and said mockingly, "My lord, you're the weakest and most shameless master I've ever served." For a fallen angel like Alexia who lives by fighting, a weak master like Yang Feng is really not someone she likes to serve. A dignified look in his eyes, Jia Ilua uttered solemnly, "Spirit summoning. This is a secret method to control transcendent recorded in the transcendent text. To cultivate a secret method riddled with flaws like the transcendent Empyrean imprint. How foolish. No matter how profound the transcendent Empyrean imprint is, what you've cultivated is just a child imprint, which will eventually be devoured by the parent imprint. Everything you've cultivated will become a gift for the Transcendent Lord." Yang Feng said with a smile, "Sir Jia Ilua, you should be well aware of the strength of a blazing angel. You're not her opponent, and my subordinates will be here soon. Spatial transfer won't work a second time. Please open a path for us to leave this place." Jia Ilua smiled and said, "Young Master Lei Ming, in terms of strength alone, your blazing angel is indeed stronger than me. Even if I use golem force, I'm not her opponent. Especially when he is on guard, I have no chance at all. However, that's only in a one-on-one situation. The dragon-winged gold eagle that easily transformed more than 300 starry sky rippers descended from the sky and flew to Jia Ilua's side. More than 300 starry sky rippers appeared beside the dragon-winged gold eagle. A golem with long black hair, a perfectly proportioned figure, and a peerlessly beautiful face, but lacking the vitality of a living person, walked out from a corner with a greatsword in hand. Amidst the commotion, countless puppet humans, puppet beasts, puppet insects, and puppet birds were continuously teleported from the city by spatial spells, forming a terrifying puppet army that stretched as far as the eye could see. Jailaw smiled, took a few steps back, and retreated into the golem army. Now it's 1 versus 100 billion. In such a magic ban area, even fallen angels will find it difficult to replenish their power. You have no chance of winning. If you give up resisting, I can give you more freedom. In fact, when the puppet lord returns from the netherworld, he can grant you the true power of puppets and become living puppets like us. The dragon-winged gold eagle golem and the peerlessly beautiful golem also retreated into the golem army and looked at Yangfeng and his party with ridicule in their eyes. Yangfeng looked at the dense golem army with a dignified look in his eyes. In the past, I used a massive mechanical legion to crush the enemy. But now I'm being threatened by countless golems. This experience is really terrible. Chapter 6:25. With a flick of his wrist, the ruler magic cube appeared in Yangfeng's hand. He squeezed hard, and the ruler magic cube instantly turned into countless black armor pieces that flew to Alexia and formed a set of armor engraved with mysterious runes that covered her whole body in an instant. As soon as the ruler's magic cube covered Alexia's body, she felt a steady stream of power gushing out from the ruler's magic cube and entering her body. When Alexia sensed the steady stream of power gushing out of the ruler armor, her beautiful eyes shimmered with excitement. What a powerful force! Undying Mountain's alchemy is so powerful. Human warlocks really can't be underestimated. Abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal, who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, has collected many powerful secret treasures. But in his hands, there isn't a secret treasure that Alexia feels is so suitable for her. Equipped with the ruler armor, Alexia is confident that she can even fight against Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses and even slay them with her sword. Alexia's heart stirred. It seems that my new master isn't bad. To have such a powerful secret treasure. Alexia, protect me. Let's kill our way out. Leave this celestial body. Yangfeng roared and cast a secret method, and a pair of black wings appeared on his back. With a light flap, he turned into a black stream of light and soared into the sky and flew away from the celestial body. On this strange celestial body, all the vigor of heaven and earth is repelled by magic suppression arrays. As a result, human warlocks can cast very few spells on this celestial body. At the same time, the recovery rate is 10,000 times slower than on the Zhangji plane. Even if Alexia possesses Infinity Warlock rank strength, but facing 100 billion low-level golems, she will exhaust her power and be drowned by the countless low-level golems. Jia Ilua's eyes flashed coldly, and he roared, "Want to escape? Kill them." The countless golem insects and birds turned into a black cloud and flew towards Yangfeng. However, Yangfeng's flesh golem possesses Moonlight Warlock rank strength. Furthermore, it relies on the built-in super energy crystals as its energy source, not the vigor of heaven and earth. The countless puppet insects and birds couldn't catch up to him at all. This was where powerful human warlocks were far superior to low-level warlocks. A powerful human warlock could rely on his advantage in speed, as well as all kinds of incredible secret methods to toy with countless low-level warlocks. Only the hundreds of starry sky rippers caught up with Yangfeng in a breath of time. Alexia slashed out with her sword, and hundreds of sword rays slashed at the starry sky rippers and sliced them into pieces. Killing intent flashed in Jia Ilua's eyes. "Damn it, let's go. We just need to hold them back." Die! There was a sinister flash in the eyes of the dragon-winged gold eagle, and it flapped its wings and rode a gust of wind. In an instant, it appeared in front of Yangfeng, extended a huge claw shrouded in golem force, and clawed at Yangfeng. The claw of the dragon-winged gold eagle sealed the space. Before the claw touched Yangfeng, despair and fear diffused from him. The smart chip operated frantically, analyzing various ways to evade and resist. No matter what method he used, his survival rate was 0. At the moment when Yangfeng was about to be completely engulfed by the fearsome golem force, a black sword ray that seemed to split a star instantly slashed at the claw of the dragon-winged gold condor. The black sword light cut through the dragon-winged golden condor's claws, which had the strongest defense, like tofu. At the same time, it spread wildly, turning into black lines that spread along the dragon-winged golden condor's huge body. Despair welled up in the eyes of the dragon-winged gold eagle. It screamed miserably. How is this possible? You're just a mere bright world warlock, rank blazing angel. How can you slash apart my fleshly body? The bright world warlock, rank blazing angel, is indeed extremely powerful, but the dragon-winged gold eagle is also a bright world warlock, rank living golem. Its fighting strength is only slightly inferior to that of the bright world warlock, rank blazing angel. According to his calculations, it was impossible for Alexia to shatter his body with a single slash. Moreover, it was from the direction of his hardest claws. Along with miserable screams, the dragon-winged gold eagle's fleshly body turned into countless pieces, and a large amount of blood fell towards the ground. You're too weak. Since you're so weak, then go to hell. Alexia showed a bewitching smile and slashed at a fist-sized golem core hidden inside the dragon-winged gold eagle's fleshly body. The golem core is the life core of a living golem, and it records all the mysteries and information of a living golem. As long as the golem core isn't destroyed, a living golem can use the bodies of other golems to reconstruct its own fleshly body. Although the reconstructed fleshly body is far inferior to its original fleshly body, but over the years, it could devour various materials and other golems to repair its body. As long as the golem core isn't destroyed, a living golem will be immortal. This is the most troublesome aspect of a living golem. It is already very difficult for warlocks of the same rank to destroy the fleshly body of a living golem, let alone their golem core. Stop! With a roar, Ja-Eloa flipped his hand, and two golem whips made from countless runes lashed toward Alexia like two poisonous dragons. As soon as the two golem whips lashed out, they suddenly split into hundreds of whips that entered the void and hid in the void like fierce beasts, ready to launch a shocking blow at any time. The peerless beauty puppet moved. As if she was a pinnacle body-tempering warlock, she merged with her sword, turned into a peerless sword, and slashed towards Alexia with frightening might that could split the sky and split the earth. Even an infinity warlock wouldn't dare to let her slash them. Facing the siege of the two bright world warlocks, the three pairs of black wings on Alexia's back spread, and the ruler armor extended and formed a huge shield. When the peerless beauty golem slashed at the huge shield, mysterious runes erupted on the huge shield, and a fearsome shock wave blasted the peerless beauty golem away. A fallen angel sword containing terrifying dark force slashed at the golem core of the dragon-winged gold condor golem and extinguished the golem core along with its existence. The dragon-winged gold condor golem, with bright world warlock rank cultivation base and golem force, was slain by Alexia with a single sword strike. In that case, let's die together. Ja-Eloa's eyes flashed fiercely, and the countless golem whips hidden in the void trembled slightly and set off ripples in the space around Yangfeng. At this moment, the void assassins hidden in the void suddenly appeared, and chaotic fluctuations of the void spread from them in an instant. Ja-Eloa's face fell, and an unknown premonition welled up inside him. Shit! The strange fluctuations of the void instantly enveloped the entire space, and the void fell into disorder and devoured the golem whips hidden in the void. Among human warlocks, Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses generally have master part of the law of space and can walk freely in the void. However, the void is full of dangers and is not a suitable place for fighting. Once you fight in the void, the slightest carelessness may cause the void to collapse. The most terrifying void collapse can even seriously injure a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. Moreover, there are countless strange phenomena hidden in the void, as well as void beasts that devour everything walking in the void. It is for this reason that once a powerhouse escapes into the void, very few people will pursue them into the void. The chaotic ripples released by the void assassins are equivalent to self-detonation. The void collapse formed by the void assassins devoured everything. Even the golem whips that Jia Eloa spent countless precious materials to refine are devoured. After killing the dragon-winged golden condor puppet, Alexia's eyes flashed with a scorching light. Her body blurred, and she appeared in front of the peerless beauty puppet holding the greatsword. She fiercely slashed her sword at the peerless beauty puppet. The peerless female puppet retreated explosively, and an alternate dimension opened up within her body. Numerous ferocious blade demon puppets pounced madly towards Alexia. The saber demon puppets with blades all over their bodies collided with Alexia's fallen angel sword and were easily cut in half by the fallen angel. The blade demon golems that were cut in half brandished their blades and slashed at Alexia. Alexia frowned slightly, and the fallen angel sword was enveloped in fallen angel fire. With a wave of her hand, a sword ray enveloped in fallen angel fire slashed at the blade fiend golems, igniting them and burning them to ashes one by one. Taking advantage of this moment, the beautiful golem retreated by tens of kilometers and flew into the golem swarm. Countless flying golems rushed toward Alexia. Jia spread the fingers of a hand, and golem threads, invisible to the naked, I shot towards Yang Feng in the blink of an eye. If Alexia insists on chasing after the beautiful golem, then Yang Fo will be killed by Jia Luo with a single move. Chapter 626. What a pity! Alexia sighed regretfully. Her figure blurred, and she appeared in front of Yang Feng and slashed out with her sword, and a sword ray enveloped in dark flames suddenly extended and turned into fallen angel fire, burned the golem threads stimulated by Jia Iloa to ashes, and then swept towards Jia Iloa. Countless golems flew out from Jia Iloa and rushed towards fallen angel fire. As soon as they were touched by fallen angel fire, they began to burn violently, turned into fireballs, and fell from the sky. Hundreds of thousands of golems rushed into fallen angel fire, consumed its power, and blocked it for a moment. Taking advantage of this gap, Jia Iloa's figure fluttered, and he flew into the midst of countless golems. With an unwilling expression on his face, he looked at Yang Feng and roared wildly, "Do it!" From the countless golems down below, beams, ice cones, bone spurs, venom, and other kinds of attacks barreled towards Yang Feng. Alexia, who was standing next to Yang Feng, spread the fingers of her hand, and a black hexagram shield appeared in front of her. When the various attacks slammed into the hexagram shield, they couldn't even set off a ripple before collapsing and disappearing. Ja'il looked at the invincible god of war Alexia in the sky with shock in his eyes, and he exclaimed, "This is a bright world warlock rank blazing angel? Impossible! Bright world warlock rank blazing angels are indeed several times stronger than us, but they shouldn't be this strong. Why? Why is she so strong? Blazing angels are equivalent to human warlocks who have formed a virtual world inside them. They are equivalent to supreme geniuses of the same rank. The golem force of Jia Ilua's living golems is extremely dangerous and can erode all things. However, in terms of fighting strength alone, these living golems are far weaker than Alexia. That's because they haven't recovered their full strength. With a thought, Jailu guessed the truth of the matter. That's right, it's that armor-type secret treasure. That armor-type secret treasure had increased his strength by dozens of times. Even in our Golem dynasty, this artifact is one of the top artifacts. Even though Jia Ilua has guessed the truth of the matter, but he can only watch helplessly as Yang Feng, escorted by Alexia, quickly flew out of the sword puppet holy celestial body. As soon as Yang Feng flew out of the celestial body, he abandoned the flesh golem avatar and returned to his true body with a thought. When Yang Feng returned to his body, he sensed the steady stream of power coming from the small world inside him, and he sighed slightly. Sure enough, it's still my body that gives me a greater sense of security. When I encounter various things, my reaction speed is faster, and I have more means. No wonder many Infinity Warlocks enter various relic sites with their true bodies. It's because the flaws of avatars are too great. Avatars had all sorts of benefits. In low-level adventures, avatars could be said to be extremely heaven-defying existences. Even if an avatar was killed, it wouldn't cause much harm to the main body. But in a high-level battle, especially in front of those terrifying experts who had grasped the law of karma spells and karma secret arts, the opponent could attack the incarnation to directly injure the target's true body. If an avatar was used, it would be easy for the opponent to inflict serious damage through the avatar. The relic site of the sword puppet wholly taught Yang Feng a good lesson. If he hadn't been careful and brought Alexia and the ruler armor with him, his flesh golem might have already been killed by now. Perhaps his flesh puppet had already been killed, and his main body had been severely injured by the living puppets through the law of causality. As soon as he returned to his true body, Yang Feng issued an order. In addition to the battle robots needed to guard the Li Gui province, countless battle robots poured out of the Andrak plane and were transported here through a top-grade warp gate. Yang Feng already knew that it wouldn't be that easy to get his hands on the relic site of the Golem dynasty, so he prepared to storm it. It didn't take long for this endless desert to be covered by countless third- and second-generation battle robots. They were like an endless swarm of ants. Standing on a hillside, the Moonlight Warlock Liu Yan from the Great Cloud Dynasty's Relic Site Search Department looked at the almost endless mechanical legion with shock in her heart. 100 million people. Is this the underlying strength of the Undying Mountain? To be able to mobilize a 100 million elite legion so easily, they're really formidable. It seems like they've occupied a second-tier or third-tier realm. It's not that the Great Cloud Dynasty doesn't have a legion formed from 100 million Great Warlocks. However, the Great Cloud Dynasty is vast, occupies a lot of land, and needs to guard a lot of places. It's impossible to mobilize a Warlock Legion formed from 100 million Great Warlocks in a short period of time. Of course, the key to victory or defeat in the world of Warlocks mainly lies in the battles between top Warlocks and top secret treasures. The combat prowess of a Warlock Legion formed from 100 million Great Warlocks is indeed terrifying, and even Bright World Warlocks will have a headache. If there are no Infinity Warlocks, then the Great Cloud Dynasty's Infinity Warlocks can use all kinds of incredible secret treasures to easily destroy the Warlock Legion formed from 100 million Great Warlocks. So many Great Warlocks, 100 million Great Warlocks. Is this the underlying strength of the Undying Mountain? No, they all used secret treasures to strengthen themselves to the Great Warlock rank. Even if they used secret treasures to strengthen themselves to the Great Warlock rank, they're still Great Warlocks. That's 100 million Great Warlocks. The Undying Mountain is really scary. The Warlocks hiding in the distance, who were still unwilling to leave, were filled with shock when they saw the battle robots that stretched as far as the eye could see in the endless desert. Many Warlocks who were dissatisfied with Yang Feng's Undying Mountain saw the dense swarm of battle robots, and their strange thoughts were extinguished. Standing on a dais, Yang Feng looked at the 100 million battle robots with a dignified look in his eyes. The 100 million battle robots are Yang Feng's savings over the years. Although with the productivity of Yang Feng's munitions factories, he can produce so many battle robots again within a year, but he doesn't have enough resources to support it. The Andrak plane is Yang Feng's current base. He can't use destructive mining methods to collect all the resources inside. As the Andrak plane is a grade 6 plane, The plane origin could devour all kinds of energy to restore itself and give birth to all kinds of veins in the plane. Once Yang uses destructive mining methods, although he can obtain a huge amount of resources in a short period of time, but the Andrak plane's origin will be severely damaged and may even decline and die. Once the Andrak plane's origin dies, the celestial body will become a dead celestial body, no longer suitable for intelligent life forms to live in. After countless calculations, Yang finally made a decision. Fortunately, the Ligue province has fallen into my control. Even if all the battle robots are destroyed, but with the resources of the Ligue province, I can restore this mechanical legion in just a year. I can give it a try. That celestial body is the legendary relic site of the sword puppet Holy. Just the 3 living golems are priceless. Great Holy Step relic sites are very rare in the Tsangji Plain, and each of them is extremely precious. Great Holy Step powerhouses are already supreme powerhouses of many planes. Although they are far from being a match for Warlock Emperor's one-on-one, but in a fight between 2 Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, they could be used to overwhelm the other side. In theory, 100 Great Holy Step powerhouses joining forces and using an Empyrean-grade secret treasure can barely defend against the attack of a Warlock Emperor. With enough Great Holy Step powerhouses and an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, it is even possible to defeat a Warlock Emperor. However, it is extremely difficult for Great Holy Step powerhouses to emerge. They are pinnacle existences among Holy Spirit Warlocks. In each era, there have never been 100 Great Holy Step powerhouses born at the same time. Moreover, these Great Holy Step powerhouses belong to different forces, and it is impossible for them to join forces. Even if 100 Great Holy Step powerhouses join forces and use an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, they can only display their strength in a defensive battle. The Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses can naturally use their secret methods to kill the 100 Great Holy Step powerhouses one by one. Even so, Great Holy Step powerhouses are still pinnacle existences. At the Time Lord only had 12 Great Holy Step powerhouses following him. Once a Great Holy Step powerhouse comes to the Tsangji Plain, with the current strength of the Tsangji Plain, it is impossible to resist. Even if the human warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty and the 3 dynasties join forces, they will find it difficult to contend against a Great Holy Step powerhouse. Yang naturally doesn't want to give up the relic site of such a terrifying existence. The resources provided by the Ligue province are enough for Yang to practice cultivation until the pinnacle bright world warlock realm. But for warlocks, resources are never enough. If Yang wants to promote to an Infinity Warlock from the Bright World Warlock realm, and then from the Infinity Warlock realm to the Warlock Monarch realm, the resources he needs are astronomical. He can't let go of any opportunity. Attack! Following Yang Feng's order, countless battle robots flew towards the relic site of the sword puppet Holy. The battle robots have activated humanoid camouflage. At a glance, it looks like countless men in black suits turned into a black cloud and flew into the celestial body under the lead of 100 Star Destroyer battle stars and 20 steel carriers. As soon as the huge mechanical legion entered the relic site of the sword puppet Holy, a fearsome spatial force enveloped it. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.